Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Neglected Child of Minato and Kushina and Gained Chaos Powers and Become Angel Island's Guardian Part 5. Before we start, please go support King Sora 3 for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. Chapter 11. Oh man, I can't believe it, my first otherworldly holiday celebration, Naruto said in excitement. How cool is that? The day was a special day on Angel Island. A day that Naruto has been looking forward to since he's first heard about it from his new friends. The day was October 31. The day of Halloween. It's only been a couple of weeks since the young newly appointed guardian has been living on the island and so much has happened to him. The Chow had been showing him around certain areas of the island. During these travels, he discovered a near badly damaged toy that looked exactly like the neutral Chow. As he examined it, Naruto jumped back in surprise as the toy Chow actually spoke to him. The toy introduced itself as Amachow and asked for his name. After giving Amachow a brief summary of who he is, not wanting to bring up his past, the two quickly became best pals, even though they did argue with each other because Naruto kept calling him a toy. It wasn't just Amachow he met during his first weeks here. He ran into a bunch of animals, but they were different from the ones he would see in picture books, with Amachow explaining the difference between the ones here on the island and the ones he was talking about. He also met the Wisps, a bunch of aliens who came from a different planet, much to his awe and wonder as saw many of them in different colors and shapes. He tried to talk to them, but he couldn't understand a thing they were saying, so Amachow translated for him. Afterwards, Naruto had learned that everyone was getting ready to celebrate something. He saw many pumpkins with different carvings on them, some having goofy or scary faces, and others having carvings of Sonic and his friends. He even saw Wisps wearing black pointy hats, with some of the Chow even wearing pumpkin masks. When he asked them about what was going on, they told him that they were getting ready for Halloween. The former Namikaze never heard of Halloween before, of course for obvious reasons as he was in a world full of ninja, so Amachow explained the concept of it to him. The holiday was basically about celebrating all things that are scary, like ghosts, ghouls and monsters of the night, which honestly scared Naruto. People always dress up in costumes of those creatures in order to go out and scare people while at the same time having parties. But more than that, young children like him would also go out to many houses to trick or treat, which is getting candy. After Amachow finished the explanation, Naruto looked like a starstruck kid who had discovered something amazing. He immediately wanted to know more about this fun yet scary holiday. So Amachow and the others took to Tails' workshop, where they watched many Halloween cartoons and family-friendly movies. It was here that Naruto learned about the various unique monsters that exist within Sonic's world, such as zombies, vampires, Frankenstein, the mummy, the wolfman, among many others he's never seen or heard of before. Naruto also learned that it wasn't just monsters people would dress up as. They also dress up as superheroes, evil supervillains, cute animals, prince and princess. Basically on Halloween, people can dress up as whoever or whatever they want to be, including serial killers from scary movies. After learning all he needed to know from the shows he's been watching and the Halloween-themed songs he's listened to, Naruto now more than anything wanted to celebrate Halloween with his new friends. He had to think long and hard about what he wanted to be. But it was okay, as Halloween didn't start until the 31st. Now today's the day. Looking around, Naruto saw all the creatures of the island around the altar, most of them around the table, eating the tasty treats that were there, others were dancing to the music a band of Chow were playing. It was dark outside with the yellow moon already risen in the sky. Looking at his reflection in the Master Emerald, Naruto was dressed up in a purple jester outfit. Haha, this is the best night ever, Naruto said in a happy tone. It's gonna get even better. Naruto let out a scream and swiped his hand behind him, comically hitting Amachow with a wave of water, who screamed and landed on the ground, getting the others' attention as the Dark Chow laughed at him. Oh Amachow. Sorry, are you okay? He jumped down from the altar and picked up Amachow. So dizzy. The Robochow said. He floated out of Naruto's hold on him. You have to learn how to control your powers. That's the 20th time you hit me. Naruto pouted angrily at the Robochow. Get off my back, I only got them around my birthday, so I still got yet to get the hang of it, and what do you mean by what said? What I mean is it's time for the test of courage, Amachow declared, bringing cheers amongst everyone present. Test of courage? Naruto asked, tilting his head to the side. Yeah, it's an activity in which people explore frightening and dangerous places to build up courage. Amachow explained. From what you told me about this world, it sounds like we're in some sort of alternate past version of Japan, which is where the test of courage is most popular in our world. Naruto looked starry-eyed at that. Awesome, this test of courage is a lot of fun. Ooh, let me take it. I'll prove I'm not scared of nothing. So where are we taking it? Somehow Amachow's smile looked a little sinister, which made Naruto feel slightly put off by it. I just knew you were gonna say that. Hope you're ready because the test of courage is going to take place at Sandopolis. Boo's house. Boo's house, Amachow declared, bringing cheers amongst everyone present. Everyone was at the Sandopolis, staring up at the entrance of Boo's house, which was a giant pyramid. Boo's house? Naruto asked. Who's Boo? The Boos are a species of ghosts. Amachao's answer caused Naruto to do a large spit take in shock and fear. PG ghosts, there are actual ghosts in there. Supposedly. Naruto was trembling all over his body as he looked back up at the pyramid. Nah, no way, I don't want to go in there if there's ghosts. But Naruto, the test of courage is all about trying to face and overcoming your deepest fears. Amachao said, causing the various species to nod at each other in agreement. Plus, it's not like you're gonna be in there by yourself. After he said that, various colored wisps, white, blue, orange and green, some critters Flicky, Ricky and Picky and Chow Neutral and Hero came up to Naruto. I don't know. Naruto looked conflicted. He definitely didn't want to go in there, but he didn't want his friends going by themselves if there were supposed ghosts inside. Chow Neutral Chow came up to him. Chow 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 chow. Naruto blinked in surprise from what the Chow told him. Apparently there was a time limit to how long they could stay inside, which was 30 minutes. He looked back at the pyramid before looking back at the ones traveling with them. He saw them looking up at him with big adorable eyes, which honestly weakened him very much. He then smirked confidently at them. Okay, fine, let's pass this test of courage. Everyone cheered at that as they turned back to the entrance of Boo's house and went towards JT with the others waving at them. Good luck guys, Amachao said as he set the timer to 30 minutes and pushed the button. See you in a half hour. Naruto and his companions waved back and continued walking. Though once he faced forward, Naruto's expression turned scared and he never saw the comical sinister looks Amachao and the others gave each other. This is gonna be a long half hour. Music. Death Chamber Sonic Adventure 2. The moment they entered the pyramid, Naruto immediately felt like running away. Just being in here made chills run his spine. This place definitely looked incredibly ancient and haunted just like in the cartoons he saw. He could see that there were some statues lined up everywhere and the place actually did look like a house. For some reason there was also a wooden scaffold that was on the wall. Oh okay, Naruto frantically looked around, making sure there weren't any signs of the Boos. I don't see anything. What about you guys? His companions looked around before shaking their heads at him. He immediately calmed down after seeing that. Sweet, no Boos inside, I'm pretty sure we can make it through this, Naruto said happily before he blinked. Matter of fact, he doesn't even know what these Boos are supposed to look like. He knows that they're ghosts, but what sort of ghosts are they? Were they friendly or not so friendly? Hey guys, you've seen the Boos before right? What are they like? The companions looked nervous at Naruto's question, making him look nervous as well. A white wisp came up to him and answered his question by speaking gibberish and motioning his hands around, causing question marks to appear over Naruto's head. More question marks appeared when the wisps came together to form something big before motioning the hands into something bigger while they were doing something of an evil laughter. Naruto and the others sweat drops comically at that. Hey Amachao, do you know what there? He deadpans comically as he face-palmed himself. Oh wait, he's outside. The neutral Chow laughed sheepishly at that before he noticed something in front of them. He turns around to see a Boo watching them, this one having grey eyes with a black pupil and a stitched smile. It turns around and vanishes in thin air. Chow chow, the Chow waves his arms up and down in fright, alerting the others. The Boo? Where Naruto looked ahead and saw nothing there. He looked around and saw nothing in sight. Nothing. He and the others sighed and comically glared at the neutral Chow. What was that for? You almost gave us heart attacks. Chow 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 chow, the neutral Chow explained himself to the group. Well, there's nothing here now. Naruto told him as he and the others continued their exploration through the haunted temple, the blue flicky landing on his head. You sure you're not seeing things? Chow chow, the Chow said, sounding absolutely sure he saw what he saw. Naruto was checking around the room and continued to see nothing out of the ordinary. But he did see a very large temple, stunning him that something that huge was inside a place like this. He was slightly nervous as he saw the image of a white painted ghost. Well, we probably have 20 minutes left, so let's just hang here until our time is. Music end. Hahaha. Naruto blinked from that as he turned away from the image and raised his eyebrows at them. What's so funny? The group looked at him in confusion before shrugging their shoulders. Naruto scratched the side of his head, sharing their confusion before picking his ears clean. I think this place might be getting to me. Hahaha. Okay, now I know I heard that. Naruto said, glaring at the group. Which one of you is laughing at me? The group responded at the same time as if to say it wasn't them. Hahaha. Naruto looked at their mouths and saw that it definitely wasn't them laughing. In an instant, his glare was replaced with fear. He pointed a shaking finger at them. Wait, if that wasn't you then who? The group quickly huddled around Naruto as they looked around fearfully. They looked around fearfully as they heard the laughter getting louder and louder. In fact, now it sounds like there's multiple laughing children all around them. A few minutes later, the laughing stopped. The group trembled against each other, not letting go of Naruto. Oh okay, the laughing stopped. the newly born demigod said to them. I'm sure whoever was laughing probably went away. He turned around to leave, but then stopped dead in his tracks at what was in front of them. There stood a Boo, floating there smiling at them. Its black eyes blinking at them every few seconds. Naruto sucked in his breath as his eyes slowly widened in fear, his heart beating rapidly fast at what he's seeing. It was a ghost, an actual ghost, his number one greatest fear. Is that the Boo? Naruto quietly asked, the others nodding in reply as they tried to pull him back. He looked back at the Boo, seeing it tilt its head to the side, and examined it. With its black eyes and stitched mouth, he noted how not so scary it was. It kinda looked like the ghosts you see in cartoons. Not the scary ones but the more friendly or funny looking ones. So why are his friends pulling him away from it? What's wrong, guys? Naruto asked. He looks friendly, so why don't? Chow chow chow, the hero Chow interrupted him as he shook his head at Naruto. Then not friendly? What do you mean? The green wisp said something to him in gibberish as he pointed at the Boo before flinching when two more Boos suddenly appeared. Three of them? Naruto squeaked as he hugged his friends close to him and backed further away from them when he saw them moving towards them. Is there something I should know about these ghosts? Since the hero Chow was hiding behind his shoulder, he whispered something in his ear. Naruto looked comically confused. Aggressive form? What aggressive form? The moment after he asked that question, the Boo's face shifted and changed. Gone were the black eyes and stitched mouths, in their place were big orange eyes with pitch black pupils and dark circles around them, and big evil sinister smiles that showed rows of pitch black shark teeth. Ahahahaha. Music. Boo's house. Lap Team Sonic Racing. Everyone screamed, Naruto's being the loudest as his hair spiked up. He quickly turned around and down the long hallway away from the Boos, their childlike laughter echoing out as he continued to hug his friends even closer to him. Chow the Chow said as they gripped on Naruto's costume. Oh man, I'm gonna kill Amachow for this, Naruto cried out, seeing a door. Let's get out of here. Everyone was making noises as they looked back to see any signs of the ghosts and saw nothing. But they did see something odd. They saw what looked like a floating machine hovering right where they saw the Boo before it flew away. Naruto noticed they entered a place full of doors. Quick in here, he opened one, only to see an aggressive Boo in there, making the group scream, and closed it. He went towards another one and looked confused at what was inside. It was a pink hedgehog, wearing a red dress with her back turned from him. She was also holding a giant yellow hammer. Everyone, except Naruto of course, recognized her as their friend Amy Rose. But that was impossible. Why was she here? But the pink hedgehog? Wait, Amy Rose. But I thought you were. Stop interfering with our plans or you'll never leave this castle, Amy said in a demonic voice, making the group tense and sweat nervously. She turned around to face them, showing her face which had the features of an aggressive Boo. Ha. Naruto screamed in horror as he stared at her horrifying face before firing a blast of water inside the room, then slamming the door. He quickly ran off. Had he stayed longer, he would have seen that the possessed Amy was flickering out like static before she vanished. He ran out of the room of doors and was about to enter spacious chamber full of columns, but ran the other way when a Boo suddenly appeared. Okay, is there anything else I should know about them? Naruto asked, more like pleading to his friends as he continued to run faster while holding them. Chow the neutral Chow answered. Chow chow. Boom boo, what the heck are they? Naruto asked as he unknowingly went past said ghost, which made him and the others blink and turn back to it. They screamed as it came into view and looked forward. Oh my chaos, they're bigger and scarier looking. The white wisp looked at the boom boo before he saw it flickering, making him narrow his single eye at him. He looked up and saw the same machine from earlier when the Boo vanished. The group found themselves stopping inside a spacious room with Naruto taking a short break. He was sitting on the floor with the others looking at him. This is crazy, I can't believe I let Amachow talk us into this, Naruto exclaimed before he sighed in relief. Well, at least we lost them, right guys? Guys. The Guardian looked towards them and saw them whispering amongst themselves, each having suspicious expressions. What? What is it? Naruto asked curiously. He grew annoyed when he saw them still focusing on their conversation. Hey, he got their attention. What are you guys talking about? The group looked at each other, most of them having suspicious frowns as they nodded in agreement. The neutral Chow was going to tell before they heard a loud deep bellowing laughter which made them jump in fright. Who's there? Naruto asked before noticing the terrified expressions on his friends' faces, and they were staring up at something from directly behind him. The new Guardian felt stiff at the sudden realization as he slowly turned around and saw something that honestly made him want to pee his pants. It was a giant ghost. The ghost had big yellow eyes that seemed to pop out of his blue eyelids, with a red single pupil going in different directions. He had big blue lips and a big smile with pointy black teeth, and Chow is the inside of his mouth a rainbow. Oh my god. Naruto whimpered as he backed away from it, his entourage joining him. Ahahahaha, the giant ghost let out another laugh, causing the group to scream. Run away, Naruto shouted as he grabbed everyone and ran away. The giant ghost let out a laugh and chased after them. "Who the hell is that guy and where did he come from?" Naruto asked as he looked back to make sure it wasn't chasing them. "Chow chow chow chow," the hero Chow answered. "Bing boom boo. You mean that guy is the boss of the other boos?" Naruto asked. "Why didn't Amachao mention what the shit?" Bing boom boo suddenly appeared in front of them, laughing in what was amusement, making Naruto turn the corner and enter a hallway. "Why didn't Amachao mention this thing?" Naruto screamed in anger and fear, his terrified heart having enough of this place and wanting to leave already. Music. Boo's house. Final lap Team Sonic Racing. He continued to run before he recognized the room ahead. It was the room with a temple in it, which means they were close to the entrance much to Naruto's joy and relief. "Hang on guys, we're almost out of here," the group cheered before the neutral Chow noticed something ahead. "Chow, huh?" Naruto looked ahead and immediately stopped running as he and the others paled in fear. They're blocking the entrance were King Boom Boo, his Boom Boo and the Boos, all of them laughing at them. They then slowly started to stalk towards them, making the group back away in a panic until they reached the wall. Naruto, with tears in his eyes, started whimpering in fear as they started to get closer to them. In fact, he was so scared that green electricity started to dance in his hair with his eyes glowing. He had never felt this scared in his whole life, and it was mainly from that woman whenever she was angry. He looked at his friends and saw they were terrified. They huddled closer to him and had their eyes closed. Seeing this made Naruto want to slap himself. What was he doing being scared? He's the new guardian of Angel Island. In order to live up to that title and make Chaos proud of him, he has to stand up to anything, no matter what it was. With newfound courage, Naruto sat his friends down and stood protectively. "Stay away from my friends, you stupid freaks," Naruto exclaimed. He grit his teeth when the ghosts laughed mockingly at him, which made him angry and caused bad memories to resurface. I said the Ghost King and his minions were now moving closer to them. "Leave my friends." Water started to appear around him. Alone. Music ends. His yell caused a massive explosion of water and chaos energy to erupt from him and in front of the Boos. Since he and the others had their eyes closed, they didn't see the ghosts instantly vanish, but they did hear multiple objects fall on the floor. They opened their eyes once they heard the objects that fell. They looked surprised at the damage Naruto's attack had caused as the floors now had a wide fissure in its wake and was wet from the water. They also noticed the several wet machines on the floor. "Whoa," Naruto said in awe, looking at his hands. Did I do this? That means I did it." An excited smile appeared on his face as he jumped around. "I did it, I beat the ghosts." The little creatures cheered as well as they danced around Naruto and gave him a huge hug. "Aw, thanks guys," Naruto laughed happily as they released him. He turned to the machines and picked one up, looking at it curiously. They all look like small boxes with camera lights on it. Is this some sort of flashlight? The guardian aimed at the wall and pushed a button before he flinched in surprise when he saw the black-eyed Boo from before appear in front it, only it was coming from the light on the box. He looked at the Boo and touched it, only for his hand to go right through it and was making wavy motions. "Chow?" the hero Chow asked, tilting his head to the side. "Wait, what the hell is this?" Naruto asked in suspicion as he continued to move his hand through it. He pushed the button again and was surprised when the Boo in front of him changed into a smaller version of King Boom Boo. He pushed the button multiple times as it showed the aggressive Boos, the Boom Boo and the possessed Amy. He noticed how every time he changed them, they always act all statically, like a TV. The blank-faced Naruto looked at the small black box in front of him before crushing it in his hand. He turned to the others and saw they too had blank expressions. "We just got pranked, didn't we?" They nodded their heads before hearing multiple coughing. They turned and saw some Dark Chow getting up and coming out of their hiding spots while holding onto the dizzy Amachao. "Golly. I was not expecting that to happen. Joa." Several Dark Chow said before noticing a shadow loom over them. They looked up and flinched when they saw Naruto and his group glaring at them. "You here guys. Congratulations." Amachao said sheepishly. "Omo-chow." Naruto growled his name out, his eyes glowing a pupil-less green as he grabbed Amachao by his face and using his water tendrils to snatch up the Dark Chow. The group walked out of Boo's house and went back to the altar to continue their Halloween party and to punish Amachao and his gang for their little prank. Flash forward present day. Hidden Sand Village. Hospital. "So yeah. That was how I celebrated my first Halloween." Naruto finished the story towards his friends. Kia was laughing at the story Naruto told her. "Oh man, I can't believe Amachao and those Dark Chow put you through that on your first Halloween." Naya Snow meows though inwardly she was laughing herself. "Damn straight they did." Naruto said flatly. "I made extra sure to punish them for that stunt." "Aw, come on Naruto. We said we were sorry." Amachao reminded him. "Yeah, I accepted it and you guys learned a lesson." Naruto stated matter-of-factly. "You prank me, you get pranked back even harder." Amachao hung his head, knowing it was true. "I'm just mad that this world doesn't have any fun holidays like Halloween." Kia pouted but then looked amused. "It'd be funny to see what shinobi would dress up as. Probably as their own heroes." Naruto shrugged. "So what happened after that?" Zane asked. Well, Amachao here explained to me the history of Boo's house. Apparently, during the Phantom Ruby War, Boo's house somehow got transported on the Sandopolis. Naruto explained. After the war ended, some Tanuki from outer space hosted a racing tournament which Sonic and the others participated in. Sandopolis had 3 racing tracks with Boo's house one of them. Amachao took over. Of course, the real King Boom Boo and his minions were there, and the Boos were mainly obstacle courses for races, and King Boom Boo was just popping out of nowhere scaring us. Seriously? Kia asked curiously. So wait, what happened to the real King Boom Boo and his gang? Amachao shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. Zane and Kia blinked. You don't know? Nope. No idea. After Naruto woke me up, I went inside to check to see them and haven't seen them. Amachao replied. He's right. Naruto agreed. Even I checked all over the place and haven't seen them. The place was just straight up empty. It's like they all just up and disappeared. Amachao said. That sounds kinda scary. Kia said, placing a hand under her chin before a thought popped into her head. You think the ancients might have something to do with it? The ancients? Naruto asked before he looked up thoughtfully. Oh yeah, I forgot that they were on my island. I don't think so. Those guys seem more into science stuff rather than paranormal. True. Kia agreed with him. Maybe the sage and his son had something to do with it. Zane suggested, getting everyone's attention. Hey yeah, the sage of 6 paths and his son might have done something about them. I mean they were on the island and met chaos. Kia said happily. Naruto nodded with a smile. The guy who created the tailed beasts and his son who single-handedly fought the chaos warriors, now you know they're the ones who definitely did something about those ghosts. Excuse me. Everyone turned to the door to see a nurse walking through holding a tray of 3 plates of food, with an extra one added per Kia's request, as it was for the boy they were going to see after they were done. Here is your breakfast. The nurse sat the tray down. Thank you very much. The trio thanked her, causing the nurse to smile and bow before leaving. So you never saw any real ghosts? Kia asked. Oh no, I did see some real ghosts, but this was some time after that Halloween, and they were different from the Boos. Naruto replied, surprising Kia, Zane and Snow. Different? Zane asked. In what way? There's another cursed temple at Sandopolis that's inside a deep sand pit. Amachao explained. That's where the Hydoro, the ghosts Naruto is talking about, lives. They're a separate ghost species from Boos. Whoa. Wasn't expecting there to be different kinds of ghosts. Kia said. Same here. Naruto shrugged. The Hydoro only resides in that pyramid and only comes out when it's dark inside, so I just stayed away from that place. Guess that means you're still scared of ghosts, huh? Kia asked with a teasing smirk, making Naruto turn away with a grumble. I was only a kid at the time. Kia and Snow giggled from that while Amachao and Zane chuckled. Still, after learning that the legendary sage was on the island a long time ago, it makes me wonder what he did with the Boos. Amachao wondered. Whatever he did with them, I have a pretty good feeling that we won't be seeing them again. Naruto assured him, though it was mainly to himself. He seriously hoped that the Boos never come back and that wherever the sage put them, they stay there forever. Another village. Up on top of a hill lies a very old and small temple. Noises of objects hitting the floor can be heard as a man dressed as a bandit is rummaging through it. Buck, there's nothing in this bucking place, the man cursed out in anger as he kicked a table filled with old things. No treasure, no scrolls, nothing. That old man, I lost my men to that monster on the way over here because of him. When I find that old lying bastard, I am going to bucking. Ha! The bandit stopped his ranting once he heard that. What the buck? Ha. The vein pulsed on the bandit's head. Huh? Are those brats I hear laughing at me? He pulled his sword out and looked around. All right, you little brats, get your ass out here right now. Ha. You think I'm playing games? Where the hell are you? Hearing what sounded like knocking sounds made the bandit turn around to see a door with a bunch of symbols on it, and there was also an image of a sun in its center. The laughing could be heard from behind it along with the knocking sounds. The grins menacingly as he held his sword out and licked the tip. Ready or not, here I come. The bandit went towards the door and opened it, only to see nothing inside the room except for a small water well. Huh? The bandit walked closer inside, not seeing the symbols on the door starting to glow slightly. The bandit walked up to the water well as he examined and saw it was covered by a wooden lid. Is this some kind of stupid joke? He heard giggling coming from the well along with knocking, further angering the man. Because if it is, I ain't laughing. He removed the lid and looked inside to pitch black darkness. Get out, you little buckers, I'm in a pissed mood and I want to take my anger out on you. The man heard nothing inside the well, but he did hear deep rumbling inside which made him slightly nervous. He looked deeper inside the well to try and see it. Once he got close enough, the face of King Boom Boo suddenly came out of the shadows and smiled happily at the man. Boo. Music. Boo's house. Final lap, Team Sonic Racing. What the buck? The bandit screamed out in fear as he stumbled back and fell on his butt. He could now hear multiple laughing inside the well and saw a glowing pink light. The bandit saw multiple white four-fingered sharp hands come out of the well, causing him to turn tail and run towards the door, seeing it glowing as it started to close by itself. The bandit felt something grab his foot. He frantically looked back and one of the hands grabbed his leg and was starting to pull him towards the well. No please no, he tried to drag himself towards the closing door before more hands started to grab him. Get off me, the bandit used his sword to try and cut the arms off, only for it to phase through. Get the buck off me, he threw the sword at the well and was clawing his way. More hands grabbed him and dragged him further towards the well, making tears fall from his eyes. He looked back at the door to see the old man from the non-shinobi village he and his men raided earlier. Help me, please help me, the bandit reached out to the old man, who remained stoic at his situation. More desperate tears fell from his eyes when the hands grabbed the back of his head. I'm sorry, okay please, we were desperate and we needed money. So does that give you the right to raid our village, destroy our homes and murdered an innocent child in cold blood? The old man asked coldly, making the bandit freeze and tremble in fear. The bandit felt himself being lifted up, making him look down at the well, and what he saw made him piss his pants. He saw many ghosts inside as they happily looked up at him while laughing. Some were big, others small, and there was the biggest one in their face he saw just moments ago. He looked back at the old man, his expression terrified and full of despair. Please, I'm sorry, a hand grabbed his face and dragged him to the well. He gave a last muffled scream before getting pulled into the well. The old man closed his eyes and turned away, exiting the temple just as the door was close to closing. He already knew that the spirits won't be able to leave the room because of the ancient sealing jutsu the sage put in there to keep them from escaping. You better pray that the spirits that haunt this temple will be merciful to you. Music stops. The boo suddenly came out and was about to grab the lid, only to stop for a moment. It slowly turned and stared at the readers as the door was close to closing. If possible, the boo's smile widened further and it waved to you. Bye-bye, the boo laughed menacingly as it gave you one last knowing look before it went inside the well, putting the lid over, as the man's screams could still be heard, even as the door completely closed. The last look it gave you was to give you a message, or in this case a warning. What was the message, you might ask? We'll be back. Chapter 12, Land of Earth. Hidden Stone Village. I-1, the evolved chaos of Earth, is standing on top of a rocky cliff as she glared down at the hidden stone village. Or to be more precise, she was glaring at the annoying human that was glaring back at her from atop of a pointy building. Seriously? Of all the times for both Rashi and Han to be away from the village, why did it have to be when this accursed creature comes and starts causing trouble? The annoying human that asked that question is a very short old man with a triangular beard and a mustache that had angular corners, a big red nose and thick eyebrows. The top of his head is bald, although he had long white hair on the lower half of his head, which is styled in a traditional Chanmage haircut, the back of which was tied with a yellow ribbon into a top knot. He wore a green and yellow coat with a red collar. Underneath, he wore the traditional hidden stone outfit, which consisted of a light green version of the stone jacket and mesh armor. He however had both the sleeves of his shirt but kept a single lapel on his right side. Along with this, he wore sandals. The short man looked around his village and what he saw made him become unbelievably angry that his blood boiled. The hidden stone, his home, his pride and joy was getting destroyed and was starting to turn into a jungle. Nearly all of the buildings and homes had been completely destroyed by several rock pillars and shockingly enough by large vines that came out from the ground. The vines had several spores on it which unleashed some kind of purple smoke. The smoke was extremely poisonous as it killed anyone who was caught by it. The old man even caught a glimpse of what happens to those that were caught in it, which involved their flesh looking as though it was melting off of their skin, leaving nothing but bones. Despite his many years of being a shinobi, this was the first time he had ever seen something like that, and it honestly surprised him that he hadn't felt like barfed out his breakfast. The old shinobi clenched his fists tightly as he listened to the panicked cries from everyone. His shinobi were trying their hardest to destroy the vines, while the others were trying to hold the purple smoke back, using whatever wind jutsu they had on their persons. Guy 1 continued to watch the old fool look at the destruction of his village. The short human started to float in the air until he was right in front of her, his back still facing her. He turned his head and gave her a glare full of hatred, much to her slight amusement. I don't know what you are, where you came from or why you're attacking us. But know this, you stupid beast, I, the Hidden Stone Village's third Tsuchikage, Inoki the fence-sitter, shall be the one who eradicates you off the face of the earth. Prepare yourself. I-1 didn't take too kindly to what this old fool said to her. So, she summoned her weapon and got ready to attack him, but stopped when she sensed something that shocked her, if her eyes widening was of any indication. She looked off in the distance, her eyes narrowing into a dark glare with her hands shaking in rage. Frost. Vayu. All three of them have been defeated by chaos, that means it's just her and Zenan now. She thought they could handle him already, but apparently she was wrong. From the vision she just had, it looks like Chaos and his group were going after Zenan next, and they had 5 of the emeralds with them, meaning that if he was reckless just like the others were, he would be defeated as well. But that will not happen. Not on her watch. Inoki watched on as the creature looked to be distracted by something. He took advantage of the distraction and created a structure, with a sphere located at its center, between the palms of his hands. Say goodbye monster particle style. Atomic dismantling jutsu. He launched the jutsu at Gaia 1, who turned back towards it and waved her arms up to create a large wall of rocks. She then jumped back just as the jutsu exploded upon impact. TCH, come back here. The Earth Chaos glares at Inoki, seeing him chasing after her as he continued to launch that stupid attack at her. As much as she wants to kill that elderly human L, she needs to hurry to Zenan quickly before Chaos and his friends do, otherwise it'll be too late. So with her decision made, she raised her hands towards Inoki and emitted a powerful flash of light that made the old cage stop and cover his eyes. Ah, my eyes. With him now blinded with her attack, Gaia 1 turns around and flies to the sky, heading towards her brother's location. Once he felt the need to open his eyes, Inoki did so ever so slightly as he watched the unknown creature disappear from his sight. That damn monster, where is it going? Chaos 10. The final 2 lightning and earth, a terrible combination appears. Chapter cover. The Chaos Warriors all stood in a single line in the order of Anai, Veu, Gaia, Zenan and Frost. Anai, Veu and Frost had their backs turned to the readers with Gaia and Zenan facing forward. Behind them were their first evolved state, while a silhouette of an unknown creature stood between them, its eyes and teeth glowing to show a snarl, as 6 of the emeralds circled it. Land of lightning. Forest. Phew. So far so good. Naruto said, taking a good look around them. Team Chaos are currently walking through a forest, following along the road. The forest itself is quite beautiful and peaceful as it has nice flowing rivers and a couple of flowers here and there. The group were mesmerized by the beauty of the country, and just when they thought they couldn't be more amazed, they were wrong. For as they were walking towards the edge of the forest, they saw something that stunned them. Whoa, they stared at the various tall and vast mountain ranges and the clouds that surrounded them, completely blocking their view of the tallest points. Wow, this is incredible. Kia said in awe with Snow meowing in agreement. Yeah. I wasn't expecting the land of lighting to look like this. Naruto said as he looked below to see more rivers, lakes and trees. I wonder why they gave this place such a name. It's because of the thunderstorms. Ethan replied softly, getting looks from everyone making him shuffle shyly in place. Back in the facility, not only were we taught how to fight, we were also taught a lot of things about the shinobi countries and villages. So the reason for this land's namesake is because of the thunderstorms. Zane said, taking a moment to observe the clouds. Looking at all of these clouds, that does make sense. Don't forget about the shinobi here. Kia reminded them as she remembered her and Tamari's conversation. From what Tamari told me, these guys can use lightning-based jutsu. Which is also why Zenan is here as well, because he knows that their jutsu won't have any effect on him. Right, Naruto dragged the word out, placing his hands behind his head as he turned to walk down the path, the others following after him. It's either that or it's a coincidence. Coincidence? Kia asked, raising her eyebrow at him. Think about it. How did the Chaos Warriors, who were born thousands of years ago, when the nations and villages didn't even exist yet, know exactly where to go after they jumped me? It ain't like Tyrio's told them to. He did tell us he has no use for them. Naruto answered. So what you're saying is that the locations the Chao warriors went to were just random? Zane asked. Yup. That honestly would make more sense. Kia said, placing a hand under her chin. They have been frozen for a long time, so it's not like they knew where they were going. I don't even think they knew that there were shinobi that used the same elements like them in countries they invaded, except for Land of Snow. Exactly, Naruto smiled as he turned around to walk backwards and face his friends. So like I said, nothing but a big fat stupid. The Guardian let out a sound as he bumped into someone, making him stumble forward and causing everyone to stop walking and face the individual. In fact, there were 2 of them. One of them being taller than the other one and also carrying a big sword. They both were dressed up in black cloaks with pictures of red clouds decorated on them. They also wore conical straw hats with small ornamental torques and tassels hanging down over their faces. Naruto blinked as he looked up at the shorter man he bumped into. Since he was closer to him, he could see a bit of his face, which oddly enough seemed familiar to him, and his hair color, which was jet black. He also saw a pair of red eyes looking down at him. Huh? Oh, sorry about that, sir. Kia apologized to the shorter man, getting his attention. Our goofy friend here didn't see you coming. Naruto apologized to him. The man stared at her before turning his attention back to Naruto, who was still staring up at him with a confused and somewhat narrowed curious look on his face. The demigod knew he saw his face somewhere before, but he couldn't. Wait. Now that he got a closer look at the man, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as a certain someone, whom he obviously hasn't seen in years, flashed in his head. Sasuke. The former Namikaze couldn't help but ask as he stared at the familiar face of his former rival. His friends looked at him when he called the man by that name, all of them except Amachao, who looked surprised, being curious. They turned back to the man to see his reaction. The man's index finger slightly twitched for a moment at the mention of that name, and his eyes went narrow, making Naruto feel a bit intimidated by it. Blinking a couple of times and shaking his head for good measure, he looked back at the man and noted that while the man looked like Sasuke, it clearly wasn't him as he was older and more mature. Chop. Now Naruto knelt on the ground and held his head, which now has a smoking bump. He looked back at Kia and saw her hand was out in a karate chop motion. He quickly stood up and comically glared at her slightly, tears sticking out the corner of his left eye. What was that for? You know why? Apologize to him. Now. Kia ordered sternly. Okay, I was gonna, Naruto grumbled, turning to look at the man. Sorry for bumping into you. Kia happily nodded in approval as she rubbed his head. Good boy. She ignored his mumbling, I'm not a dog. The man stared hard at the two before looking at the rest of the group as though he was examining them. He closed his eyes and walked past them, getting their attention, which he simply ignored. His companion immediately followed after him, not before giving a slight glance at the group, showing them his blue-gray skin color along with his shark-like face, which surprised them. He gave them a shark-toothed smirk, prompting Snow to hiss at him before he turned away from them and continued, an amused chuckle escaping his mouth. Team Chaos watched them leave with various reactions. Zane narrowed his eyes in suspicion at the group, Ethan and Amachao looked scared at the individuals, Snow was glaring at the two, though her eyes were focused on the shark man. Kia released a sigh of relief, and Naruto himself continued to eye the shorter man. That was close. Kia said as she calmed her racing heart. The way that shorter man stared at them with his bizarre-looking eyes and his intimidating presence made her feel incredibly nervous and a little scared. Why yeah. Those guys look dangerous. Amachao said as he let Ethan hold him. Should we pursue them? They look suspicious. Zane noted. Nia Snow me out in agreement. Nah, let's just focus on taking down Zenan. Kia answered. Besides, I don't think those guys are causing trouble, right? She turned to Naruto when she asked that question, but looked concerned when she saw that he was still staring at the direction of the two men, who were long gone by now. She grabbed his shoulder and shook him. Naruto. Huh? Naruto jumped slightly and he turned to his friends, seeing them looking at him with slightly concerned expressions. Oh what's up? Are you alright? Zane asked. Yeah, you look like you're taking a trip down memory lane. Kia added. Don't worry, I'm fine. Naruto replied. It's just that guy looked like someone I knew. You mean Sasuke? Amachao asked with the guardian nodding. Sasuke? Who's that? Kia asked, looking a bit curious. Naruto had a comical blank look on his face as he remembered that little bastard who used to always get on his nerves because of his attitude. A vein popped out of his head as he remembered the times the bastard would always beat him in a fight and the times he would often turn him down because he was a waste of his time. The stupid annoying duck-butt-haired bastard. The group blinked at Naruto's comment about the Sasuke character while Amachao had a sweat drop icon appear above his head. Back when Naruto was younger, he would always tell them stories about the stupid duck-butt bastard Sasuke and how he thought that he was better than everybody because he was one of the great prodigies of the Leaf Village. Yup. That's how Naruto always described Sasuke. Amachao deadpans. Crash. An unexpected loud crash caused everyone to jump in surprise and look up to the sky. Snow jumped on Naruto's shoulder in fright while Ethan quickly hid behind Kia's legs. The buck Naruto cursed in shock. What was that? Kia asked in fear as she frantically looked at the sky. She saw traces of yellow in the clouds as it vanished. That sounded like a powerful storm, Amachao exclaimed. It must be the thunderstorms. Ethan said fearfully, still hiding behind Kia. No. Zane said, narrowing his eyes at the clouds as he saw not a gray cloud in the sky. That wasn't a storm or lightning, if anything it was an attack. Whatever it wasn't Zenan. I can't sense him nor the emerald being used. Naruto said. His nose picked up a new scent causing him to sniff the air for a couple of seconds before he looked dumbfounded. What the chow? What is it? Kia asked, feeling happy that her ears had finally stopped ringing. I smell an octopus and a bull. Naruto answered, though looking confused by his last statement. Seeing the confused looks they gave him, he shrugged his shoulders. Hey, I'm just as confused as you guys are. But I definitely smell an octopus that's fused with an ox or bull or something similar to them. Whatever it is, it's close to where that sound came from. Nia Snow let out a meow as though she was agreeing with what he said since she too smelled it. She rubbed her nose with her paws in irritation. This smell is really weird. An octopus fused with an ox. Amachao asked, furrowing his brows as a huge question mark appeared above his head. I've never heard of a creature like lightning release. Tailed beast bomb. Everyone looked surprised by the yell and became shocked when they saw a giant yellow ball of lightning shot out from the forest ahead of them and into the sky. The ball soon exploded into the sky, making it look like an electrifying firecracker. What the hell? Kia asked. That was a jutsu. Naruto ran along the path with everyone following after him. As they did so, they began to hear a loud joyous laughter. They stopped and reached into a clearing to see a person dancing kind of weirdly and making beat noises with his mouth. The person is a man with dark skin and a muscular build, as well as blonde hair and a goatee. On his right shoulder, he has a tattoo of the kanji for Iron D, Tetsu, and on his left cheek, he has a tattoo of a bull's horn. His top lip also has a slightly darker hue than his bottom one. He wears oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored forehead protector. He also has on a one-strap over one shoulder flak jacket and a long red rope belt tied around his waist with hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. He carried 7 swords on his back. 8 that was a tight attack. The man said happily. Killer B truly is da best of da best, you feel me 8-0. Team Chaos comically stared blankly at the man as he continued to talk to himself. It sounded like he was trying to sing and rhyme at the same time. While Kia and Ethan were perplexed by his way of talking, Naruto, Amachao, and unknown to them, Snow herself recognized it. Zane remained comically neutral about it. He must be a cloud ninja. Zane said, noticing the cloud image on his forehead protector. Why is he talking like that? Kia asked, raising a confused eyebrow. I think he's trying to rap. Naruto said, quite surprised that there's a shinobi who knows about rapping. It sure looks that way. Amachao answered while sweat dropping at the older man's terrible rapping. But he sure stinks at it. Snow thought to herself with a deadpan look on her face. Zane, Kia and Ethan blinked from their replies and turned to them. Our rap? Ethan asked, tilting his head curiously. What's that? Rapping is a musical form of vocal delivery that incorporates rhyme, rhythmic speech, and street vernacular, which is performed or chanted in a variety of ways, usually over a backing beat or musical accompaniment. Amachao explained, earning comical blank looks from those who didn't know about rapping. The components of rap include. The short and simple version is that it's talking in rhymes. Naruto interrupted Amachao's explanation with a flat voice. It's often used in certain types of music, mainly hip-hop and R&B. Before you ask me what they are, I'll let you listen to some songs on my pad after we beat Zenan. The reason why he said that last bit was because he could see the question marks appearing around their heads and the comical confusion on their faces. Once he finished, he saw Kia pouting at him, Zane nodding his head, Ethan looking really curious, and Snow looking surprised because she was unaware that Naruto and Amachao knew about those type of music. More importantly, the Guardian said, getting back on topic. That octopus bull thing that I was talking about just now. The scent is coming from that guy. The group looked surprised at Naruto before turning back to the rapping man. From him? Kia asked as she narrowed her eyes slightly at the man. Her eyes suddenly started to glow a pinkish hue which made her close them and rub them softly. She opened her still glowing eyes only to look shocked as she found herself floating in a black space. But that wasn't the only thing that shocked her. No, it was the massive creature that was inside this black space. The creature has a muscular upper body structure, with a hunched back similar to a bison, arms with spike protrusions on the elbows, and hands with opposable thumbs like that of a human. Instead of hind legs, its lower half consists of 8 arms of an octopus. All in all, the creature looked like a mix between an ox and an octopus. Taking a moment to look at the 8 octopus arms did Kia realize that they weren't arms but tails. 8 tails? As though it hurt her, she flinched slightly when she saw the 8 tails turn its head to look at her. Instead of sensing any bloodlust like with Shukaku the other day, she was surprised when she saw it was looking at her with a surprised and curious look on its face. The island princess moved her lips slightly, looking as though she wanted to try something out since it looked like her thoughts were reaching out towards the beast. Can you hear me? Before the 8 tails could make a motion to reply to her question, Kia blinked her eyes once again and the mysterious vision of the tailed beast disappeared. She shook her head and looked surprised by this. It had happened again. Tychels Incarnate whispered to herself. She looked back at the man and saw he was still rapping before he suddenly stopped. She and the others were curious about why he had stopped. They soon got their answer when he turned their way. Hey yo, who is hiding and watching me from the trees before me? Crap. Naruto sighed tiredly at being caught. Okay. We're coming out now, so no need to attack us. The group walked out from their hiding spot and walked up towards the older man. Hello, and sorry for watching. Kia apologized for the group. We were traveling when we heard a loud crash and saw a ball of lightning shoot up in the sky. Are you training? Yeah, Killer B said as he did a few air jabs. Gotta get ready for when I take the electric monster down. The group looked confused. Electric monster? Are you talking about Zenan? Zane asked. See who now? Zenan. Naruto said. The monster you're talking about. Has he been causing trouble around here lately? For the past 2 weeks yo. Killer B replied. That electrifying thing has been causing all kinds of troubles for my village, and peeps yo my big brother, the legendary fourth Raikage himself, sent out several ninja to hunt it down, only for them to be shocked by its unknown powers that they didn't make it back home. The group flinched from that, especially Naruto since it reminded him how much Zenan's electric powers hurt like hell. So, being a good little brother, I decided to go out and defeat this monster by myself, you feel me? Killer Bee asked. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold up a second. You say your brother's the fourth Raikage, right? Naruto asked. That's what I said, fool, you fool. An angry tick mark appeared on Naruto's head at what the man called him. Who the hell are you? He got ready to yell at him if not for Kia covering his mouth as she asked the next question. Then does he know you're out here, by yourself, looking for said monster? No, he does not. Team Chaos were surprised by the older man that suddenly appeared behind B, who flinched comically, and by the cloud ninja that circled them. Looking back at the man, whom they automatically assumed was the fourth Raikage, certainly looked the part of an imitating individual. He has dark skin with a large muscular build, blonde hair combed back, a small mustache and goatee. His face has pronounced cheekbones and tear troughs under his eyes, and a prominent crease across his forehead. He has pointed canines, and his top lip also has a darker hue than the bottom one. He wears a white haori without a shirt underneath. He has black Fma shuriken tattoos on both shoulders and wore large golden vambraces on his wrists. He also wears a gold belt around his waist with a boar's face engraved in the center, black pants with torn ends, shin guards, and shinobi sandals. Hey bro. What's up? What's up? I repeated with his brow twitching before he closed his eyes. Let's see, I've been looking all over the village for you, then found out you left without my permission, and now I'm hearing the reason you left was just so you can fight that lightning demon. You weller. What the buck is wrong with you? B.A. roared in comical anger. Iron Claw. B's whole face was covered by A's hand, and he let out muffled screams as he felt the fingers squeezing his skull. Nearby, Team Chaos watched this happen with sweat drops running down their heads as B was trying to get out of his brother's Iron Claw. The wrestlers from Chaos's world would be happy to see this. Naruto thought flatly as he and the other backed away from the group. So yeah. Well, you explain yourself to your brother, we'll just be on our way. They turned around to leave only to see they were blocked by the ninja. You four are coming back with us, A told Naruto, still holding his grip on the struggling B. I want to know exactly who you brats are and how you know about that lightning demon. That made various reactions appear on Team Chaos. Amachao and Ethan looked comically scared as they looked around at the scary cloud ninja. Snow was hissing at them. Kia rolled her eyes, looking as though she knew that was going to happen. Zane just sighed and shook his head with Naruto looking extremely tired and annoyed. Oh come on, Naruto complained, knowing full well that they're gonna have to explain their situation. Again. If they were paying any close attention to their surroundings, they would have seen Zenan standing on top of a mountain cliff, his electrifying purple eyes glaring down at them. His mouth moved upward slightly as though he was smirking before he vanished in a flash of lightning. Meanwhile, Hidden Leaf Village. Yakiniku Q. Music. Chunnan Hub World. Day Sonic Unleashed. Inside the famous Yakiniku Q, the genin teams of Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai all sat together at a large table, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere of the restaurant and listening to the sound of the various meats that they ordered being cooked on the charcoal brazier as they took the cooked ones off and sat them on their plate, loving the smell they were giving off. All in all, the group were having a peaceful time. Each of them were talking about various subjects while others remained quiet and were just minding their own business. Manami sighed at this, but she couldn't help but give a small happy smile as she looked at her friend's former classmates. Toji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara and Kiba Inuzuka were chatting amongst themselves with Shino Aburam there listening in on their conversation. Naruki and Hinata Hyuga were having a pleasant conversation, but then Naruki started an argument with Kiba over the meat that finished cooking before Choji swiped in and took it much to their anger. Sakura and Ino Yamanaka were arguing amongst them as they tried to feed Sasuke some of their cooked meat, annoying the Uchiha greatly before he moved away from them and sat somewhere else. Manami gave a small laugh at that and smiled happily at everyone present. This was nice. All of them hanging out together like this, having a fantastic time off. In all honesty, they deserved it. Ever since they graduated, they never really had the time to truly hang out with the whole gang like this. It was either due to the missions they were taking or personal training. Sure, there were some co-op missions they did together, but at the end of the day, they were still on a mission which had to be completed without fail. So the 10 rookies being here together like this always made Manami happy. It was a shame that Team Guy was out right now, she really did enjoy training with him. In fact, it would be even better if Naruto was here with. Oh. Right. Just like that, Manami's happiness died and was replaced with sadness and a hint of longing. She looked ahead at the empty space in front of her and imagined Naruto being here with them, looking all bright and happy, proudly wearing the shinobi headband before he vanished. She placed her hand on her chest, her heart feeling so much pain about this whole mess. Even more so when she and her sisters learned the truth about Naruto from their father the other night when he came home. Flashback, last night, Namikaze residence. Inside the Namikaze residence, the daughters of the fourth Hokage were in the living room doing various things. Manami was sitting on the couch reading a book, Naruki was in front of a mirror brushing her hair, and Mikazuki was laying on the floor, happily drawing a picture of her and Naruto holding hands, while excitedly kicking her legs back and forth. After their mother left yesterday for the land of waves, Manami and Naruki felt a huge amount of relief and happiness at Naruto being alive. But they were also incredibly worried after hearing that he was there fighting against a fire demon that's been terrorizing their country, which only leaves the question. Why? Why was Naruto, who doesn't have chakra, out there fighting against a demon that nearly destroyed half of the country and killed many of their shinobi that died when they were out on their missions? It was crazy. Doesn't he know that he'll be killed by that thing? How was he even going to defeat it? Hearing the front door click open made the girls look at it with hopeful eyes, thinking it was their mother with Naruto. But much to their slight disappointment it was their father, a somber expression briefly seen before it was replaced with a smile at seeing them. "Hello girls." "Hello father." "Hey dad." Manami and Naruki greeted their father. "Dear daddy, welcome home." Mika got up and ran to her father, happily jumping into his arms, earning a small laugh from him. "How was your day?" "Well, it was long and tiresome as usual." Minato answered honestly as he sat her down. "How about you?" "It was great," Mika said happily, watching her father take off his Hokage robe to be hung up. "We're just waiting on mama to come home with big brother. I got a big surprise for him." Minato had to suppress a flinch from what she said, which didn't go unnoticed by his eldest daughters. I see. Well, I'll go ahead and get dinner started. I know you three must be starving, huh?" Mika nodded before she noticed something fall out of the Hokage's robe. She curiously walked over to it and picked it up, seeing it was a picture of three teens, two girls and a boy, together with a boy in her age group and who was holding a cute toy. "Hey daddy, who are these people?" That caught Manami and Naruki's attention, while Minato silently cursed that the picture fell out of his pocket. The girls walked over to Mika and looked at it with curious expressions before blushing hotly as they stared at the blue-haired boy's face. Manami shook her head and took a closer look at the blue-haired boy's face, seeing that there was something familiar about him. "Hey yeah, who are these guys?" Naruki asked, her blush vanishing as she turned to her dad. "Are they someone you know?" Minato looked at them before he let out a sigh. "Well, he might as well tell them now. Before I answer that, there's something I have to tell you three." He caught their attention. "Earlier today, I got a message from your mother and her team about Naruto." He flinched in surprise when the three of them appeared in front of him. "Really?" "Why yes." Minato coughed. "Firstly, that boy in the picture, the one with blue hair, that's Naruto." "Eh?" The Namikaze daughters blinked at their father with comical eyes. They slowly looked down at the picture, staring at the blue-hair boy's feminine-like face, and noted the slight similarities between him and their father. Their eyes slowly widened in comical shock. Flashback end. After that shocking revelation, Minato then explained to them exactly what was going on with Naruto. Since Mika was there with them, their father had to give her a brief explanation about what was going on with Naruto, everyone paying close attention. Apparently, after Naruto left the Leaf Village, he awakened some kind of power that allows him to control water, which is why he looks that way now. He even showed them a picture of the form Naruto takes on when he's using it, much to her and Naruki's shock and disbelief, while Mika looked awestruck at her big brother's awesome form. Their father told their little sister how about the fire demon and how there were others like it currently attacking the other countries. Naruto along with his friends were currently traveling around the nations to take care of these demons, with the fire demon that was in Wave already taken care of a day before they learned that Naruto was found there before leaving to take care of the rest. Minato also told them that once they were done, Naruto and his friends would head back to the land of Wave to celebrate the completion of the bridge, thereby meeting up with their mother and the others. Instead of being sad that she had to wait a little more, Mika was too awestruck at how much she learned about her big brother that night. To her, not only was he even prettier than her mom and sisters, he also had this awesome ability to control water and take on an even cooler form. He was also traveling across the shinobi nations to beat those scary monsters that were hurting everyone. In Mika's eyes, Naruto quickly became her one hero and just couldn't wait for him to come home. In a surprising burst of speed that impressed even Minato, Mika took both pictures and went back to her drawing, this time looking at both versions of her big brother with stars in her eyes as she excitedly drew more pictures of him and his other form. With Mika distracted, Minato took them to the kitchen and showed them the letter. Needless to say, they couldn't believe the contents that were written in it. The demons that are attacking the nations are pieces of Naruto's power that were taken from him a long time ago, and he's out there fighting them in order to get them back. More than that, they felt a large amount of pain enter their hearts as they read the part about Naruto having a new family and moving on from them. They were replaced. Manami never would have thought she would hear those words, but she did. Naruto had replaced them. He seriously hated them that much that he would replace them for strangers who weren't even related to him by blood. But then again, when did they ever show Naruto that they loved him just because he can't be a ninja like them? Oh, how she wished to go back to live in those happier days. Back to when they were having fun, laughing together and enjoy each other's company like a family should. But after they turned 4, it was announced that she and Naruki would begin training to become ninja. They just focused more on that and not paying any mind to Naruto. When they asked their parents why Naruto didn't join them, they learned that Naruto didn't have chakra and can't be a ninja, which shocked them. After that, they just pushed him away or either ignored him whenever he just wanted to play with them when they were busy training to become proud ninja. But then somewhere along the line, after he kept pulling those childish pranks just to get attention and annoying everyone throughout the village, ignoring him evolved to them mocking him to straight up bullying him. It was only then after what happened with Naruki did they and everyone in the village including their parents said some pretty awful things about him, either behind his back or towards his face. Just remembering all the awful things they all did to him made the eldest Namikaze tear up again, especially when she remembered the horrified expression he had on his face after she said some nasty stuff to him before turning away and leaving him crying by himself. It made her want to punch younger self in the face. She was the eldest triplet, damn it was her job to always protect her younger siblings, and she didn't protect Naruto. Instead of doing that, she hurt him, crushed all of his hopes and dreams like that, and just left him by himself. It was only after he ran away and disappeared did she now realize what she had done, and she's been living with that regret for a long time. That regret only deepened when she learned of this Kekkei Genkai Naruto has, and the fact that he got experimented on like a lab rat. She couldn't even imagine the kind of pain Naruto went through during that experience. And the worst thing about it? They weren't there to save him. He had to save himself, and along the way he found himself a new family that he loves with all his heart, forgetting all about them, his real family. Naruto Hey. Manami, what's wrong? Sakura asked, bringing all conversations to a halt as they turned to Manami, only to be shocked when they saw the tears falling from her eyes. Manami looked at everyone and saw them looking at her with concern. She touched her cheeks, feeling the tears raining down her face. She gasped when she felt more tears fall from her eyes. I'm sorry. She got up and ran out the building, using her hand to cover her mouth from the sobs that were leaving her lips. Manami, Sakura called out as she ran after her with Ino following. The rest of the group watched them leave, all of them having worried, concerned or confused looks on their faces. Even Sasuke was a little put off by what happened. Manami was always the most calm and collected girl amongst their group. So to see her suddenly break down into tears and run off like that caught him by surprise. What's wrong with Manami? Hinata asked worriedly. Naruki, who had her head down and hair shadowing her eyes, answered in a trembling voice. She was probably thinking about Naruto. She didn't see the surprised looks everyone gave her. Naruto? Choji asked. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Shino said. Are you kidding? Kiba asked incredulously. After Takashi told everyone what happened, the whole village has been practically talking about Naruto. Can you blame them? Shikamaru asked back. We all knew about his condition, so of course it would throw us off guard to find out he has a Kekkei Genkai. What's more, it would seem that there's a connection between Naruto and those demons, which is why he and his friends are after them. Shino said. Our parents had a meeting about this with Lord Fourth yesterday, and it would seem like it's true. I hope he's okay. Choji said, feeling worried about Naruto even though they haven't seen him in such a long time. I can't help but wonder what he's been up to since we last saw him. TCH. Kiba grit his teeth as he stuffed his hands in his pocket. Man, who would have thought that loser actually had a Kekkei Genkai and is out there having the time of his life. It sounds like you're jealous. Shino stated, making Kiba spit out in shock as he turned to glare at him. I ain't jealous, Akamaru barked. Not you too, Akamaru. Hinata giggled slightly from that before she turned to look at Naruki and saw her looking down, seeing that she too was trying her best not to cry as well. She frowned slightly towards her best friend before looking down and thought. Naruto. The former Hyuga heiress definitely remembered that ball of sunshine and energy. He always had this big smile on his face and would always try to become friends with everybody, even though they often ignore him. He was someone who would yell about wanting to become an even stronger Hokage than his father despite his condition. She always did admire him about his not giving up attitude. She won't even tell her best friend this, but it is also why she always had a crush on him, which is why she was devastated when she found out that he ran away. She really missed him. Sasuke closed his eyes and focused on eating. He won't lie, he himself was curious about the lost son of the Namikaze family and about this mysterious Kekkei Genkai he possessed. Looking back, that kid would always come to him looking for a fight to prove that he was better than him and his sisters. To be honest, he never paid him any mind, mainly because he thought he was just a weak loser unlike his sisters who proved to be a challenge for him. But now, hearing that Naruto was out there fighting against these powerful destructive demons with a team of his own and no Jonin to instruct him, made him feel jealous. Naruto was traveling throughout the whole shinobi nation just to fight those demons, but who else could he be fighting? For all he knew, he and his friends were also fighting against different kinds of shinobi and no doubt growing stronger than they were. That's the kind of thing he should be experiencing right now. During his time as a genin, all they've ever done were D-rank missions and training exercises. After doing enough D-rank missions, their missions got boosted up to C rank and they've been doing a lot of bodyguard jobs, fighting bandits, or capturing wild animals. Then they got their first A-rank assignment, which was protecting the land of Snow's princess from her uncle. Now that was truly an experience he will never forget. If he ever wants to kill him, he needs to go out and gain more experience like that mission. But Naruto, he wasn't even a ninja, yet he was out there experiencing a lot of things that they themselves probably haven't done yet, and he's been doing it for 6 years, which meant that Naruto is probably stronger than all of them. Sasuke grit his teeth at the thought. To think that the loser had a special power this whole time and it didn't activate until after he left. Manami and Naruki were definitely stronger than them when it came to a certain set of skills, but now knowing that Naruto had a power that he only has, there's a chance that might actually be stronger than them. It made the Uchiha want to actually fight Naruto just to see how strong he became. Still, he couldn't help but wonder where the loser is at now. Meanwhile, in Cloud Village. Raikage's office. It was a quiet journey for Team Chaos as they were forcibly led to the Cloud Village. While they were traveling, Naruto, Kia and Zane had kept their guard up as they remembered Ms. Chio's warning about the Cloud Ninja and were quietly eyeing each and every one of them to make sure they wouldn't try anything. Snow and Amacha were also keeping an eye on them, but Snow mostly kept her eyes on B most of the time, mainly because of the odd scent he was giving off. Ethan remained ever so close to his new older siblings, feeling intimidated by the Raikage and his shinobi. The moment the village came into view, the group were starstruck. The village is located in a range of tall mountains and is literally hidden in the clouds. Just like the previous times when they entered a new village, they garnered a lot of attention from the villagers which they ignored. Most of the attention was towards the Raikage as many parted their way for him and greeted him with respect, but the focus was on Team Chaos as they were most curious about them and wondered if they were shinobi, but the thought left their minds when they saw they had no forehead protectors on their person. But then everyone's sweat dropped when they saw B trying to sneak away again before being grabbed by his brother. The group had gathered into Lord Raikage's office, which was based in a large blue structure built into the tallest mountain. The office honestly didn't have much, just a couch with a small table in front of it. There was also a boxing bag and some gym equipment like weights. Team Chaos stood in front of A, with his two bodyguards, C and Derry by his side and his assistant Mabui. He was in there, leaning on the wall as he rubbed his aching face. After a quick introduction, Team Chaos explained to everyone in the room about the situation. Okay, now I understand what's going on. I said after hearing the brat story about the origins of the lightning demon. He leaned back into his couch, eyeing the three teens. So you brats have been traveling across the lands of fire, snow and wind to defeat these chaos warriors. 3 of them are gone and once you're done with this one, then that means you'll be going to the land of earth to get the last one. That's right. Naruto confirmed. We were on our way to where Zenan was until we ran into Mr. Rapstar over there. He pointed his thumb at B, who now stopped rubbing his face. That's kind of disturbing. Mabui said, placing her under her chin. We never took into account that there were others like Zenan out there. I did hear that nearly half of the land of fire got burned to a crisp by a fire demon. Derry said, placing his hands in his pocket. Didn't think it was related to the lightning demon. Looks like the rumors were true. Same with them. C said, pointing at Team Chaos who looked confused and curious by what he meant. What do you mean? Kia asked. There's a rumor going around about a mysterious group of kids who's traveling across the countries in search of the elemental demons that's been causing trouble throughout the nations. C explained in amusement, much to the group's surprise. Hold up, there's rumors about us? Naruto asked, actually feeling a little bit proud that they were being acknowledged for their efforts. That's right, B rapped, pointing at the main 3. The cool blue girly dude that controls the flowing waters, the spunky little girl from a foreign land, the red man that can wear different suits of armor, and last but not least, the living talking toy. Oh yeah, these guys right here match the description perfectly, but I can see that they added new members. A loud crack sound was heard as multiple large veins appeared on Naruto, Kia and Amacha's heads as they comically glared at B. I'm not girly, who are you calling a little girl? I'm not a toy. Zane stared at his friends with a neutral expression as always with Snow and Ethan giggled quietly while A just palmed his face in annoyance. Ignoring my idiot little brother, just how exactly can you find this thing? Do you even know where it's at? Naruto can sense where he's located. Zane replied, surprising the group of shinobi. I can somewhat sense him as well, but it's only because he took something important from us. Kia said. She was still trying to get used to her new ability to sense chaos energy. Lord Raikage, with your permission we would like to continue on our journey to defeat Zenan, and then we'll leave your country. Uma closed his eyes as he thought about it. Normally, he would never allow outsiders, mainly shinobi, to help with their village and overall country's problems, since it was his duty as Raikage. But these brats before him weren't shinobi from any village, and they definitely know more about these demons than they do. Most of all, this demon has killed more than several of his shinobi the past almost 2 weeks, and it's been mocking him about it, him the Raikage of the hidden cloud, and that's something he cannot allow. Team Chaos flinched as they saw blue electricity shot out from A and hit the wall behind them. Everyone else remained neutral about it. Fine then. You brats go ahead and take care of this thing. But first, said as he stood up, looking down at Naruto, whom he quickly assumed was the leader. I want you and your team to fight one of my shinobi. That threw the group off guard, including the cloud ninja in the room. Naruto however got annoyed. Hey, what the hell? We don't have time to play with your. Sorry. Amachao quickly covered Naruto's mouth to stop him from speaking out and getting them in trouble with Raikage. Thank you Omo. Kia said, earning a happy wave from the Robochow, and looked to the Raikage. I hope you don't mind me asking sir, but why? I'll be honest, I'm still finding it hard to believe that a couple of non-shinobi brats like you were able to kill not one but 3 of these demons. I told them, earning a tick mark from Kia. So I want to see for myself how strong you 3 are. The vein on Naruto's head got larger as he removed Amachao off his face and glared at A. Are you serious? Why do we have to prove ourselves to you when we? His mouth was covered again, this time by Zane, and he let out a muffled come on and tried to break out by waving his arms up and down. A stared at Naruto flatly before turning his attention to the others. Is he always like this? Yes. Kia, Zane and Amachao flatly said, causing Ethan to giggle to himself with Snow meowing in agreement and making Naruto pout. So all we have to do is fight your shinobi and then we'll continue our quest. Zane asked. That's right. But Lord Raikage, where will they fight? Mabui asked. Ever since Zenan's last appearance, he's destroyed many of our training spots along with our. I know the perfect spot for them to battle. Said. And I've already picked out the opponents whom they will fight. Naruto, Kia and Zane blinked at that as they looked at each other with raised eyebrows, while Ethan, Snow and Amachao looked curious at what the cage said. Hidden Cloud Village. The academy. A, his bodyguards, his assistant and B led Team Chaos inside a building, which they learned was the Cloud Village's ninja academy. Naruto had to admit, the academy here was more impressive than the one in the Leaf. For one, the building was bigger than the one from the Leaf, and it wasn't connected to the Raikage's building, with the front even having a statue of the first Raikage. Walking through the building, they saw various children taking different courses. The courses ranged from math, reading, history, basically stuff you would learn in a regular school, except its ninja context. There was also a class where students were learning their nature transformation and how to better control their chakra so they can stick to walls and stuff. They even witnessed a graduation ceremony where some of the students were showing off their unique techniques which impressed the group. Of course, as they walked through the academy, they gained the attention of just about everybody in the building from teachers to students. Many of them whispered to themselves about 4th Raikage and mainly about them as they had never seen them before. And just like what happened in the lands of Snow and the Sand Village, Naruto, Zane and Ethan had garnered attention from the girls, with Kia getting the attention of the boys. Amachao and Snow had gotten the attention of the younger children as they wanted to go over and play with them, but couldn't because they knew they were the Raikage's honored guests. After walking through the academy, the group walked to the lower level where there was an underground training area. The training ground had a huge space, and there was a grandstand. There was also a group of genin and jonin training. Once they saw the Raikage, they immediately bowed to him and left the training ground. This is where you'll be fighting. Said. Okay, so who are we fighting? Naruto asked curiously and a little impatiently. Since you brats were able to defeat these powerful demons, especially one that was able to evolve in a stronger state, you'll be fighting against a Jonin level shinobi. Explained. Think of it as a spar. Mabui told Team Chaos. There are no winners or losers. It's just to see if you can handle yourselves in a fight. The spar, huh? Naruto asked, putting his hands behind his head. Yeah, I'm down with that. It gives me a chance to test out some new moves. Same with me. Kia said, flexing her arms. Come to think of it, this is actually the first time we've trained together. Yes. Zane agreed. We haven't done any training as a team since we started this journey, so it's understandable. Hey, no worries you guys. Naruto said, now doing stretches. We may not have had any group training, but we know each other's strengths and weaknesses during our battles against Anai and the others, even with Gaara and Shukaku. He looked surprised by what Naruto said, which they weren't paying any attention to as they were focused on their conversation. Hey yo. Did he just say? Yes. Jayuki spoke up. He said kids fought against Shukaku and his Jinchuriki and lived to tell the tale. Unbelievable. So if you ask me, ninja or not, we make a pretty awesome team. Naruto finished with a happy smile which was shared by the whole team. You said it. Amachao cheered happily. Ethan, Omo, Snow. You guys better move out of the way. Kia told them. Okay. Ethan nodded as he picked up Snow, who had an adorable pout on her face and walked away from the ring. Oh man, I want to join Naya. Have fun you guys. Amachao said as he followed after Ethan. Alright, so who's gonna get a piece of Team Chaos? Naruto asked, now getting excited that he's gonna test his skills on a Jonin level shinobi. Before A could answer, B was already among them. That would be me, the great and mighty Killer B, fool you fools. B glared at B with a tick mark on his head before he sighed in annoyance as he palmed his face. He wanted Derry to fight them, but then again it doesn't really matter who fights them, all he wants is to see what these kids got. Whatever. A said as he moved away from the arena, his associates following after him. So we're fighting you huh? Naruto asked, smirking in a feral way with his eyes narrowed into slits. He took a feral fighting stance. I don't know why, but my instincts have been screaming at me to have a go with you, and I always listen to them. Now Naruto, don't forget that this is a spar. Kia reminded him, already knowing why his instincts are reacting towards B. She pounded her fists together and smirked confidently as she too went into a stance. No going out unless he does. Understood. Zane said, cracking his neck as he took a stance. B said as he held his arms. Alright Team Chaos, show Killer B what you're made of. Oh, you got it. Naruto's smirk widened. Hey Omo, play us a song. You got it. Amachao happily said as he selected the appropriate song for something like this. Insert fight song. Remember the name clean by. Fort Minor. Killer B's eyes widened behind his shades as he heard the incredible music that was playing. Never in his life has he ever heard of an incredible music like this. But when the voice of a man started talking and the beat suddenly dropped, that's when he started to nod his head to it and a huge smirk suddenly appeared. Oh, this is nice. Killer B ducked down to avoid a spinning kick from Kia, who looked surprised before she spun around to land a heel kick to B's head, which he blocked with both arms. Not bad, you almost had me, but better luck next time little girl. Kia frowned slightly before she gave a yelp when B pushed her away. Naruto and Zane jumped in a second later as they charged at B, both of their fists pulled back. Just as they were about to reach him, B went ahead and jumped over them, making Naruto smirk. As B landed, two water tentacles shot out from below him and wrapped themselves around his legs, surprising him and the spectators slightly. B looked up back to see a metal fist aiming for his face. He moved his head to the side and avoided it, not seeing the small smirk that was on the teen's face as his other arm started to glow. That all you? Zane fired an energy beam at B, which pushed him back. Just when he was to hit a pillar, B was gone and in his place was an octopus tentacle. He narrowed his eyes as the tentacle continued to move. Substitution. He had to thank Naruto again for telling him about the basic techniques the ninja of today use in battle. Yo, this song is so fly, I feel like I'm in the sky, B said as he was moving his whole body to the song that was playing. Oh yeah, like the man rapping to this music is saying, remember the name Killer B, you fools. He got grabbed by a giant pair of water hands that came out of the ground. Your name? You better remember this name. Naruto smirked at catching his prey. Naruto Kyosu, chow chow. Chow chow? B asked before he gave a startled scream when Naruto spun his arms and threw the older ninja up towards the ceiling. Eyes together, Naruto called out as they appeared by his sides. They leapt towards Killer B till they surrounded him. They then did a variant of the spin charge before doing their own unique spin dash as they charged at the older Jonin. Oh, not bad, Killer B thought to himself as he dodged the cool attacks, with the water one nearly barely close to hitting his face. He landed on the ground and looked to where the trio landed, staring hard at Naruto as he felt a cut appear on his cheek. He let an amused smirk. Not bad at all, fool you fool. Believe me, you ain't seen nothing yet, Octopops. Naruto told him. That's right. We're just getting started. Kia added in. Is that so? Well then, B said as he did a hand sign. I believe it's time that I even these odds, y'all. Shadow Clone Jutsu, 2 clones popped into existence. Let's go boys. The 3 Killer B charged at the trio, causing them to split off to take on their versions. Up in the stands, Ethan looked on with a starstruck expression as he watched the others fight against the older Jonin and his clones. While he did see some fighting back at the Snake Man's base, those fights involved gruesome scary deaths at the hands of those older and younger. He got involved in some of those fights and he just couldn't stand hurting people or any other living creature. He hated it. But the more they kept hurting him, he would always blank out for a second and found himself covered in blood and guts. Not wanting to be reminded of the scary experience, the young boy focused more on today's fight or sparring match as the lady called it. The fight wasn't as scary as he thought it would be. In fact, big brother Naruto and his friends seemed to be having fun. Even Killer B looked like he was having fun too. There was no killing for amusement, no mocking laughter, no torturing your opponents, no nothing. It was just simply fighting for fun. That's so cool, Ethan said in wonder, watching as Naruto summoned his three-pointed spear to fight against the real B, who was using his swords. He laughed a little when he saw that Naruto almost hit B in his private area. Naya Snow cheered out. Go everyone. This was the first time the cat was seeing her friends actually fight. That encounter with that Vayu guy in the desert didn't count as Amachao carried her to safety and out of the way. Kia looked graceful as she practically danced around her opponent yet as she landed a few hits while also trying to disarm him of his sword. She was also using those shovel claw things to try and get an extra hit in. Matter of fact, her fighting style reminded her of those Hawaiian martial artists. Zane's fighting style was unique. It looked like a combination of several different styles like karate, kung fu and various others. Naruto was more on the wild side as she could tell that he was a self-taught fighter. He would always stick to a pattern before suddenly switching it up. Using his water powers also helps him in his unique fighting style as he can stretch his limbs out, spit out streams of water, etc. All in all, her friends were incredibly strong in their own ways. This is impressive. Mabui said, watching Zane blocking the attacks of one of B's clones using his arms. Yeah. For a couple of kids who aren't shinobi, these guys aren't half bad. Darui said, looking at Kia practically dancing around her killer B clone as she avoided his swords. He looked surprised when he saw her summon these metal gauntlets and use them to attack B. C nodded as he continued to observe the trio more closely, watching as they came together and pulled a switcheroo on B and his clones. Their fighting styles are completely different from each other, yet their teamwork is something else. It's almost like they're in complete sync with one another. How are they not Zenan? HMPH. A grunted, arms crossed as he focused his attention on the group. While he won't admit it, he too was impressed by what he was seeing. Those brats are seriously holding their own against his younger brother, who had way more talent than him even when he was a child. Hell, he even fought the Third Great Ninja War, where he earned the title Killer by the Yellow Flash and became a hero throughout the village. So to see a couple of brats go head-to-head with his brother's disturbance to Jutsu told him that there was something more about them than they let on. For one, the red brat with the metal arms, Zane, if you remembered correctly, looks like he's switching between different never-before-seen fighting styles to try to keep up with a B clone while staying on the defensive. He uses his metal limbs to fire off blasts of chakra. The girl Kia uses a fighting style that screams foreign to him, and it wasn't just her outfit. She was both fast on her feet and had a devastating strength that reminded him of the Slug Queen Tsunade. He saw how she would do bizarre things even most shinobi wouldn't do. She gave her opponent quick jabs before attacking him with multiple kicks. Whenever he would grab her, she would always maneuver on his arm and flip him over as she pulled his arm back. She would also at times speak in a foreign language he's never heard of. Lastly, the blue one, Naruto has an incredible ability to manipulate water without any source at all. Plus, the brat was the only one who looked like he didn't have any form of training at all, unlike his companions. Seeing him move around and attacking B like some sort of wild feral animal immediately told him the kid had taught himself how to fight. His odd fighting style was similar to B, except it was more unpredictable, or better yet it seemed more chaotic, which was flawed but still impressive. All in all, these kids would make proud ninjas. But he knew that all three of the brats were simply holding back because this was only a spar, as Mabui said. I wanted to see more of what they were capable of and to see just how they were able to beat those demons. Naruto jumped in the air to dodge a tentacle tail from the real B Sayonara. He aimed his trident at him and was going to fire at him. He suddenly stopped as he felt something strange yet familiar causing him to freeze in place. This feeling, he recognized this feeling as it was the same with Anai and the others. His eyes moved up to the ceiling lights as he saw them flashing yellow. His eyes widened as he briefly saw Zenan's face. Oh shit, guys, stop fighting. Music stops. Everyone stopped what they were doing when they heard Naruto's urgent yell. What's wrong, Naruto? Kia asked. Zenan is here, Naruto exclaimed, shocking everyone present. What? Asked angrily, looking around for it. That thing is in here. Where is it? They heard the sound of sparks flying from above them, making them look up at the ceiling lights. They saw yellow electricity coming out of the bulbs which made them glow brightly before they exploded. It wasn't just the ceiling lights as various light bulbs that were in the arena exploded, making the room go dark slightly. Up in the stands, Ethan let out a terrified scream as this happened, causing him to duck in fear with Amachao comforting him. Snow let out an angry hiss as she looked around, her eyes narrowed into a glare. Zenan, Naruto called out. We know you're doing this, come out and show yourself. They heard another spark-like sound, only this time it was close to them. Too close. They turned to the sound, only to see a bolt of lightning move around in the room. They heard the spark again and turned to it, only to see another bolt of lightning. They soon started to see the bolt of lightning move around the room. In fact, it was moving so fast they couldn't keep up with its movement. Then Naruto, Kia, Zane, Ethan called out as he looked ready to head down, but quickly ducked as the bolt zoomed past him. Stay there, Ethan, Naruto told him. "Oh, this is not good for my eyes, making me all kinds of dizzy," B said. "What is it doing?" Mabui asked worriedly. "It's playing with us." Derry answered, taking his sword out as he got ready to fight with C doing the same thing. "Yeah?" I asked calmly as electricity danced off him and made his hair spike up. "Well, I'm sick and tired of its games, stop running and face us, you damn coward." An angry vein popped out of the bolt of lightning as it went right above the center of the arena. Naruto's eyes widened as he knew what Zenan was planning to do. "Everyone get away from the arena," Naruto ordered as he grabbed Kia and jumped backwards while Zane did the same. Killer Bee followed their lead just as Zenan crashed to the arena floor, creating a yellow and blue electrical barrier. Bee's clones were still there and got electrocuted as they dispersed. "Whoa, that was close," Kia said in alarm. "Yeah. Good reaction time," Yobi complimented towards Naruto. Once the barrier vanished, everyone saw Zenan 1 in all his glory, glaring at everyone present before setting his sights on Naruto, who glared back at him. Zenan then started to walk towards him, which made the group tense up as they took fighting stances. Suddenly, appeared behind the walking Zenan, lightning chakra covering him and his hand raised in a chop motion. Your daddy gave Zenan a backhanded chop to his head, but the lightning chaos reacted quicker as he caught the hand and gripped it. The Raikage then went in for the punch towards the back of Zenan's head, which did nothing but push him forward. B grit his teeth, but then felt his lightning chakra being absorbed, making his lightning chakra mode flicker slightly. What the hell? As Zenan continued to absorb the lightning around the Raikage, he got blasted away by a jet of high-pressure water courtesy of Naruto, who had already transformed into his chaos form, which stunned everyone who hadn't seen it. Whoa, B mumbled in surprise. "Naruto?" Ethan asked, staring at Naruto's form with an awestruck expression. "Hey Zenan, did you forget about us?" C Naruto asked, smirking smugly at him. Zenan weakly stood up after being short-circuited by the attack. The lightning chaos glared angrily at him as Kia, Zane and surprisingly B stood at his side. "Don't think I forgot either." C Naruto then pounded his fist in his hand and summoned a water ball filled with chaos energy. "That was payback for when you clawed me back on the island." Zenan continued to glare at him before he started glowing and turned himself into a bolt of lightning. He shot out of the building, creating a giant hole in the ceiling. "He's going outside," Mabui said in alarm. "Shit, is he going to attack the village again?" I asked in anger. "No, he won't," Kia told the fourth Raikage. "Not with us here, Amachao. Stay with Ethan and Snow until we come back." "You got it." Amachao gave her a salute. "Hang on." C Naruto used his chaos control and teleported them out of the training ground, stunning the cloud ninja present. "Be everyone," Ethan uttered to himself. He looked down, but then noticed someone in their group was missing. "Yuamo Amachao. Where's Snow?" "Eh?" Amachao looked around and saw the cat was nowhere near them. He looked at the spot where the others vanished. "Oh no, she must have gone with the others when we weren't looking." Unknown to them, a feminine-like silhouette is seen crawling along the ceiling, entering the hole and following after Zenan. "Dude, chill. It's just a cat." Derry deadpans at the Robochow. "Lord B, you okay?" C asked his cage in concern as he held him steady once he released his chakra mode. "Yeah. Damn thing was absorbing my lightning as if it was a snack," I said, looking up at the hole and where the trio disappeared from. He raised his brows when he noticed someone missing. "Wait, where the hell is B?" Everyone blinked and looked around the stadium to search for him, only to see no sign of him. In fact, now that they remember, he was near the trio. Sweat dropping slightly, they turned to the Raikage and saw a comical vein pulsing out his forehead. "That sneaky little fool." Outside the village. "Oh yeah, let's get this party started," Yobi rapped happily. "Get ready, Lightning Man, cause Killer B is ready to shock you to the system." Is the rapping really necessary? Kia asked herself, her face flat as a board. She really needs to listen to this rap music Naruto has on his pad so she can get a better feel of how it's supposed to sound like. Right now, the group were chasing after Zenan, who was once again in the form of a lightning bolt. While doing so, they gathered many of the villagers' attention as they moved out of their way. Zenan was also causing many damages and used various objects as a way to try and block them. The cloud ninja that were in the area tried to help catch Zenan, but he was too fast for them as he kept zigzagging all over the place at breakneck speed, never losing his momentum. In order to stop Zenan from causing further damage on the streets, they took to the roofs and watched as he continuously caused mischief throughout the village. "He's a speedy little bastard, I'll give him that." C Naruto growled in annoyance after he tried to shoot Zenan with a blast of water, only to miss and end up hitting a drunken man. The group soon left the village and were out in a clearing. Even though there was nothing here, Zenan was still zigzagging around at lightning speed. Zane, in his gamma armor, was closely analyzing the speedy lightning chaos, his intellectual mind already trying to come up with ideas on how to stop him. His thoughts went back on what he learned about change in chakra nature from Tamari and Kia's discussion about how shinobi can turn their chakra into one of the 5 basic elements, which are named after their respective countries. From what Tamari told Kia, these 5 nature transformations are stronger or weaker towards another, which is basically the same with the Chaos Warriors. That's it. Just like that, Zane came with an idea. He turned to see Naruto. Naruto, change into your wave form. Huh? The Guardian asked, him and the others turning to Zane. Do you remember Kia and Tamari's conversation about change in chakra nature? Zane asked. You mean that nature transformation thing? See, Naruto asked. Why bring that? Oh, I see, that's a great idea. Zane. Kia complimented him with a smile. Huh? What's a great idea? See, Naruto asked in complete confusion, making Kia facepalm herself. Kia said in her foreign language, making the Guardian feel offended for some reason. Naruto, the 5 basic nature transformations are fire, wind, lightning, earth and water. These natures have strength and weakness against one another. That's right, yo. For example, fire style is strong against wind style, but weak against water style. Killer B helped out with the explanation. Earth style is strong against water style, but weak against lightning style, you feel me? See, Naruto raised his brows before he realized what Zane's plan was. Oh, so that means lightning is weak against wind. Got it. He leaps in the air surrounded by a green wind before it vanishes, showing him in his wave form with Sonic Cyclone in hand. Chaos Arrow. A swift gust of wind appeared around Zenan 1, forcibly making him stop and return to normal as he spun around in the air. Kia took this chance to do a homing attack on Zenan's brain, making him splatter on the ground, the glowing light of the emerald circling around the puddle. Alright, see, Naruto said happily. Don't celebrate yet. Zane told him. The pieces and emerald gathered together to form the tall Zenan 1. He shook his head from the minor headache and glared at the group of 4 before him. He prepared his claw weapons, the blades dancing with electricity, as he nearly got on all 4s in a fear-like stance. Okay, I think we made him mad. Kia said after observing Zenan's facial features. Not our problem. See, Naruto said as he spun Sonic Cyclone in his hand and took the double-bladed staff apart. Hey B, are you ready for this? You bet. I've been wanting to fight that crazy shocker for a long time now. B said, arms crossed. Time for this thing to get a taste of Lord Jinchuriki and the mighty Lord Eight Tails, y'all. See, Naruto and Zane slowly blinked from the sudden revelation. They turned to B and looked at his expression to see if he was serious, and judging from the look on the older man's face, he was definitely serious. Say what? See, Naruto gave surprised yells. You're the Eight Tails. Zenan made his move when everyone was distracted. They quickly moved out of the way to avoid the swiping claws attack. Can we please focus? Kia exclaimed. Right, sorry, fight now, ask later. See, Naruto said. He went to strike Zenan with his twin swords, only for him to disappear. Battle music. Chaos Verb. Sonic Adventure. Killer B, sensing a presence behind him, quickly jumped in the air to avoid a double swipe before he roundhouse kicked Zenan, expecting him to get blown back. But Zenan didn't so much as try to block or avoid it. He just took the force of the kick like it was nothing. The Jinchuriki sweated nervously when the lightning chaos grabbed his foot. Uh-oh. He was then thrown away but was caught by Zane. The lightning chaos looked to the side to see Naruto and Kia charging at him. He backflips away just as copies of himself appear and charges at them, making them stop and jump out of the way before they vanished. You're kidding me, right? He can do that? Kia asked in disbelief. I didn't even think that he could make copies, Naruto said, watching as Zenan kept zigzagging around them. The lightning chaos appeared and swiped the ground upwards, causing a pillar of lightning to head their way. The two quickly moved out the way, which is what Zenan wanted as he and a copy of himself appeared in front of them. Seeing this causes Naruto to block the original's attack using his twin swords, while Kia used her forearms to block the punch that was aimed at her head and got blasted away by electricity, earning a cry of pain from her. Kia Naruto called out as he kicked Zenan from him and launched a blast of wind at the copy, causing it to vanish. He turned back to the original only to see him fly around them as a bolt of lightning. He raised his hand to try and catch him using chaos control, but he couldn't keep track of him. Damn it, the Guardian gave a startled yell when he saw a bolt of lightning rain down from the sky in front of him. Zane and B were already with Kia, helping her back up as she felt the numbness go away. That hurt. She looks towards Naruto to see him comically jumping back to avoid the lightning bolt Zenan was shooting at him. Yo, that electrifying thing is moving so fast my eyes could barely follow. No kidding. Kia said, turning to Zane. Hey Zane, please tell me you got an armor that can keep up with Zenan. Actually, I do. Zane answered, much to Kia's joy as she smirked. Good, because I got a plan. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to avoid the lightning bolts while also charging at Zenan when he wasn't moving, only for him to vanish much to his annoyance, as he could tell the lightning chaos was only mocking him. Once he avoided the last lightning bolt, he glared up at the flying Zenan, whose feet was now a lightning bolt. The comical vein hovered above Naruto's head when he saw him wag his finger back and forth like a certain hedgehog. "Hey, that Sonic's thing, you bastard." The demigod charged at Zenan to swipe him with his twin swords, only for him to disappear, further angering him. "And stop running away." "Don't worry, he won't." Zenan was about ready to launch another thunderbolt at Naruto. But since he was paying attention to only him, he didn't see the incoming blue metal fist that decked him in the face, making him fly back in the air. Now, DNB, now shrouded in a red bubbly chakra cloak, charged at Zenan from both sides, both their fists clenched with Kias covered with green energy. They both punched Zenan's head at the same time, making him splash all over the ground. They landed on the ground and smirked at their accomplishment. Naruto looked at them with an awestruck expression. "Way to go, guys, wait, where's Zane?" He heard a whoosh sound next to him, making him blink as he looked beside him before jumping back in surprise. Zane wore an entirely new armor. It was colored blue and was much sleeker and more fluid than his previous armors. Looking at its design told that it was an armor that was meant for speed and mobility. There were blades attached to his wrists and on his chest was the symbol for Delta. "Yes, it's me," Zane answered. "This is my Delta armor, it allows me to move at supersonic speed." "Awesome super speed in the color blue, now that's what I call a perfect combo," Naruto complimented. He turned to look at Killer Bee and saw the red bull bubbly chakra around. He also noted the elongated fangs and the number of tails he has, which were 7. The Guardian looked serious as he examined it. Bee's form looks completely different from Gaara's form, which literally turned him into a monster. Naruto wondered if all Jinchuriki were supposed to look like Bee when they used their tailed beast's power. If that's true, then why did Gaara look like a miniature version of Shukaku during his initial transformation? But then, maybe the reason why Gaara's form was different was because he had the one tail and the form was made of sand and not chakra. "I'll ask about that later," Naruto said to himself, already sensing Zenan had already reformed. And boy did he look pissed. The lightning chaos made a motion with his whole body, as though he was letting out a roar of anger. The emerald inside him responded to his anger as it glowed brightly and made an aura of lightning cover his being, along with making his eyes glow yellow. He looks pissed," Kia said, looking nervous. Zenan then spread his arms out and made several copies of himself that surrounded the group. The copies started to gain electric aura as the original, and judging how they had started to summon giant balls of lightning, they looked ready to attack. "Definitely pissed," B stated. "Eyes, get around me," Naruto ordered as they did so. He raised Sonic Cyclone in the air and created a wind barrier around them. The army of Zenan charged at the group as they tried to break through the barrier, only to get bounced back by the powerful wind it released as it dispersed. The Zenan army disappeared before reappearing on the ground in a single-line formation. They charged at the group at breakneck speed, causing them to jump over them before they vanished again. "Where did they go now?" Kia asked, now feeling annoyed as she activated her chaos boost. She got her answer when one appeared in front of her, its claws extended as it swiped at her using various combo attacks, making her dodge it. "Hang on, yo." A coming bee was about to go help her before he jumped back as two Zenan appeared charging at him from either side, making them crash into each other. "Yeah, you missed, fool, you fools, come and get a piece of Lord B and Lord A." The two Zenan glared at B as they charged at him. Zane meanwhile was running across the field as he and a Zenan clone fought each other using their weapons. They soon stopped and were now fighting in hand-to-hand combat. Naruto looked around as he saw his friends fight against the Zenan clones. He could tell that none of them were the real Zenan and wondered where the real one was. With his eyes narrowed, he looked up and just as he thought, Zenan was charging at him from the sky. Gathering up wind below his feet, Naruto dashed at Zenan, giving a battle cry. Their weapons clashed against each other, with sparks flying as they tried to push each other back. Zenan's mouthless face moved up slightly as he saw Naruto's veil-like form starting to flicker off. He used the claws on his feet to slash both of Naruto's shoulders, making him fall to the ground. "Ah!" the Guardian cried out before Zenan created a ball of lightning and immediately launched it. Crap, he used his short swords to block it. Once it made contact and sent Naruto hurling to the ground, he stood his ground and continued to hold the attack before he deflected it away. The ball of lightning exploded in the air, getting the others' attention as the Zenan clones they were fighting disappeared. Naruto's Sonic Cyclone disappeared, causing him to revert back to his chaos form. He looks down at himself in shock. Oh man, not now. He looked around when he noticed multiple yellow blurs circling around him before they formed a giant ring of lightning, shocking the Guardian. The blurs charged at Naruto, sending him flying up in the air as Zenan appeared above him as he unleashed a burst of lightning from the ring, earning a cry of pain from Naruto as he crashed to the ground. Naruto, Kia and Zane called out as they rushed to help their friend, only to stop as a wall of lightning to appear before them. Naruto grit his teeth as he felt electricity dancing off him and leaving him stunned. "He danced around us on purpose because he knew my other forms had a time limit." He got on a knee and looked up at Zenan as he landed in front of him. Despite being in pain, he grins up at him. "You're a lot smarter than you look, Zenan. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated you." The lightning chaos glared at him before his hand and began to gather up lightning energy. See, Naruto was still too stunned to move, even though he tried his hardest. He couldn't even create a barrier because Zenan's hand was close to his face. Music end. Leave Naruto alone, you bully. Everyone, even Zenan, jumped at the sudden feminine voice that called Zenan out. Suddenly, Naruto saw a white spinning blur, very similar to the spin dash, tackled Zenan, making him blink in astonishment and confusion. What was that? He turned his head to where Zenan was tackled and saw he had crashed his head into a tree branch as he splattered all over, causing the Chaos Emerald to fly out of him, which Naruto caught and made the lightning barrier disappear. Naruto Kia called out, immediately running to Naruto and helping him up. You cool? B asked. Yeah, I'm cool. Naruto reassured everyone. What just happened? Zane asked in confusion, looking at the splatter remains of Zenan. I have no idea. Naruto confessed, equally as confused. 1 second I heard a girl's voice, then I saw Naruto. Woof. Everyone looked stunned as they watched Naruto get tackled to the ground by a mysterious girl, making him also drop the yellow emerald. They were also shocked by her appearance. The girl looked to be in the trio's age group, but her body definitely looked even more mature than Kia's. She has a thick short mane of blue hair that reaches her back. She wore a single light-colored open garment that extended to her thighs, with a light purple sash and red belt tied around her waist. Her arms and legs from the elbows and knees down are covered in white fur, with the legs wrapped in blue bandages, ending in oversized cat paws sporting red claws. Cat ears protrude from her head and a long thin tail from the small of her back, which was shaking happily back and forth as she hugged Naruto. Wait, Naruto looked dumbfounded as the girl wrapped her arms and legs around him, hugging him tightly as she rubbed her face with his. Just like the others, he too was shocked when he got a good look at her and found his whole face blushing brightly as he felt her curvy body against his own. He was also able to clearly see her breasts sticking out of her outfit. Thankfully, her nipples were covered by fur. I'm so glad I made it in time. Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? The girl asked worriedly as she pulled away and looked all over him, showing everyone her blue cat-like eyes, which were a lighter and brighter shade than Naruto's. Naruto still looked dumbfounded as he stared at the mysterious cat girl that seemed to know him. How do you know me? Who are you? It's me, Naya. Me who? Naya. Wait a second, Kia said as she looked into the girl's eyes while examining her aura, which, much to her disbelief, made her immediately recognize it. Are you Snow? Snow, Naruto asked in shock as he turned to the cat girl, who smiled happily at him. You're Snow. He imagined the cat Snow and the girl in front of him together and noted the similar eye color and same facial features they had. Plus he couldn't deny that the girl in front of him smelled exactly the same as the freshly cleaned Snow. Even if his face wasn't shown, Zane himself was shocked at his friend's declaration about the girl's identity. He knows about transformation jutsu and all that, but this right here was something new. He himself was shocked as well. Whoa, hold up, you mean this kitty cat girl is that same little kitty cat you brought with you? As a Jinchuriki and someone who fought in the Third Shinobi War, he can easily tell what's a transformation jutsu and what wasn't. When he first met them, he was definitely sure that White Cat was just a normal cat, but for some reason his tailed beast kept on telling him that there was something different about her, which he didn't pay any mind to, as he knew he would take her down if she tried anything. But seeing this definitely threw him off. Yup, the humanized Snow said happily, releasing Naruto as she looked at them. He Naruto Kia Zane Killabi, even though you named me Snow, my real name is actually Felicia, and I'm a catwoman. Naya. She made a cute cat pose that made her look adorable. Everything was silent in the field as they stared at at Felicia with dumbfounded expressions. Wasn't expecting this. Zane spoke up, breaking the awkward silence as they stared at him. Before anyone could make a comment, the whole ground suddenly began to shake. What's going on? Naya, Felicia asked, hugging Naruto tighter, once again meshing her slightly big breasts with his well-toned chest, which made him look down at before he quickly turned away. Whoa, what's with this sudden earthquake we are feeling? B also asked while trying to comically keep his balance. This is not an average earthquake, Zane exclaimed, watching as large cracks began to appear on the ground. He's right, Kia said, also watching in shock as the cracks heading towards the yellow emerald. Naruto, it's. I know. Naruto stretched his hand to grab the emerald only for green vines to shoot out of the ground and grabbed his arm. Shit, the green pillar burst out of the ground underneath the emerald, causing it to float. The pillar then starts to take shape and forms into Gayan, holding the yellow emerald in her hand. Naruto growled as he and Felicia stood up from the ground and took fighting stances with the catgirl, letting out a hiss. The last warrior. Zane added. Ayo man, I thought y'all said this one was in the land of Earth. B reminded them. What is she even doing here? Kia asked in confusion. She sensed that we defeated the others and came here to help Zenan. Naruto answered. One glared at the group, but her eyes remained focused on Naruto. She turns to the emerald-less Zenan, who had just reconstructed himself. The Earth Chaos gave an angry glare at her useless brother for not only being defeated but also losing his emerald-like. She knew that he always played around with his enemies before killing them. But like before, he underestimated Chaos and his friends. Now she's glad that she came here to do what she needed to do. But she needed Zenan to do it, whether he likes it or not. So imagine everyone's surprise when Guy 1 charged at Zenan, who looked shocked as hell, before he got stabbed by Guy 1's hand which hid the yellow emerald, shocking those present. "Whoa, she stabbed him," Felicia stated. See Naruto's shocked expression slowly turned to worry and unease. "Guys. I got a bad feeling about this." After he said that, the two emeralds started glowing which also made Zenan and Guy 1 to glow as well. The two lights shot out to the sky, circling around each other, before they combined into a unique color as it formed into a Chao-cocoon. A bright light erupted from the Chao-cocoon, forcing everyone to cover their eyes for a couple of seconds before it disappeared. They moved their hands down and were shocked to the core by what they saw. There before them stood they didn't even know who or what it was. It was definitely bigger than Zenan 1, but its current form somewhat reminds both Naruto and Kia of Chaos 2 with some difference. One major difference is the color scheme. It was forest green from the head to the torso, while its arms and legs were an electrifying yellow, but also had green thunder cracks on them. Everything else was similar to Chaos 2. It has a broader chest, wider shoulders, larger hands and more muscle-toned limbs. It also has two gray bones in both its arms that travel down its shoulders into its hands, where each of the Chaos Emeralds are embedded. It had long leaf-shaped hair with the two horns on the back head moved up to the sides of the head and were shaped like yellow lightning bolts. Its eye color was unique as it was a mix between earthly brown and electric purple. Everyone looked at the creature with stunned expressions as they saw electricity dance off its arms, legs and the sides. "What are we looking at?" B asked curiously. "I and Zenan," Zane said, his tone full of stunned disbelief. "I don't believe it," Kia mumbled, eyes widened in shock. They combined. "I had no idea they could do that." See Naruto whispered to himself, staring at the combined creature. He looked down at his hands, silently wondering if he could do that with his other forms. "Naya. So what should we call them now?" Felicia asked curiously as she looked up thoughtfully. Guy and Zenan. How about we call them Gayan? Gayan? Was everyone's thoughts as they stared at the Catwoman with raised eyebrows. Actually, that name has a nice ring to it. After all, this creature looked like Gaia, but with the extra features of Zenan added on her. Gayan too looked at the group, making them tense up. It stared hard at Naruto, already sensing the presence of the other four emeralds. Green and yellow electricity danced off its body before vanishing. "Where'd it go?" Naruto asked. "Naiche." Everyone turned around and saw Felicia get sent flying into a tree, snapping it in two before getting grabbed by giant hands made of stone. Felicia, Kia called out as she ran to help her. Her eyes widened when she saw a large hand made of rocks pop out of the ground in front of her and grabbed hold of her. Before she could try and break free, she and Felicia got electrocuted by powerful lightning, rendering them unconscious. Naruto grit his teeth at that as he and the others searched for the creature. "Bastard, come out and show yourself." He flinched when Gayan 2 appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the face, lifting him off the ground as he struggled to get its hand off his face, but let out a yell when it sent volts of electricity on his body, stunning him. "Let him go." Zane quickly ran towards them, spikes of energy appearing on his back as he did a spin dash. Gayan 2 didn't pay him no mind however, as when he was close to hitting her, a shield made of electricity appeared, making Zane come out of the spin dash as it grabbed his chest and began to absorb the electrical power of the suit, making the cyborg scream out. It used an energy blast to send him crashing him into a stone wall as the suit vanished. A stone hand grabbed him before he could fall. Naruto let out a muffled yell at what happened to Zane, glaring angrily at Gayan 2, who slowly turned to look back at him, as though it was smirking. It then put its hand on the Guardian's chest as he continued to try and move his body. "Hey yo, you forgot about Master B, you fool," B yelled as he dashed towards Gayan 2, his swords drawn. Lariat. The fused Chaos Warrior had a dark idea as it turned to the charging Jinchuriki and aimed Naruto at him. It then released its hold on the water demigod's face before firing a blast of lightning energy at Naruto, launching him into the charging Jinchuriki, who stopped and caught him in his arms. "You alright, little blue?" "Yeah," Naruto said, turning to look at Gayan 2 and saw it was holding the four emeralds using electricity before it absorbed them into its being. And things just got worse. A bright light erupted from Gayan 2, only this one was bigger. Once the light vanished, the two looked up at what was before them, and what they saw made B's jaw drop in shock, while Naruto just looked at it with his brow twitching. He then sighed tiredly and face-palmed. "Let me rephrase that. Things just got a lot worse." In front of them was the now evolved Gayan 6, and boy does it look different than the scorpion frog like Chaos 6. Gayan 6 bore a resemblance to a large bear-tiger hybrid. It had the body of a bear but the forelimbs and face of a tiger. The forelimbs and face were yellow with green stripes on them, while the torso was green with yellow stripes on them. Its claws were in the shape of razor-sharp leaves. It has a mouth with razor-sharp yellow and black teeth which are cackled with electricity. Its eyes were large and purple with brown slits. It has 2 extensions on its hind with green electricity dancing between them, along with dust circling around them. Running through its hind legs are black bones, connected in the rear by a pelvis-like bone, with a chaos emerald embedded in each of them. In its belly lies its bone-covered brain, encircled by 4 standing bones, each with a chaos emerald on top. Okay, seriously. What the chow is going on? Naruto demanded, feeling quite angry and annoyed at the situation they were in. Bayu took 3 emeralds from us the other day, and you're telling me that this thing, who only just appeared, snatched the remaining emeralds we had. Come on, is the universe against us or something? I mean seriously, it's like nobody cuts us any slack. Sonic and his friends have to go through this crap every now and then with Eggman. While the Guardian was busy ranting, his tailed beast and surprisingly enough Gayan Six had sweat drops running down their heads as they listened to him. The sweat drops grew larger as he still continued his rants. Yo, Ado, you got any idea what this kid is saying? I have no idea. And I'm starting to question if Shukaku actually lost to this kid. The 8 Tails replied before taking a more serious tone. But in any case, keep your guard up and pay close attention to that thing. Follow its patterns and make sure to strike it. He smirked as he twirls his swords in his hands. No worries. I got this, yo. Gayan Six looked incredibly annoyed at the two as they looked to be in their own little worlds. The evolved earth lightning chaos let out a loud roar that made the earth shake below them and caused electricity to shoot right out of it. If that wasn't enough, pillars shot out of the ground and were heading their way. Naruto quickly grabbed B using his enlarged hand and jumped back away from the incoming pillars. While they were in the air, Naruto noticed that the pillars split off and were heading towards his friends, much to his fear. He created 2 clones from his body and they were sent to where Zenan and Felicia were being held, while he and B landed to where Kia is. Together, all 3 broke the rock stone that held their friends before grabbing them and jumping away from the incoming pillars as they stopped moving. Once they landed a good distance away from Gayan Six, Naruto and his clones gently laid them on the ground just as the water clones disappeared. Naruto said softly. Hearing soft groans made him look at all of them and saw them sit up. Hey, you're okay. Of course we're okay. Kia reassured him as he helped her stand up. She smiled slightly. Come on, you know we're tougher than that. She's right. Zane said, shaking his head slightly before standing up. Ouch, stupid monster, that hurts. Felicia said as she rubbed her head. She blinked in surprise when saw the hand that belonged to Naruto. She happily took and got right back up. So, what happened to Gayan? Kia asked, slightly curious in caution. Naruto and B, who was still writing notes for some dumb reason before he stopped once he heard the question, glanced at each other before pointing ahead, beckoning everyone to look at the now evolved Gayan Six, who was glaring at them. Oh shit. Kia pretty much summed up what was on their mind. How are we going to beat this thing? Felicia asked. Same like with all the others. We have to attack its brain. Naruto said. But that might be difficult. Why? Its brain is encased in bone. Zane told her as he examined Gayan Six. As Naruto said, it will be difficult to get to it, especially since it has inherited Zenan's super speed and his lightning powers. Kia nodded in agreement. Even though the brain is the weakness, it's not the only one. Since it can still use lightning, that means Naruto can use his water to try and keep it stunned. It won't be much, but it just might be long enough for us to try and break through the bone. Let's not forget its earth-style attacks. B said in a serious tone. From what I can tell, it can use one or the other or both at the same time. So we definitely need to be careful and watch its attack pattern. And then we can land a counterattack. Naruto said, palming his fists together and having a determined grin on his face. Okay guys, let's show this thing what we're made of. You all ready? Yeah. Battle music. Boss Chaos Ver.6 SAME version 2016. Gayan Six let out a fearsome roar, obviously having enough of their pointless chatter. It summoned multiple large rocks with electricity dancing around them. It gave a roar as it launched the electrified rocks at the group, making them jump out of the way. While they were in the mid-air, various things happened. Kia turned into her Chaos Boost form, Killer B had turned into his version 1 form, Zane's entire being was covered in purple light, Naruto summoned Perfect Zero. Sword mode, and Felicia let out a cat-like roar as her claws sharpened. Chaos Wave. Naruto swiped his sword to the side, summoning a wave of high-pressure water at Gayan Six. The fused Chaos Warrior jumped to the side and roared at Naruto, who only smirked at him and nudged his head to the side. Gayan Six looked confused before it got punched in the face by both Kia and B, which barely did anything, making them jump back when they saw an electrical barrier appear. Wasn't expecting that. Killer B commented. Gayan Six roars and charges at them, raising his forepaws to strike them down. Kia and B quickly avoided it but jumped backwards when they saw sharp rock pillars come out. Felicia then jumped on Gayan Six's back and struck it with ferocious claw swipes to try and get to its brain, which proved futile. "It's not working, Naya," the catgirl cried out before she felt her cat senses tingling. She quickly jumped off Gayan Six just as tentacles shot out of its back. Just as Felicia landed on the ground, Gayan Six fired a blast of lightning at her, but Zane appeared and blocked it using a shield. He deflected the lightning straight into the air, all the while showing everyone his new E-armor. Unlike his other E-armors, this one was more bulky and bears a heavy resemblance to E-105 Zeta with its purple color scheme. He also had the symbol of Zeta on his chest. The bulky armor has two large futuristic shields attached to it with blades attached to it on the edges. All in all, the armor looked like it was made for defense purposes only. "Thanks, Zane," Felicia said happily. Zane nodded his head in acknowledgement. Gayan Six growled at them and opened its mouth to try and launch an attack, but Naruto appeared and punched it multiple times. Just like before with B and Kia, it didn't feel the impact of Naruto's punches, which only annoyed it, prompting Naruto to jump back when it tried to take a good bite out of him. "That was close," Naruto exclaimed. "Shit," Kia cursed. "In this form, blunt attacks don't work against it, its skin is too durable." "That's right, yo," B said. "The only way to get through that tough skin is to pierce it with something sharp." "Normally that would work," Felicia said. "But because of its lightning powers, metal would be useless against it." Gayan Six roared as it pounced at the group, making them jump out of its way. Much to their shock, the monster dug itself into the ground, making a large hole which everyone gathered around to it and peeked inside the hole. "It dug underground?" Felicia asked in disbelief. The area around them started to shake. They then saw a large burrow heading their way. Pop and heading their way. The group took stances, but Kia was already in front of them. "Leave this to me," Kia said as she charged at the burrow, gathering both her chaos energy and her spirit energy in her hand. Wrath of Gaia. Chaos boost LV. 2. She gave a devastating punch to ground, making the area shake harder and sending a wave of blue energy to the burrow that knocked Gayan Six out of it and sending it on its back. That left everyone stupefied as they stared at the powerful crater Kia's punch caused on the ground before turning to look at said person. "Whoa," they said at the same time. "Way to go, Kia," Naruto cheered while secretly reminding himself to never act up around Kia. He then charges at Gayan Six, sword drawn as he swipes it across the beast's body, exposing the bone-covered brain. "Quick, break the bone open before it gets back up." Everyone charged at the exposed bone with Kia being first as she summoned the shovel claws. She did a mid-air dash, similar to a dive as she held her fists forward and spun her entire body rapidly horizontally, leaving behind a trail of blue light. She lands a critical hit on the bone causing it to shake and moves away for Felicia to do her variant of the spin dash on it. Once she was done, Zane came in next and attacked the bone with enlarged fists, giving it heavy damage as cracks were heard. "Let's go, B." "Right." Naruto and B charged at Gayan Six and both slashed the bone at the same time, completely destroying it with the glowing core being exposed. Gayan Six let out a pained scream as electricity shot out of its whole body, making the group back away from it. "Alright, we destroyed the bone," Naya Felicia cheered. "It's not over yet," Naruto said, watching as Gayan Six rolled on its forepaws and was now glaring angrily at them. The fused Chaos Warrior gave a powerful roar as it changed its shape into another animal, this time having the body of a gorilla with the bones rearranged. It now stood on its hind legs and grew an extra pair of arms. The changed creature pounded its chest while giving a roar before it slammed both its upper hands to the ground, making green lines come out from the ground. The group then watched in comical shock as these four strange creatures came out of the ground. The creatures looked like they were made of rocks with green moss on their bodies and green electrical energy holding them in place. "Whoa." Killer B said. "It can create monsters." Zane said blankly. Naruto just sighed tiredly and face palms himself. "You know what? After seeing an eye create smaller versions of himself, I don't know why I'm still surprised about this. You and me both." Kia said in a deadpan tone. Call me crazy, but I think Gayan created them just for us." Felicia said, seeing how there were 4 of those monsters. "In other words, it's 5 versus 5 now, you fools." Killer B said. Gayan Six roared once again causing the creatures to charge at them. Naruto got ready to fight them, but noticed the creatures were ignoring him and started their assault on his friends. "Eyes," the Guardian called out, looking ready to help them if not for something zipping past him, making him look down to see a knife on the ground. He looked back and saw Gayan Six was now carrying weapons with its arms, mainly Gaia and Zenan's weapons, though he noticed that Gaia's weapons were now axes and there were knives hovering around it. "Don't worry about us," Zane told him while avoiding one of the monsters he was fighting attacks. "Yeah, just take down Gayan, we got these chumps." Kia grinned as she gave a spinning kick at a monster, knocking it to the side. "Take him down," Yobi said. Felicia avoided a punch from her monster and climbed on its head, giving a wink at Naruto's direction. You got this, Nia. She backflips off the monster's head as it tried to grab her. See, Naruto smirked slightly from his friend's words. He turned to the fused Chaos Warrior. Just you and me, Gayan. Come at me, bruh. Gayan Six roared and charged at Naruto. They slammed their axes down at him, making him jump to the side. It then tried to attack him using its knives, though he continued to avoid them. The Guardian even dared to mock them by making goofy faces at them. He even spanked his bottom at them while shaking his tail. Gayan Six once again roars, this time in anger and annoyance before charging at Naruto, this time the axe is covered in electricity. Hey, you're just full of surprises, huh? Naruto asked as he summoned Wildfire and changed into his Anai form. Well, so am I. The chaos drive on Wildfire started glowing. As it did, Naruto threw it behind him like a boomerang, getting Gayan Six's and just about everyone's attention. Much to their shock and their amazement, the great sword suddenly disassembled itself into several pieces of fiery lights as they were sent flying towards Naruto, who quickly stood up and held his arms out. The pieces covered the demigod's torso, arms and legs from the feet to shins. The lights disappeared to reveal stylish new armor. The armor looked like it had a dragon motif design, as the armor on the arms and shins looked like scales with the torso, having the image of a red dragon circling the red crystal. The color of this armor was the same as his greatsword, red, white and black with gold accents. The Guardian of Angel Island looked at the armor he was wearing with a wide excited grin. Holy chaos, it actually works, sweet. He turned to the shell-shocked Gayan Six and dashed at it. Not knowing that fire erupted from his armored feet, which caught him off guard, he had trouble trying to keep his balance before unintentionally doing a roundhouse kick to Gayan Six's face. The impact from his attack sent Gayan Six flying to the side and hitting a large stone rock. Oh snap, Killer Bee muttered in surprise. Everyone else looked surprised as well as they stared at Gayan Six before turning their attention to Naruto and were greeted with a comical sight. He was still trying his hardest to control the flames that were coming out of his feet before fire suddenly shot out of his hands, making him fly backwards before crashing on the ground. The Guardian blinked from that before he let out an excited laugh. Okay, this is awesome. He instantly got back up and grins at Gayan Six as it got back up on its feet and glared hatefully at him. Come and get some, you four-armed King Kong. Gayan Six roars angrily and charges at Naruto, swiping its electrical charged axes at him. The Guardian grins from that as he charges as well before he dashed around Gayan Six, avoiding and began to attack him using explosive kicks and punches that knocked it back. While Naruto was busy fighting the fused warrior, everyone else, the monsters included, watched on as the Guardian danced around it and continued his assault while also avoiding its own assault at him. Looks like I was right about that kid. Jayuki told his tenant. First a water form, then wind and now fire. There is more to him than meets the eye. Yeah. But you gotta admit, this kid is showing some pretty cool chaotic moves. B said to his beast, feeling impressed by Naruto's unique fighting style. Huh. Wasn't expecting that. Zane thought, a smirk forming on his lips. So cool, Felicia thought. I had no idea he could do that. Kia thought to herself. She turned to the monster, who was still distracted with the fight. Seeing that made her grin. Hey jackass. The monster turned to Kia in anger, but then saw she had vanished. It looked around for her before it heard whistling coming from above it. Before it could look upwards, Kia had already come down upon it, using her shovel claws, now enhanced with chaos energy, to slash its body before landing on the ground. The monster stood still before slash marks appeared and the monster fell apart, causing her to smirk. The monster's companions looked to where their comrade had fallen and were going to charge at Kia, if not for the others appearing before her. The trio knocked the three monsters into one another, just as Zane and B charged at them, with their weapons drawn, Zane's shields having sharp energy around them. The duo slashed through the monsters and slid on the ground. The next second, the monsters split apart and fell to the ground. Alright, now let's go help Naruto finish off Gayan, Nia Felicia said. Yeah, the others agreed as they turned to see the duo still fighting with Naruto, avoiding the electrical vines that were rising out of the ground. Just when they were about to join the fight, a soft voice cried out. Everyone's head instantly turned to the voice, and much to their shock, they saw Ethan running towards them with Amachao trying to pull him back. Ethan? Amachao, Naruto asked. What are you guys doing here? Get out of. The Guardian was interrupted by Gayan Six grabbing him by his torso. The fused Chaos Warrior grinned sadistically at the Guardian's struggle to get out of their powerful grip. Using the power of the 6 emeralds, they then electrocuted him as he let out painful cries to the point where he returned to his human form. Seeing this caused them to stop and threw Naruto away as he landed on the ground. Naruto, Kia, Zane, Felicia and Amachao called out to their friend as they saw him struggling to get up. Ethan looked shocked at what happened to big brother Naruto and B grit his teeth in anger. Gayan Six let out a victorious roar as they pounded their fists on their chest. The fused warrior then turned their attention to Naruto and saw him trying to get back up on his feet. They walked towards him until they stood right in front of him, causing the Guardian to look up at them. They then raised their axes. Leave him alone. Kia and the others were about to charge at Gayan Six. But something unexpected happened. Music ends. A large fireball suddenly came out from the trees and landed a direct hit on Gayan Six. Once it made contact, the fireball exploded in a glorious flare, making Gayan Six screech out in pain as it backed away from Naruto and tried to put out the flames that were on its body. What the? Was that a jutsu? Naruto asked in shock, looking to where the fireball came from. Who fired it? Everyone else shared his shock as well and tried to look for where it came from, only to see nothing. Kia herself tried to sense the person who fired that jutsu but couldn't find that person. Gayan Six once again roars, getting everyone's attention as they saw its body wasn't covered in flames again. But it did look extremely angry at having someone interrupt its kill. The fused warrior glared at Naruto and was about to charge at him once again. However, before it could, something unexpected happened again. Ethan suddenly appeared in front of Gayan Six's face and gave them a powerful punch that sent them sliding and falling on their back while also forcing them to drop their weapons. Everyone looked on with shocked expressions on their faces as they turned to Ethan and saw the arm he used to punch Gayan Six was his bandaged arm, which was now loose enough to reveal what it actually looks like. Ethan landed in front of the stunned Naruto, his hair shadowing his eyes. Did you guys see that? Amichao asked in comical surprise. Nobody answered the upgraded Robichao as they were too stunned about what happened just now. Gayan Six roared in absolute anger and rage at being interrupted from killing their prey. They glared hatefully at Ethan, who looked back at them with an emotionless look in his eyes. The veins on his demon-like arm began to emit a powerful glow, with the same thing somehow happening to his other arm. The fused warrior got up and charged angrily at Ethan like a feral gorilla, causing the young child to charge at them in return. Ethan, Amichao, Kia and Felicia cried out in worry and fear. But their worry was unnecessary as Ethan gave Gayan Six an uppercut which launched them into the air. Ethan then appeared above them, spinning in the air as he punched the gorilla-like beast back to the ground. He charged at Gayan Six with his fist pulled back, but the beast quickly vanished in a zap of lightning, causing Ethan to crash into the ground. Gayan Six appeared behind Ethan, their axes in hands as they took ferocious swipes at Ethan, but the young boy avoided them with ease before jumping on Gayan Six's arm and performed a spinning kick across Gayan Six's face before pulling multiple punches on them. Nearby, everyone watched on in stunned silence as Gayan Six was having trouble trying to attack a little kid. But it wasn't just any little kid. This was Ethan, the shy and timid little boy that the group immediately loved like a little brother. B was impressed by the kid's power and that mysterious arm of his. I don't believe it. Kia said in disbelief. You and me both, Naya. Felicia said. Ethan did say he was taught how to fight. Zane remembered what Ethan told them earlier as he observed the boy's actions, or better yet, the lack of emotion in his eyes. But looking at him, I don't think he's aware of what he's doing. You're right, Kia said softly. She tried to get a feel of Ethan's aura right now, but she couldn't. He was blank, he was just completely blank. In other words, Orochimaru was training him to be a weapon, which explained the emptiness of his eyes. She grit her teeth and clenched her fist. Naruto was thinking the same thing as he found himself trembling in anger, thinking about the only person who caused Ethan to have those eyes. And you rotten snake, you better pray we don't meet each other. Feeling the paralysis was gone, the Guardian stood up and transformed back into his chaos form. It was time to finish this fight. Hey, the Guardian called out to the others, getting their attention. Let's hurry up and take that thing down, I think Ethan is starting to run out of juice. Everyone turned back to the fight and saw that, yes indeed, Ethan was looking a bit tired as he started to take short breaths after punching the fused warrior once again. They nodded their heads at seeing Naruto as they turned and charged at Gayan Six. Ethan was taking deep breaths as he stared at the beast in front of him, only problem was his vision was starting to get blurry and he was losing focus. That could only mean that he was running low on his chakra and needed rest. He fell on his knees but still kept his focused yet tired gaze on the beast in front of him. He began to lose consciousness just as Gayan Six roared and charged at him. Look over here, you fool. Gayan Six turned their head towards Killer B, now using his version 2 state, and was struck by him, sending them towards Zane, who switched into his Omega armor and fired multiple laser beams at it, sending it rolling onto the ground as it landed on its back. Felicia came a second later, doing her variant spin dash across Gayan Six's body, exposing their core, earning a roar from them. Killer B appeared in front of it and used his tails to hold the beast in place to keep it from escaping. Naruto, Kia, do it, Zane called out to them as he looked up at the sky, seeing them floating in the sky as they held perfect zero. Trident mode together. Music. Strong and strike, Naruto. Right, see, Naruto and Kia said as they charged at Gayan Six, who looked up at them in shock. The fused warrior roared at them as it tried to attack them using its knives, but they were moving faster than them. They gave determined roars themselves as they poured their chaos and spirit energies into perfect zero. The trident started glowing for a moment before a burst of water erupted from the tips and covered them both in it, taking the form of a blue spear, with the water spiraling like drill and pinkish energy circling it. With no other choice and seeing how they were getting close, Gayan Six roared and summoned uses the power of the emeralds to create a powerful electrical barrier around their core. The trident and electric barrier clashed together, making B let go of Gayan Six and back away from them. The resulting collision of the two made a strong gust of wind and electricity appear as the energy spear tried to make contact with the core. Felicia quickly went to grab Ethan and protect him, with Zane grabbing the two and went to join where Amachao and B were. Gayan Six roared as it tried to pour more power into his barrier, with C Naruto and Kia doing the same thing. We're not. Kia started as her eyes started to glow neon blue. "Gonna let you win," C Naruto finished as his eyes began glowing neon green. "You're finished," they both yelled at the same time as the spear became surrounded by a yellow and pink whirlwind. A spiraling drill. The spear broke through the electric barrier and stabbed directly at Gayan Six's core. The moment it did, the fused beast gave one last roar as a burst of energy erupted from the trident, causing it to disperse into two separate liquid-like puddles and the 6 emeralds to fall on the ground. The burst of energy disperses and surrounds Naruto and Kia, who were still holding perfect zero and on their single knee, in a stunning particle-like effect with glowing flower petals and blue water puddles. Music ends. The two remained still for a moment as the particle effects vanished, both of them huffing. They looked at each other and gave happy smiles before noticing the position they were in and how close they were. They quickly put some distance between them, both having minor blushes on their faces as Kia played with her hair and Naruto awkwardly scratched his cheek. "They won," Amachao said in an awestruck voice. A huge smile appeared before he flew around and did a happy cheer as he played a victory jingle. "Hooray, they did it, they beat the monster." "Yeah, that was so cool." Felicia cheered as well as she jumped in place while holding Ethan, who was starting to wake up because of the catgirl's happy reaction. What's happening?" the confused boy asked before noticing he was being carried by an unknown catgirl. He blinked curiously at her, wondering who she was. "Ah, yeah, now that was tight," Yobi exclaimed. Zane, who had already transformed, gave an accomplished smirk as he returned the thumbs up as well. He looked alarmed as he quickly noticed the splattered green and yellow puddles began to gather and formed into large puddles. "Naruto, Kia, don't worry, Zane." Naruto smiled gently at both Gaia and Zenan as ripples started to appear in their puddle form. The guardian walked up to them, taking a knee and reaching his hands out to them. "Gaia, Zenan, it's okay now. There's no need for us to fight anymore. It's time to come back home. Everyone is waiting for you." The puddles made noises before reaching their hands out towards Naruto's outstretched hands. The moment they touched him, a bright light erupted from them. The light enveloped the three into a Chao cocoon, which stunned Felicia, B and Ethan as this was their first time seeing it before their own eyes. Kia, Zane and Amachao had knowing smiles on their faces. A couple of seconds later, the Chao cocoon faded away, revealing a standing Naruto, who had a content smile on his face, and his eyes closed with the emeralds floating and disappearing inside him. If he were to look at his pendant, he would see that it's completely golden. There was a yellow crystal in the last empty diamond slot, while a green crystal was on the bottom point of the cross. "Hey, what's up with the light show?" B asked. "What happened to them Chaos Warriors?" Then Naruto smirks as his eyes snapped opened, revealing them to be pupil-less electric blue. "Watch this." In a spark of yellow lightning, Naruto transformed into a form similar to Zenan. His entire body was completely yellow, but he now has blue zigzagging stripes on his forearms, legs and on his cheeks. His eyes were glowing an electric blue. His twin protrusions on his head were in the shape of lightning bolts like Zenan's, though they were glowing blue. In his left hand was a stylized bladed tonfa. The blade itself was blue with the edges being a lighter shade of purple. There was also a yellow crystal on it with a yellow lightning bolt design on the blade. Everyone looked in awe at Naruto's new form, he himself looked at it and his weapon with an excited grin. "Sweet, check out static charge." "Awesome, Kia," Amachao and Felicia shouted in excitement. Ethan looked on with a starry-eyed expression. "B, big brother looks so cool." "Oh, now that's what I call a shock to the system," B said, looking mighty impressed. "That looks amazing," Zane commented. That's not all. Naruto's grin widened as he closed his eyes and was surrounded by green energy. The energy disappeared, revealing his second form. The form was similar to Gaia, only he was a lighter shade of green with darker shades on his hands and feet. His tail and protrusions looked like tattered leaves, and he had sprouts all over his body. He also had yellow markings over his torso. In his hand and was a large hammer. The hammer had wood as the handle, with vines covering it and flowers sprouting on them. The hammer itself was made of stone and had green markings on it with a green crystal embedded in its center. Though everyone said, examining the new form. Naruto gave the hammer a few good swings and examined it, trying to think of a perfect name for his new weapon. A light bulb appeared above his head. "Rising Terror, that's gonna be your new name." In a flash of light, Naruto returned to normal. He sighed and stretched his arms out, releasing a satisfied sigh. Okay, now that all that's taken care of, we can get back to the topic from earlier. Everyone looked at Naruto with curious looks. Which is? Kia asked, trailing off. Naruto took a deep breath and let it out through his nose. He immediately turned to Felicia and pointed at her with a comical shocked expression. Snow is a catgirl. Everyone stared at Naruto, surprised by his sudden yell, but then turned their attention to Felicia, who looked comically startled by it. Snow? Ethan asked, looking completely confused. How that's Snow? Amachao asked, looking dumbfounded. My name isn't Snow. It's Felicia Naya. Felicia replied happily. I believe it would be better to discuss this back at the village. Zane told everyone. I couldn't agree more, kid. Everyone turned and saw A and his bodyguards showing up into the clearing. How long have you guys been here? Naruto asked. Not too long ago. C said sheepishly. We were going to help you guys out, but Lord Fourth said you could handle it. The group sweat drops from that as Naruto, Kia and Felicia glared at the cage with comical veins on their heads. Is this common amongst shinobi villages? Zane deadpans. First the Kazuki-age appeared after Naruto beat Shukaku, and now they show up after beating the last Chaos Warriors. Where's Mr. B going? Ethan asked curiously. Everyone looked at Ethan and turned to B, watching as he was sneaking away from them. B looked back at them and saw the attention he was getting, earning a sheepish chuckle from him before he ran off. A glared at B, looking both annoyed and angry as he chases after him. Get back here B. Team Chaos and the bodyguard sweat drops as A grabbed B's face and was shaking him back and forth, yelling at him for following after the group. So, yeah, we got a lot to talk about when we get back. Kia sheepishly smiles towards Felicia, who did the same thing. The group then walked away, their destination already clear. Naruto stopped for a moment and looked back at the scorch marks of the large fireball that attacked Gayan. He turned his attention to the trees, seeing nothing out of the ordinary and not smelling anything that was near him. He gave a grateful smile at whoever it was that saved him. Whoever you are, thanks for saving me and helping us out. I owe you one. The guardian turned around and ran after his friends, completely unaware that he was being watched by the two individuals he and the others ran into earlier, from behind the trees. Well now, that was an interesting battle if I ever saw one. The shark face man said. Shame that we couldn't join the fun, still it was mighty nice of you to help them out. At least we know now that there's something special about those kids, especially the water one. We should stick around and find out more about them. Right, Itachi. The shorter man, named Itachi Uchiha, didn't say anything to reply to his partner. He just stared hard at Naruto as he disappeared from view. HN. He closed his eyes and the two instantly vanished. Later, Hidden Cloud Village. Council room. Okay, so let me get this straight. Your real name is actually Felicia and you're something called a Darkstalker. Naruto asked with an excited look on his face. That's right, Naya. Felicia answered happily. You came from a place called Makai, which is basically another realm where other Darkstalkers like you live. Kia continued asking with an equally stunned awestruck expression. And this Makai is connected to our world? Zane asked. Yuppers. Right now, Team Chaos were in the council room with the Raikage and his entourage there with them. They sat around a small table as the team told the Raikage about what happened after chasing Zenan and fighting him. Once all of that was done, everyone's attention then became focused on Felicia as they wanted to know more about her and what she was. And what they learned shocked them all to the core. Apparently, this Makai or Dark Realm is a place that exists outside of their world that's somehow connected through a rift where many supernatural beings such as werewolves, vampires, mummies and many others live. Felicia gave everyone a brief history of the mysterious unknown realm, which was respectfully ruled by the first supernatural being named Zarurian's Land. His rule marked the rise of the Makai nobles and their reign and control over separate regions of the realm. Despite this, the realm was mainly ruled by the three noble families. The Eansland, the Doma and the Bosidal. There were many Darkstalkers who were in conflict with the Makai nobles due to their selfish greed of wanting to take control of everything, including humanity and their desire for power. But there were also some Darkstalkers who were in conflict with humans due to their hatred and fear of them for being different. Once Felicia had finished explaining everything about Makai, everyone in the room couldn't help but stare at her in shocked silence. Okay, everyone except Naruto, who was starry-eyed and looked so amazed, he would just explode. A's eyebrow twitched before he sighed and rubbed his temple. I can't believe what I'm hearing. A realm where monsters I never heard of exists and that cat happens to be one of them. Mabui looked a little sheepish at her cage. Well, the world is a mysterious place, Lord Fourth. There are some things and places that even we humans have yet to discover. You're right. C agreed with her, scratching the back of his head. But to hear that there's a different realm that's connected to ours is actually startling, especially these Darkstalkers. I'm amazed we haven't heard of them before until now. Madatabi and her Jinchuriki will be shocked when they come back and we tell them this. Jayuki told his holder, sounding amused as he imagined their reaction. He chuckled in amusement at the thought as well. For sure. I think it's awesome, Naruto excitedly called out, bringing attention to himself as he stood up from his seat. Werewolves, vampires, ghouls, freakin' zombies, I've seen all those guys in movies back home. I didn't even think it was possible for them to exist. It's almost like Halloween. What's Halloween? The Cloud Ninja silently asked themselves, wondering what was this Halloween. Naruto instantly appeared in front of Felicia, which comically surprised her. Hey Felicia, you gotta take us there, I wanna see them all. Wah. The Amachao said as he flew in front of her, beside Naruto's head. It'll be so much fun to learn what other creatures are in Makai. Felicia began to sweat nervously. I too would like to learn more about this Makai world. Zane said, appearing beside her, which made the catgirl give out a startled yell. The sound of a fist hitting the table, which startled the trio and made them turn back to see Kia had stood up and slammed her fist on the table, making cracks form on the surface. She turns to them with a smile on her face as she raises her fist up at them. Will you three please sit back down? You're scaring the poor girl. The three instantly went back to their seats, which made Felicia sigh in relief and Ethan to giggle at them. Kia's smile was then replaced with curiosity. So Felicia, what brings you here to our world? And Felicia looked thoughtful for a second but then shrugged her shoulders. Honestly, I don't know. Her answer surprised everyone. What do you mean you don't know? I asked incredulously. You said this dark realm or whatever it's called is connected to our world by a rift. Isn't that how you got here? That part is true, but what I meant was I don't remember how I got to this world. Felicia replied. What's the last thing you remember before coming here? Naruto asked, with everyone paying close attention to her as she told her story. Felicia looked up thoughtfully, thinking back on what happened that day all those years ago. Well, my friends and I were getting ready for a concert so I can start my dream of being a musical superstar as a way to bridge the coexistence between Darkstalkers and humans. That caught B's attention as ideas began to form on his head while Team Chaos were smiling at Felicia's wonderful dream. The catgirl soon frowned sadly as she looked down. Just when we were about to begin, I remember seeing these multiple white flashes and then loud explosions happening all over the city. Buildings were collapsing, many people were screaming and running away, then everything being consumed by flames. I'm pretty sure everyone know all of Makai had perished. Nearly everyone gasped in alarm and horror from that, while the Cloud Ninja wore serious expressions on their faces. Many of them were wondering what sort of monster would cause the destruction of an entire realm. But if Makai and everyone in it perished, then how did Felicia get here? I thought I died, I should have died. But I didn't. Felicia continued, her voice soft and quiet. I found myself waking up in a nearby village where I saw humans. I realized that this must have been the human world. I tried to call for their help, but when they saw me they screamed and ran away. I was then surrounded by a group of ninja carrying kunai or swords. I told them I meant no harm, but they didn't listen and just attacked me. I ran away after that, but no matter where I went the same thing would happen again, so I stayed in my cat form ever since. Everyone remained quiet as they stared at the sad catgirl, all of them feeling sorry for her. Here she was by herself in a world where she would be attacked from both civilians and shinobi just because they've never seen someone like her before. But then again, this was the first time they had ever seen a Darkstalker. Hell, this was the first time they had ever heard of a demon realm before, and they didn't even know such a place even existed. Naruto's eyes narrowed in anger at hearing what Felicia has been through since entering this world. He couldn't believe how cruel the people of this world were to attack someone who needed help. It just doesn't make sense to him at all. Wasn't it in human nature to help those in need, no matter who or what they were? And he was just talking about this the other night. Kia, Zane and Amachao were thinking the same thing as they thought about Naruto's speech. How long has it been since you've been in this world, Felicia? Naruto asked her. For a couple of years now. Felicia answered. I've been traveling from place to place exploring the world. I found myself staying in the land of snow for a while, but then that snowstorm suddenly appeared and she gave a startled yelp when Naruto moved from his spot and gave her a hug, her head touching his chest, which made her blush warmly. And Naruto, don't worry. You're not alone anymore. Naruto said, smiling softly at her, which made the catgirl's eyes widened. You've got friends now. Right. Kia, Zane, Amachao and Ethan got up as well and hugged the catgirl. Felicia herself couldn't help but feel a gentle warmth in her heart as her new friends gave her a group hug. In fact, it brought tears to her eyes as she missed this feeling and was happy to find out that they truly accepted her for both who and what she is. This acceptance made Felicia want to know more about them, especially Naruto, despite only knowing traveling with them for just 2 days. Why yeah. Felicia said happily, blinking the tears away. I'm with friends now, Naya. Team Chaos smiles happily at her, which also brought either small smiles or smirks on the Raikage and his shinobi. Now this is what I call a happy ending. Killer B said with a satisfied nod. Right, bro. HMPH. I smirked. Well, all that matters is that those chaos warriors are finally gone. Maybe now I can finally go to bed early tonight. You said it, boss. Derry said. We still got some repairs that need to be done. Mabui said. She closed her eyes and smiled. But that can wait till tomorrow. Today, we can all celebrate. Aw, yeah, party time, everybody rapped excitedly. Yeah. Stood up and stretched his limbs before rubbing his head. I need to rest my brain up after today. What are you kids going to do? C asked Team Chaos curiously. Are you gonna leave now that your mission is done? Naruto placed his hands behind his head and looked happy. Nah, we're gonna stay and rest up. Yup, Amichao said, flying around happily. We're gonna enjoy the sights, grab some souvenirs, then hit the road tomorrow. It's a thing we started since we began this journey. Kia said, giggling at the looks the shinobi were giving them. But just shrugged uncaring, feeling too tired and walked out the room. Whatever. As long as you brats aren't causing trouble in my village, then you can go ahead and have fun. B, you're in charge of them. Got it, bro. B gave his big brother a thumbs up just as they left the room. As soon as they left, Naruto appeared in front of B, comically startling him. He saw the huge smile on his face. Suo, you're the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, right? The guardian asked. B smirked and nodded at him. That's right, my partner is the giant ox himself, Jayuki. I knew it, Naruto said, turning to his friends. No wonder why he smelled like an ox and octopus. It was his tailed beast I was smelling. He raised an eyebrow at Naruto before he sniffed his armpit. He shrugged his shoulders as he smelled nothing wrong with him. I kinda knew the whole time. Kia said happily, earning looks from everyone. You did? How? Zane asked curiously. Remember when I first met Gaara and my reaction towards him? Naruto and Zane nodded their heads. Well, the reason for that was because when he walked past me I saw a vision of Shukaku glaring at me and I sensed his bloodlust to kill me. The same thing happened again when I saw B, and I think Jayuki reacted towards me. Really? That's awesome, Naruto complimented. I didn't know you could sense a tailed beast. I didn't know either. Kia told him, placing her knuckles underneath her chin, looking a bit thoughtful. I guess I still got a lot to learn about my powers. B looked surprised from that. Yo, is that true, Jayuki? She's right. I felt her presence inside your head earlier. I was honestly surprised that she didn't freak out when she saw me and that she asked if I could hear her. Jayuki told his jailer. It looks like what she and her friend said about Shukaku is true. Heh, can't believe he lost to these kids and they aren't even ninja. Damn. These kids are something else. B said with Jayuki nodding in agreement. The two were then interrupted by Kia, who was now in front of B as she bowed her head slightly to them. Hello, Mr. Jayuki. You may probably already know, but my name is Kia. On behalf of my friends, I would like to thank you and B for helping us during our fight with the Chaos Warriors. Yeah, Jayuki, you guys were awesome out there, Naruto added in. I agree. Your teamwork was most impressive. Zane complimented. Inside B's mindscape, Jayuki looked absolutely surprised and was caught off guard by what the children said. This was the first time any human had ever thanked him for doing something like helping them. Hell, this was the first time any human, other than B of course, would actually try to talk to him, especially through his Jinchuriki. Well, this is a first for me. Tell them I said that they're welcome and that it's nice to meet them. Jayuki told B, who chuckled at hearing the bashful tone in his voice. Yo, Jayuki said that y'all are welcome and that it's nice to meet you as well. The group nodded their heads at him with smiles on their faces. Amichao then recalled something about what Ms. Chio told them earlier. Oh yeah, I can't believe I forgot, the Robochao exclaimed, everyone's attention now on him. Hey B, before coming here we heard that there were 2 Jinchuriki in this village. Since you're here, where's the other one? You mean Yujito and her tailed beast Matatabi the monster cat? B asked, not seeing Felicia perk up at that. She and her squad are out of the village doing an air rank mission right now. They won't be back until a couple more days. Yujito and Matatabi. Zane muttered, making sure he would remember those names. Oh man, I wanted to meet them. Naruto complained. Cheer up, Naruto. I'm sure we'll meet them someday. Kia said. I want to meet them as well, especially since Matatabi is a giant cat. Felicia said. He coughed in his hand to get their attention. So anybody got any more questions? They looked at each other for a moment before looking back at him and shook their heads. Good. Now that we got out of the way, how about Master B gave you kids the grand tour of our fabulous village, then we can get this party started. Yeah, everyone replied with smiles on their faces. Later that night, music. Cherry blossoms, hyper potions. Up in the sky, loud and colorful fireworks could be seen in the Cloud Village. Not only that, but the sound of loud cheering could be heard. The sounds meant that everyone in the village from civilians to shinobi were having a party. The party was a celebration of the defeat of the lightning demon that was terrorizing their whole country has been destroyed, and for once everyone can now live with relief and a sense of security, now knowing their village and overall country were at peace once more. Down in the village plaza, everyone was gathered there. The tables were set up quite nicely as it gave enough space for everyone to walk. The tables had a cuisine of the country's finest foods, snacks and desserts. The table also had glasses of the finest beer and alcohol for the adults, while another table had some juice and milk for the children. There were also games set up for families to enjoy. All in all, this was a nice party. But it really wouldn't be a party without the guests of honor themselves there celebrating with them. Team Chaos were also at the plaza with Killer as they enjoyed the time of their life. Earlier, before the party was up and running, B showed them around the village while explaining certain things about them. Along the way, they gathered a lot of attention from the villagers, especially Felicia, since they were shocked as hell to see her in regular form. They went to various stores and used the money they had left to get some souvenirs. Kia and Felicia themselves went to a lot of clothing stores to check out what they had. Needless to say they were disappointed by what they saw and left. Like they did the previous times, the group took a lot of pictures together as they continued their exploration throughout the village. Hell, they even ran into B's students, a red-headed girl named Carrie and a white-haired boy Amoy, along with their sensei Samui. The moment Samui made an appearance, it took all of Naruto's willpower to not stare at those impressive large busts of hers. It also didn't help that she was also attractive. Hell, even Zane seemed somewhat curious about her. Thankfully, Ethan was too young to even be interested in the opposite hex, and Amachao was a Robochao. Kia and Felicia stared at Naruto with half-lit gazes before turning to look at Samui and her assets. The two of them stared at their own chests before looking towards each other. Kia looked ready to explode as it finally crossed her mind that Felicia was actually bigger than her and they were in the same age group. Felicia herself was in the same boat. This was the first time she had even seen a woman with such large breasts in this world. What's more, these weren't implants like back on the earth she came from, these were full natural breasts. Hell, she was even bigger than Morgan, and she's a succubus for crying out loud. Of course, they were B's students. Carrie saw the looks Naruto and Zane were giving her sensei and called them out on it, which snapped the two out of their gaze. Amoy snuck his way to them and whispered to them that she was just jealous because she was flat, which the boys agreed to after seeing her reaction. He even brought up Kia and Felicia, feeling the same way as he noticed their reactions too, which surprised them. Of course, Amoy received punishment for his comments from the three girls, with Carrie finishing him off, while Kia and Felicia dealt with Naruto and Zane, though for some reason they've been dealing with Naruto more than Zane. After that little incident, the group returned to their tour of the village before it ended. Once that was done, as Naruto promised, he let everyone listen to the various types of songs he got on his pad and showed them a playlist of different music genres, which were rap, hip-hop, rock, R&B, pop, party and regular non-lyric music. Since B asked first, Naruto let him listen to hip-hop first. B instantly fell in love with the genre as he became inspired by the various artists he listened to, like that rapper Hunted P. Next were R&B and pop, which Kia and Felicia found a favorite in, especially Felicia with pop songs, as she found herself singing along to some songs like Follow Me and Believe in Myself. Kia herself hummed along to the song Sweet Dreams and My Destiny. Hell, even Ethan joined in on the fun when Naruto played Believe in Myself. Before Naruto could play any more songs, he noticed he had gathered a lot of attention as the villagers looked at both him and his pad. They immediately surrounded him, asking him a bunch of questions about his mysterious music playing device and where he got it from. Nearby, everyone's sweat dropped from the commotion that was being caused as Naruto tried to keep them from touching his pad. Kia, Zane, Felicia and Amachao of course understood the villagers' reaction quite well. Compared to Sonic's world, and unknown to the others, yet the Earth where Felicia came from, they were incredibly advanced in technology, yet this world wasn't. To Felicia and Amachao, this world looked like it takes place in feudal Japan, since they had feudal lords, ninjas, ninja villages and even samurai. So to the people of this world, this was the first time they ever saw something like a smartphone, as this was something from another world, even though they don't know it. But Naruto didn't care about that as he began to grow angry when some of them tried to take it out of his hand before he transformed into a form reminiscent of Gayan Six and scared them off. Now, here they are, enjoying a victory party with Naruto acting as DJ. He had his pad hooked on a speaker and was blasting music from his party playlists. The party's been going on for hours, with it being so close to midnight, which meant it was almost time for it to end. He and Felicia were out dancing on the floor to the song that was playing, with everyone looking awestruck by them. Hell, some of the boys who wanted to join them looked a bit nervous and awkward as none of them didn't know how to dance. Matter of fact, nobody in the village were dancers as none of them learned how to since they saw no meaning to it. Amachao was with them as he danced around happily. Seeing them having so much fun dancing made Ethan join them as he tried to follow their movements. His big sisters helped him out by showing him some of the basics, which he managed to get down in no time with everyone watching. The young boy found himself dancing with everyone and he was enjoying every single moment of it. It wasn't long before the children joined them on the dance floor and then some of the grown-ups. Sadly, it was close to midnight and a lot of people were getting tired from having too much fun. So of course, as Naruto was the DJ for night, he decided to play one more song before they all hit the sack, only this one was a performance by both Killer Bee and Felicia. Earlier, before the party started, the two of them went to Naruto and wanted to perform a song together. For Felicia, this would be the first time she ever performed for the people of this world in the years since she's been living here and she wanted everyone to know who she is. For B, well, he just wanted to do a collaboration as a way to show everyone that Felicia was cool. The reception for their performance was incredible. The whole village, even the Raikage himself, who at the moment felt very proud in his younger brother, were stunned by their performance together, even Felicia was a bit surprised by B's rapping skills on the mic. Looks like listening to those songs really motivated and inspired him to be a better rapper in those moments he listened to them. The villagers immediately came to them and congratulated them on their stunning performance, though they were crowding Felicia more and asked her a bunch of questions about her race. Nearby, her friends looked on with smiles on their faces. Earlier, their reception on Felicia were mixed to some even fearing her. But now, after that amazing performance on stage, everybody loved her and wanted to know more about her. After that, everybody went to their homes to rest up, while those who were too drunk remained outside passed out on the ground. As for Team Chaos themselves, they followed B to an apartment where they would spend the night. The room they were in was pretty nice. There were 2 bedrooms, a living room connected to a kitchen and a bathroom. Ethan was already sleeping in one of the rooms, due to him already being asleep after the party ended. Meanwhile, everyone was in the living room. Music and Aoya B cheered happily. That was the craziest, wildest, banging party we've ever had in the village. Yo DJ Naruto, thanks a ton for the fun, you were the man out there. Aw, no biggie. Naruto smiled before looking excited. Besides, you and Felicia were the stars tonight, I'll say. Kia said happily. You two really killed it out there. Ah, shucks. It was nothing. Felicia said with a happy smile, scratching her cheek. Nothing. Nothing. You're crazy, Felicia, that was amazing. Naruto complimented her, earning a blush from her. We can tell you practiced really hard to sing and dance the way you did. You're like an idol. See, come on, you're making me blush, Naya. Felicia said, turning away from him with her ears twitching as she stole a glance at Naruto. Kia noticed this and turned to Naruto with her cheeks puffing out, which earned her an awkward chuckle from him as he silently wondered what he did. I still can't believe it, Amachao said happily as he danced around, getting the attention. We did it, we beat all of the Chaos Warriors, what's more, we also got 6 of the emeralds. Yeah, it's almost over. Kia said seriously. Huh? B and Felicia asked, looking a bit confused. Wait a sec, it's not over yet. I thought you guys beat them Chaos Warriors. B said. We did beat them. Zane said in a serious voice. All 5 of them. And we got 5 of the emeralds they stole from us. There's just one more we have to fight. Yeah. This one is different from the others. Naruto answered. His name is Tyrios Kura and well, long story short, he has the same powers as me and he's the reason why the Chaos Warriors were released. Really? Felicia asked, turning to Kia and Zane for confirmation with them nodding at her. Tyrios Kura? As in the infamous Kura clan? He asked, which got him surprised looks from Naruto, Kia and Zane. Kura clan? Naruto said, looking confused. He had no idea that Tyrios was a part of a clan. We didn't know he was a part of a clan. Have you heard of them? Kia asked. Yeah. They're an evil clan. B said in an ominous voice. Evil? Zane asked, narrowing his eyes. A long time ago, just months after the founding of the hidden villages, there existed a clan that always traveled throughout the nations. They weren't accepted into any shinobi village, big and small, because of their dark twisted ways. B explained. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked. What did this clan do? The Kura clan performed a dangerous and forbidden ritual in order to gain a power that would make them even greater than the Sage of 6 Paths himself. B replied, making everyone gasp in shock. To perform this ritual, they had to take one clan member, who is the heir, and the sacrificial branch members, even those outside of the clan. They extract the chakra of the sacrifices and send it all to the heir so that they can wield whatever jutsu or technique the sacrifices has. But what? Kia asked. There were drawbacks. B said. Well, the ritual was a success and the heir wielded the powers of the various ninja that were used as sacrifice. The results were not pretty. The heir got hit by an illness. The heir got sick. Zane asked. Yeah. The heir's body couldn't handle the amount of foreign chakra from different people that was in its system. It caused an unknown illness that broke the body down before they passed away. Some of the next heirs didn't live past the age of 13, while the others died after the ritual was finished. Even if they did miraculously survive, there were those who would still have the illness and seeing no use for a weak heir, they would either kill them or simply leave them to die. Team Chaos released gasps of horror at the revelation of what the Kur clan had done. "By God," Felicia whispered, covering her mouth. "Those poor children. What happened to this clan?" Kia asked. "Last time I heard of them was before the Third Great Ninja War. Seeing how they were becoming a huge threat to the nations, there was an immediate kill on sight for all members of the Kur clan. After that, we hadn't heard a thing about them, so we thought that they all died out. Looks like we were wrong," B said, frowning a little as he crossed his arms. "So they were hiding this whole time," Zane stated. He had a cold, angry look on his face as he thought about this clan of heinous ninja. Even though he's been asleep for a long time, he can already tell what's right and what's wrong. What the Kur clan has done to those people was the most disgusting thing he's ever heard, even more disgusting than Orochimaru's human experimentation. Is that really how shinobi are in this day and age? Just how low would they go to receive such impossible goals? Felicia looked absolutely horrified to hear such an evil clan existed. Sure, she's met some pretty nasty and evil Darkstalkers, even fought some of them, but these are humans they were talking about. These humans were actually sacrificing other humans just so they gain an even greater power that's similar to the Sage of Six Paths. How many people did they sacrifice, did they kill in order to get stronger? Just how despicable were they? "Oh man," Naruto muttered as his body trembled in anger. He couldn't believe the Tyrios had come from such a rotten, disgusting clan such as this. Hell, he couldn't believe that such a ninja clan even exists. They would practice human sacrifice, all just to receive a power that was similar to the sage himself. What utter foolishness. Kia was pretty much thinking the same thing as she bit down on her thumb. Just what the hell is going on in the shinobi nations? First human experimentation, now she is learning about them performing human sacrifices. Do shinobi really don't value human life at all? Do all they care about is just gaining power just to make their village stronger and nothing else? Was power so important to them that they would even turn their backs on those they call family, who were born too weak and not strong like them? The ninja villages aren't even saints themselves. Here they are living peaceful everyday lives as their ninja would protect them from harm, but once they see their resident Jinchuriki, they would automatically fear and hate them for the wrong reason, and in turn their Jinchuriki would hate them back to the point where they kill them. Just look at Gaara. Is this really the type of dark world they live in? All those things her father said to her about shinobi were right after all they do is learn how to take, steal and kill, just to complete whatever mission they had, and they don't care who they hurt along the way. Just shows much they truly are the worst. No. Kia shook such thoughts away from her head. I shouldn't be thinking like that, come on girl, remember what grandma said all those years ago, there is good and there is bad in everybody, shinobi included. But still. Hirio's Naruto thought, thinking back on that day when he arrived on the island and the moments before his battle with Tyrios. He said he wanted revenge. But in order to get it, he needed to have power. But revenge on who exactly? The guardian sighed tiredly and shook his head. If he wanted to get the answers, he would have to ask him. But he had no idea where. Oh? Are you looking for me, Naruto? Naruto's head shot up, showing an alarmed expression on his face, getting everyone's attention as he looked around frantically for the unknown male's voice. Who said that? Everyone looked confused at Naruto. Nobody said anything, Naruto. Kia said. But I just heard. What do you say we have a little chat? It took Naruto a moment to realize that the voice was coming from inside his head. A second later, he felt an incredibly powerful headache that made him clench his head and let out a yell which startled everyone. As he was holding his head to try and ease it, he fell on his knees before falling on his side, causing his friends to immediately come to his aid. Naruto, Felicia called out worriedly. What's happening to him, Kia? Zane asked. I don't know, Kia answered worriedly. Naruto, Amichao called out. Naruto, what's wrong? My head, Naruto said painfully. He could feel his consciousness fade as his vision was starting to get blurry and he couldn't hear his friends' voices. In those moments, did he realize whose voice it was that was talking to him? Tyrios. Unknown space. Naruto's eyes snapped open and he found himself inside a purple space. The space seems to darken slightly and there were faint black clouds in it. What the hell? What is this place? This is where I want us to talk. Naruto's eyes widened at the voice that came from directly behind him. He looked back in shock to see Tyrios standing there, looking at him with a smirk on his face. Hey. Long time no see, Naruto. Chapter 13. Hey. Yo. Long time no see, Tyrios. Naruto took in Tyrios' current form and he wasn't amused. His overall appearance still remained largely the same as when they first met, but with minor differences. His left eye's sclera was colored black and his iris was still a dark violet color. He has reptilian scale-like features on his face. That's a new look. Same to you. Tyrios shit back. I can tell you regained your missing pieces and became whole. About time too, I was starting to get bored waiting for you. Naruto glared at him while a small smirk formed on his face. Well, I did get jumped by 6 emerald-powered chaos warriors and was unconscious for 2 days because of it. So sorry for taking too long. Oh? Tyrios looked amused. Well, that explains a lot. I've heard the Chaos Warriors have been causing trouble around the great shinobi nations. But still, I must congratulate you on doing a job well done for defeating Charmed. Naruto said dryly before looking serious, tell me something. After we fought that day, you said you had no use for the Chaos Warriors. Then why give them the Chaos Emeralds? What was the point? Kirio's expression turned blank as he stared at Naruto. He closed his eyes for a moment as though he was thinking or remembering something very important. Before I answer that question, allow me to tell you a story. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel Naruto raising an eyebrow at him. He opened his eyes to look him in the eyes. Tell me, have you heard of the Kura clan? The Kura clan? Naruto clenched his fists at the mention of the clan he just recently learned about. Yeah, I heard about them. They performed human sacrifices on innocent people and their own clansmen just to get a power that's impossible to reach. I also know about the kill on side order on them after the 5 countries' leaders had enough of them, but nobody's seen them since. Kirio stared at Naruto before he smiled. Well, looks like someone did their homework. He said. Yes. Everything you heard about the Kura clan is true, but I think it'll be better if you heard our history from its last member. What are you talking about? Naruto asked. The guardian narrowed his eyes in confusion when Tyrios raised his hand and snapped his fingers. His confusion turned into surprise when he saw the space around them shifted and changed. They were now on the road where they saw a small group of people, in the form of silhouettes, walking down the road. A long time ago, the Kura clan were nothing but a small traveling merchant clan. However, after the Sage of Six Paths gifted all living creatures with the power of chakra and with the discovery of ninjutsu, that small clan evolved from being a merchant to a mercenary shinobi clan. Tyrios explained, watching as the small group of people started to increase more as he told the story. The scene changed to show the Kura clan fighting against several shinobi in a bloody war, making Naruto look disturbed by the carnage, while Tyrios remained neutral on it. During the Warring States period, my clan was one of many who were hired by the highest bidder to do the dirty work. The reason was because of our unique skills with Yin release. Unique skills? Naruto asked. We can control the darkness, or to be more specific, we control the shadows. Tyrios answered, much to Naruto's confusion. Unlike the Hidden Leaf's Nara clan, who are known for their shadow possession techniques and can only do so much with it, the Kura clan can become and control the shadows themselves. So, in a way, the Nara and Kura clans were considered rivals during that era. Hearing this made Naruto think about that lazy kid he met a long time ago. What was his name again? Shikamichi. No, that wasn't right. Shikanoko. No, it was definitely Shika something. Shikamaru. Yeah, Shikamaru, that was his name. It didn't take long for the other mercenary clans to hunt us down like dogs and kill us because of their fear for our power. Tyrios continued. Most of the surviving members left and went into hiding. It wasn't until after the establishment of shinobi villages did the Kura clan reappear, only with evil intentions. Human sacrifice? Naruto said, already knowing the answer. Tyrios nodded his head, watching as the scene changed to show the Kura clan hiding in a cave. After the Kura clan lost most of its members and went into hiding, they wanted revenge against their enemies and the allies who betrayed them when they needed them the most. But with how small they were, they knew they stood no chance against the powerful shinobi clans, especially the Senju and Uchiha. So they decided to do something about it. In order to become even more powerful, they had to get the power of the Sage of Six Paths himself. The scene changed to show the Kura clan with a bunch of struggling people tied up in a circle with a lone man standing in the center of it. In order to acquire that power, they had to look up various forbidden rituals. Most of them failed, and the clan only grew smaller as a result. It wasn't long until they decided to perform human sacrifice on certain individuals with powerful chakra. The ritual was to take the chakra of those individuals and add it to their own. It worked successfully as they had enough power to match against the Senju and Uchiha, but it came at a price. The scene changed to show a temple of some kind, and the 2 demigods could hear the sound of coughing. The body couldn't handle the amount of different foreign chakra. As a result, the body will weaken and they'll contract an incurable illness. They will die afterwards. Tyrios explained as his fists balled up in anger. They kept up with that ritual for so many years, kidnapping people from different nations, using them and their own clansmen as a way to balance out the foreign chakra in their body. They even kidnapped members of the Uzumaki clan because of their powerful life force so that they could extend their lives. But after what happened to their homeland all those years ago, they couldn't find any Uzumaki that were alive. They believed they went extinct. The moment he heard Uzumaki clan and sacrifice used in the same sentence, Naruto was horrified to learn such a thing had happened to his own clansmen all those years ago. Uzumaki. They used the Uzumaki clan as sacrifices. Even though he doesn't consider himself an Uzumaki because of obvious reasons, that's still his clansman. To even hear they were hunted down like dogs and used as sacrificial pawns for the Kura clan's twisted desire for more power almost made Naruto want to go after the clan himself and avenge his deceased clansmen. And then came the third great ninja war, where the Kura clan finally decided to make their appearance, turning the tides of battle. Tyrios continued once again. However, once word had spread about what they had done throughout the years, the other nations decided to join forces, hunting them down and killing them without any mercy, forcing them into hiding once more. Of course, after the war ended, that was when our generation was born. The vision disappeared and they were back into the purple space. And what about you? Naruto asked, causing Tyrios' eyes to go dark. Unlike the other members of the clan, I was born with a weak and frail body. Yet despite knowing that, my bastard father, the clan head at the time, trained me non-stop so I could lead the clan to greatness once again. No matter how much I pleaded or cried, he didn't stop. He just wanted a strong heir. Naruto gasped in shock from hearing that. The rest of the clan didn't do anything to stop him because they feared him and his great power, despite how weak his body was getting. The only person who would ever stand up to him was my mother. Tyrios gave a small smile as he remembered her. To me, my mother was my light. Whenever that bastard tried to hurt me or take it too far, she would immediately step in to stop him without fear, even just to fight him to get him to leave me alone. She was always there for me when I needed her the most, and I would have done anything I could to protect her from my father. Naruto was surprised at the tone Tyrios used to describe his mother and seeing the gentle smile on his face. There's no doubt in his mind that Tyrios absolutely loved his mother very much and said mother loved him just as much as she stood up to his father to protect him. If he were younger, he would have felt jealous at such a thing and wished Kushina would have done the same thing for him. But nope. He didn't feel jealous at all. As weird as it sounded, he felt happy to hear how much Tyrios loved his mother very much and she loved him just as much. But then why didn't you two just leave? Naruto asked softly. We were going to. Tyrios lost his smile and had a cold look on his face. Until that bastard found out about it from my grandfather, who was listening to us. They took us and had us locked in cages for days with no food or water. When my father and the clan finally came, they took my mother while my father took me, telling me that this would be my punishment for trying to escape. Naruto's eyes widened as he found himself trembling slightly hearing such a sad story. He almost didn't want to ask the next question that would leave his lips, but he had to know. What did he do to you two? He used my mother as one of the sacrifices to perform the ritual on himself, and I was there being forced to watch it happen. Tyrios answered coldly, an angry glare on his face. After the ritual was finished, my father and the clan kicked me out, leaving me to die all alone. I would have too if not for my master. Master? Yes. Tyrios answered, his face blank as he recalled meeting a man with orange spiky hair and having purple eyes with ripple designs in them. After he found me in the woods, he took me in and fixed me up. 4 years I've stayed with him and he taught me much, however, after my 4th year, I left him to continue on with my revenge. He wanted me to join his organization, but I turned him down. My revenge was much more important. After I left, I ran into an oracle. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. You mean those people that can see into the future? Tyrios shook his head. Close, but no. They tell you about a prophecy that has yet to come. The oracle I met told me that I would go to an island to meet a god and inherit its power, while also meeting a boy who's like me. He ignored the shocked gasp. She said that the two of us will battle each other and that whoever wins shall decide the fate of this world. One will prevail and the other will fall. The rest is history. No words came out of Naruto's mouth. What could he say? What could he possibly say after listening to such a story? He just didn't know. Now, back to your earlier question. Tyrios said, an equal serious look on his face. What was the point in giving the Chaos Warriors the emeralds and having you travel to the nations to get them? Tell me, in your honest words, how did the world look to you during your journey across the nations? Naruto looked surprised by the sudden question. He was about to answer before he looked back on the journey he and his friends took. There were some good moments and some bad moments as well. The good thing was that he was able to meet a lot of people, make some new friends and learn more about the shinobi world. The bad thing was that he was introduced to the darker side of the world. Smaller countries being ruled by a corrupt bastard, a good person who only saw himself as a tool for someone who saved him, a Jinchuriki being mistreated so badly by everyone in the village, including his own family to the point he became an emotionless tool, just as his father wanted, even though he tried to kill him. A child among others who were being experimented on by an ex-Hidden Leaf ninja war hero, an innocent Catwoman looking for help, only to get attacked because she wasn't human, and then there was learning about Tyrios' clan not too long ago. It's messed up. Naruto finally answered. Wrong. The dark demigod said in a blank tone. This world is more than just messed up. It's hell, Naruto. Absolute hell. A world that's in an endless cycle of war and hatred is nothing but hell. That's why I had you travel throughout the shinobi world. I wanted you to see for yourself the state of this world. What do you mean? Naruto asked, frowning at Tyrios. Why did he want him to show the state of the world? Oh come on. You said it yourself, the world is messed up. Tyrios reminded him before giving him a cold glare. While everyone in this world is suffering from their own different kinds of hell, what exactly have you been doing? You've been staying on a flying island completely far away from civilization, by yourself, and living a wonderful happy life, while protecting a bunch of powerful rocks that no one doesn't know exist. Naruto's eyes widened in shock from what he said while Tyrios continued on. Everybody everywhere is suffering from a lot of things, wars, slavery, abuse, so many terrible acts in this world that give birth to nothing, hatred and pain. Those who fall victim to the hatred will end up getting revenge on those who wronged them in the past, but what then? Soon, that revenge will consume you, and you will end up hating the world to the point where you want to destroy it. Memories of seeing the Knuckles clan attack the altar and Chaos killing them in retaliation flashes through Naruto's mind. It wasn't just that, but he also began to remember all the pirate ships he encountered that were filled with slaves or captured women. He even started to remember the attack on Kia's island, meeting Felicia and hearing her story, and all the awful things he learned that were going on in the world. Yet you've been living on an island enjoying your peaceful life while everyone else is suffering right below you, and you didn't give a damn. Tyrios' glare became harsher, even growing darker. To think that Chaos would choose someone like you to inherit his power and you're not doing nothing with it, you're nothing but a coward. Shut up, Naruto yelled angrily, feeling offended by what Tyrios said as his eyes glowed an intense emerald green. His fists were clenched tightly, yet no blood was dripping in this dream. You have no idea what you're saying. It's not just the emeralds I'm protecting. There are creatures that survived the destruction of Chaos's world, and monsters from this world have been coming to my island trying to take over it. I promised Chaos that I would protect the island, its creatures and the emeralds from anyone or anything that could harm them. Oh, really? Tyrios asked sarcastically. Is that really true, or are you just using that as an excuse to stay on the island and not worry about the surface world? Naruto growled menacingly, not even bothering to answer the question. If anything terrible was going on the island while he was away, then the Master Emerald would tell him right away. HMPH. We're getting off topic anyway. The teen said. After I left the island, I immediately went back to the land of demons, where the Kura clan had been secretly hiding out. Do you want to know what I did? Naruto's glowing eyes narrowed. What? He began to feel a little unease at the dark insane-like grin that appeared on Tyrios' face. I hunted and killed every single member of the Kura clan that spreaded throughout the country, the last Kura member exclaimed, shocking Naruto. The space around them rippled and distorted, changing to show Tyrios in his order form as he slaughtered every single Kura clan member that was in his sight, even those that tried to run away from him. It was clear to Naruto that Tyrios wasn't going to spare any of them alive, not a single man, woman or even child was spared. You will not believe how scared they were when they saw me again after so long. They acted as though I was a ghost that came back to haunt them, Tyrios said, looking at them with a somewhat insane expression. I made sure to hunt each and every one of them down like the wild dogs that they were. The scene changed again, this time showing them inside a temple. The temple looked like it went through a great battle as it was caught on fire, and there were dead bodies around. The vision version of Tyrios was standing in front of a man that looked like an older, mature version of him, except he had a full beard, he looked sickly pale, and his kimono were ripped to shreds with blood leaking from his cuts. The man was looking up at the vision Tyrios with terror-filled eyes and looked like he was pleading to him. The other Tyrios simply looked down at him coldly and in disgust. He then went on to attack the older man, brutally punching his face, which made blood splatter around the room and caused Naruto to flinch. I saved my father for last. Tyrios said. I wanted him to suffer for what he did to me all those years ago and to my mother. I tortured him non-stop until I finally broke him. Once I was done with him, I left and started my training, waiting for you to get done with the Chaos Warriors. Now that you've dealt with them, here I am. And where exactly are you right now? Naruto questioned once more. He then noticed the space around them starting to become distorted once again, and he found himself starting to wake up. He looked up at Tyrios and saw his grin. Don't worry, you'll know in just a bit. Naruto woke up with a startled gasp. He took deep calming breaths and looked around the room, seeing that he was inside one of the rooms of the apartment lying down on one of the beds. The moon's light lit up the room, allowing him to see that Ethan and Amacha were sleeping on the other bed, with Zane sleeping on a comfy-looking chair that has a footrest. The guardian sighed softly, giving his friends a gentle smile before a frown found its way on his face, recalling his meeting with Tyrios. He didn't like the way he said that last bit. From the way he said it, it sounded like they were going to meet very soon, and with how late it is outside, he wants it to only be just them. Fine by me. The guardian whispered to himself, a determined scowl present on his face. If Tyrios wanted him to come alone, then that's what's going to happen. He got off the bed and walked out of the room, closing the door softly so that he wouldn't wake them. He never noticed one of Zane's eyes opening slightly. Naruto stood in the hallway, getting ready to check on the girls, but was forced to do a double take as he looked into the living room to see B passed out on the couch with a blanket on him, along with notes that had lyrics scattered on the floor. The Guardian also saw his pad sitting on the table, which is more than likely dead due to B listening to his music. He was also mumbling raps in his sleep. The Guardian gave B a flat gaze, but then shook his head and let out an amused chuckle. He raised a finger and created a small energy ball, firing it at the pad as it vanished. He blew his finger as though it was a gun and walked to the girls' room, slightly opening the door to see them both sleeping peacefully with Felicia in her cat form. He smiled at them as he closed the door softly, not seeing Felicia's ear twitching or Kia opening one eye as she watched him leave. The Guardian demigod stood outside on the apartment's roof, looking at the crescent moon. He closed his eyes, and the 6 Chaos Emeralds appeared circling around him. He looked at the emeralds with a smile. This has been one wild adventure. I almost feel like Sonic. This journey has definitely been crazy. They beat the Chaos Warriors, fought against ninjas and a Jinchuriki, saw more of the nations, and even made some friends. Sadly, while they did have their fun, they were also exposed to the dark side of the nations. If he were honest with himself, Naruto expected something like this. After all, certain comics, TV shows and movies from Chaos's world shows how ninjas are and the world they live in, which was pretty dark, with some even being light-hearted for young children. But in the real shinobi world, it's completely darker. They found a child out in the desert who was experimented on by an evil bastard who seeks immortality, a Jinchuriki who was truly hated and feared by everyone in the village, including his own family, and became an emotionless unstable weapon. The catgirl who was being chased away and are attacked by everyone around because they thought she was a monster, and a now extinct clan who sacrificed people just to acquire a power that's impossible to get. And then there's him. A once little boy who was born without any kind of power and was ignored or looked at with disappointment, contempt or any kind of negative feeling. Gyrios is right. This world is hell. Naruto thought solemnly, remembering Haku, Zabuza and Gaara. And everyone is living in it. He bit his lower lip in anger as Tirio's words kept replaying in his head. About how he was enjoying a peaceful life on Angel Island while the people down below were suffering and how much of a coward he was for not doing anything. Despite giving a good enough reason for why he didn't help anyone down below, except for those who were in danger out at sea, deep down in his heart, he knew Tirio's was right and it made him feel ashamed of himself. How the hell can he enjoy living a peaceful life on his island when there are other people who are suffering due to discrimination and various other things? Was he really that selfish to keep the peacefulness of Angel Island to himself and not wanting to share it with those like him? Naruto took a deep inhale through his nose and let out a sigh. He looked up at the sky and had a bitter smile on his face. Man, I'm a real selfish jerk. Naruto. The Guardian jumped a little and looked back to see Kia, Zane, Amachao and Felicia all wide awake and were staring at him with concern. He was so lost in thought that he didn't hear them come up. Guys. What are you doing up so late? We should be asking you that. Kia said, walking up to him with a worried frown. Yeah. Amachao agreed, flying next to Naruto's head. It's 4 o'clock in the morning and you're out here by yourself. Oh. Really? Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly and gave them a smile. Guess it never crossed my mind to check the time. Are you okay, Naruto? Felicia asked in concern. We were worried when you suddenly fell. Naruto's smile twitched a little, but it vanished and was replaced with a frown as he looked away from them a little bit. I know. I'm not fine. He felt Kia walk up to him and place her hand on his arm. You want to talk about it? Naruto looked at her then to the others. Well, they were already up and he didn't want to keep what happened earlier a secret. So he talked. He told them about the meeting between him and Tirio's. He left nothing out in the conversation and nobody didn't bother to stop him to ask questions as they listened. Once he was finished, they all looked shocked and horrified, except for Kia who looked down. I don't believe it. He really went through all that? Felicia asked in a whispered voice. She felt sickened by what she heard. Yeah. He did. Naruto answered. That's awful, Amachao exclaimed. His own mother was used as a sacrifice and nobody in his clan cared. And you said he was sick? Yeah. He wanted to get his revenge on his father and the whole clan before he died. Naruto replied. He met an oracle along the way and she basically told him about Kia's island, Order and me. When he and Order merged, I'm guessing that the sickness he once had disappeared. Zane closed his eyes. I see. So that's how he knew about Twilight Island. This oracle must have shown him the location and he headed straight there to find Order and inherit his powers. He probably wasn't expecting to see the Chaos Warriors there. Naruto nodded and was about to say something else until he noticed something. Kia remained silent throughout the whole storytelling. He looked towards her only to see her still looking down with her eyes shadowed over. Kia? Kia remained silent for a couple of seconds. I hate this. She said, getting the whole group's attention as they looked surprised by what she said. The ninja world, I hate everything about it. Why does it even exist? What was the purpose for it? Nobody had the answer to that question. It just doesn't make sense. Kia continued, hugging herself to stop her body from trembling. The Sage of Six Paths gave people chakra for one reason only, to help us understand one another and lead the world into peace. But somewhere down the line someone weaponized it and used this gift as a weapon, birthing ninjutsu and starting the ninja world. Everyone frowned distastefully at that. When we started this journey, we learned a lot of things. Some were good, but the rest were terrible. I always knew it would be harsh and cruel, but this is just too much, Kia exclaimed, grinding her teeth in frustration as she thought about the people they met and the lives they were forced to live in because of this world. Jinchuriki, wars, human experimentation. How does any of this live up to the sage's legacy of everlasting peace? How can we live in a world where there's nothing but violence around every corner and innocent people are getting involved? By the end of her rant, Kia had tears of frustration near the edges of her eyes, but she did not once shed them. She kept them in because crying about it won't change anything. She couldn't help it either. She was just so tired and angry about the unfairness of the ninja world. Why? Why couldn't these shinobi get it through their heads that enough was enough? How long will it take for them to realize that sooner or later they're going to destroy themselves and their nations? War, segregation, hatred, when will it all end? While Kia was going through with her thoughts, everyone watched on before turning away, none of them answering her questions because they knew they couldn't find them. To Felicia, in a way, this world was quite similar to the human world where she was originally raised in. Of course there were a lot of differences, one of them being the fact that the people of her former human world were aware of Darkstalkers' existence and they both feared and hated them. The humans of that world would also hire Darkhunters, those who hunt Darkstalkers like her since, according to them, they were of high value in terms of materials which can be used for biological weapons or scientific research. Just thinking about it made her feel disappointed at the humans of her former world. Despite the negative reception she got when she first arrived here she is years later finally out of her cat form in front of people who accepted her for who she is, not caring at all about what she is. Amachao thought about his old world as well. While true his former home wasn't perfect either, it was mainly due to Dr. Eggman and his empire or some other powerful threat trying to either take over or destroy the world. Gosh, even the space colony Ark incident should be used as an example as well. But despite all of that, Sonic and his friends would always be there to save their world from any kind of threat, be it from Eggman or something else. Zane glared at the ground, knowing full well that Kia is right by what she said, and he agreed with her completely. Even though he doesn't remember his past, he does know full well that this world is at the point where it's close to destroying itself. From the history books he read during the party, there was a third great ninja war that happened 13 years ago. He knew that if one nation were to infiltrate and attack the other, then war would immediately break out. Elder Chio was even right about the Cloud Village. They did some pretty shady stuff because of their paranoia that the other villages could have the upper hand in case the violence resumed. This has been happening during the time of the first peace treaty, and they never honored it. He even heard about the current fourth Raikage, had sent someone to Naruto's former home a couple years ago to kidnap a young girl who had a special dijutsu called a Byakugan before they got killed by a member of that clan. In retaliation, the village tried to get the body of that member so they could study the Byakugan by threatening them with war. It worked but not in the way they expected and they got rid of the corpse. This only proved how low shinobi villages would go in order to amass power by not only stealing secrets or kidnapping shinobi from other villages but also using war as a threat. Naruto didn't really think all that much since he's been thinking about it since he woke up. But then he thought about his days back in Konoha. Throughout his whole childhood, all he ever wanted was to be an awesome shinobi like the fourth Hokage and his wife, but because of his condition, they turned away from him and focused more on their daughters instead. Hell, the only person who believed in his potential as a shinobi was Lord Third. Even though he didn't have chakra to do ninjutsu or any of that, the old man taught him basic taijutsu and even went so far as to teach him how to properly throw a shuriken and wield a sword. The rest, unfortunately, he had to learn on his own. Despite this, Naruto felt grateful that the old man was the only one who took the time of day to teach him how to fight and was someone who believed in him. But now, after learning how screwed up the shinobi world truly is, Naruto was glad he made the right call to give up on that stupid dream of being Hokage just to get acknowledgement. This journey made him realize that every ninja village has a deep dark secret that they don't want exposed in the light. If that was true, then what about the Leaf Village? What sort of dark secrets was it hiding? What did the old man do during his time as Hokage? No. He didn't even want to think about that. As far as he could tell, the ninja world is almost on the brink of destruction and it will be a matter of time before one of the great nations wage war on each other. In fact, Naruto wasn't even sure if the whole ninja continent would survive the fourth great ninja war, just look at what happened during the third war. Innocent people are still suffering from the aftermath of it, and they will suffer more if another great ninja war happens because of some idiot cage or ninja wanting to prove their village country is the strongest or they themselves are stronger. Suddenly, his thoughts went towards Angel Island and its creation. Due to Tycho sealing both herself and chaos inside the Master Emerald, what was once part of an ordinary continent ends up becoming a floating island because of an energy backlash, though Naruto believed it was the Master Emerald itself that caused it. He didn't even know why the mural said the remaining Knuckles clan were the ones who created Angel Island, but he already knew why, so future generations know of their power. Fast forward today, and Naruto became the island's new guardian and the first human to be so. As he lived on the island, he noted that the landmass was quite massive, almost to the point where he could proudly say it's actually a continent instead of a simple island. After all, some of the zones looked like places where you could build towns and villages in it. Heck, you could even build a city zone on the island just like how Eggman created Carnival Night. He just knew that if people were to live on Angel Island, they would. Wait, people living on the island. Should he do it? It honestly sounded crazy, insane and very risky, but Naruto shook his head from the negative thoughts. He will do it. Good people are suffering in this damn continent and the ninja here don't even care. Guys, listen. He got their attention, including Kia. This is gonna sound crazy, but once this is all over, I want to. The guardian stopped talking and looked as though he got struck by a lightning bolt. He wasn't the only one as Kia looked the same way. The two slowly looked at each other with widened eyes before looking off into the same direction. The others looked at the two with confusion before glancing at each other, silently asking each other what was up with them. Naruto, the reincarnated princess, said, immediately getting out of her earlier funk and looked serious. Yeah, I know. What's the matter? Zane asked, looking into the same direction they were facing. Yeah, what are you guys looking at? Felicia asked curiously. The last emerald. Kia answered, her eyes narrowed. It's coming from that direction. You mean Namikaze railed off? Curious? Naruto replied, looking ready to fight. He reached into his pocket and tossed Kia the bag of warp rings, making her and the others look at him in confusion. He didn't face them and continued looking ahead. Grab Ethan and head back to Angel Island. I'm going to put an end to this. Not without us. Kia told him, making him look back at her just as she tossed the brown bag back at him. We're coming with you. Naruto looked at it then back to Kia and frowned. Kia, this is personal for me too. Kia stopped him, giving Naruto a glare which made him flinch back in surprise. He came to my island, released Order and the Chaos Warriors, attacked my home and killed nearly everyone I knew and loved, including almost killing my father, no matter what happened to him in his past or his reasons for it. There is no excuse. I won't let him get away with what he did, so you're taking us with you whether you like it or not. While she was talking, she walked right up to Naruto, making him back up slightly, then got right into his face just as she finished her sentence. He backed up a little bit more to put some distance between them and just looked at her determined face with surprise. Kia. Naruto felt a hand touch his shoulder, making him look up slightly to see it was Zane. She's right, Naruto. We started this journey together, so we're gonna end it together. Zane said, a smile forming on his face. We're a team, what's more we're your friends. We're not gonna let you handle this alone. Zane. Pound me in too, Felicia said, pounding her fist with her palm, a determined grin on her face. I don't know this guy, but he sounds like a very bad guy who hurt my friends. Anybody who hurts my friends, I'll use them as scratching posts. Naya. The others turned to Felicia after she said that. Zane and Kia wore smiles on their faces, while Naruto still had that surprised look on his face. Felicia. You know I'm with you, Namikaze said, a determined grin on his face as well. There's some features on this body I haven't really bothered to try out yet, and I want to test them out. Namikaze? Naruto said softly, looking at everyone with his lips trembling slightly. He felt extremely touched how they were willing to go with him to take care of Tyrios. Back on the island, he fought various monsters all by himself in order to protect his loved ones from them. The first time he actually fought a monster, he was still trying to control his powers, and he froze up in fear from discovering it after he wandered through the forest. That small moment caused the monster to attack him with him fleeing away in fright, forgetting in that moment that he had powers to fight it. It wasn't long before some of the Chow and Wisps came to his aid to save him and try to fight the monster, but at the cost of their own lives. That horrifying day forever changed him. He doesn't remember what happened after that, but the moment he became more aware, he found the monster dead at his feet. Its entire body looked like it was beaten, clawed at, and even some parts of it were bitten off. His hands were also covered in its blood, and the area they were in was completely destroyed. Once he saw the bodies of the deceased Chow and Wisps, the memory of what happened came rushing back to him. And he let it out. His regret, guilt, rage and sadness. He let all of these emotions out in the forms of crying and yelling. He let his fear get the better of him, and it cost his friends to risk their lives to protect him. That was something he would never forgive himself for. He made an oath that day. That no matter what enemy he's facing, be they monsters, humans or anything else, he will never back down or run away from them. He will face them head on and win, no matter what. Naruto suddenly punched himself in the face, making everyone look comically shocked. They were right. They were his friends, damn it, they were a team, he wouldn't be here without them, so why the hell was he thinking he could handle Tyrios by himself, just because he's finally whole? The Guardian removed his fist from his face, looking at his friends with a happy grin. Yeah, you guys are right, we're all in this together. We've been through a lot during this adventure, and now it's almost over, so let's finish it off with a bang. Yeah, Kia, Amachao and Felicia replied happily. Affirmative. Zane smirked. Yuama's shy voice spoke up, making everyone look surprised. They turned their attention to the voice and saw Ethan standing there, looking timid yet firm. I want to come too. His response surprised them. Kia smiled gently at him as she walked up to Ethan, kneeling to his height and rubbing his head softly. You can't come with us this time, Ethan. The reincarnated princess said. Where we're going is too dangerous for you. I know. Ethan said softly, grabbing his demon-like arm and gripping it. And I'm really scared. But you all saved me. You were nice to me, you accepted me, you even let me be a part of your family. And he closed his eyes and trembled as he remembered the nurse. He looked up at them, showing them his scared yet determined expression. I don't want to lose any of you, so I'm going with you. The group looked stunned by what Ethan said and the determination he was showing despite being scared. Kia looked conflicted, along with Felicia. While she admits that she was caught off guard by seeing Ethan's mysterious power the other day, she knew that he was unaware. He immediately proved it during their meeting with Raikage when she heard him mutter it happened again, which further increased her anger towards Orochimaru for making him go through all that. The island princess looked towards Naruto, who immediately noticed and nodded at her. He turned to Ethan and got to his eye level. Do you think you can handle it, kiddo? He asked. Take it from me, this guy we're gonna fight is mighty strong. Ethan nodded his head, his determined expression not leaving, which made Naruto's smile widen. Okay, I believe you. The Guardian said, trying not to pay attention to the half-lidded glare Kia and Felicia were giving him. Just stay close to us and watch our backs. Oh okay, Ethan beams at him. Naruto Amachao said, feeling worried for their youngest member. I know Omo. Naruto reassures the Robochow, already knowing what he's gonna say. We don't know much about Ethan's powers, but he does have some form of training at least. Still, I want you to take Ethan back to the island if things start going bad to worse. Understand? You got it, Amachao said happily, with the girls nodding in approval of Naruto's decision, both of them wearing smiles. Right now let's go show Tyrios the real awesome power of teamwork. Naruto grins with determination, which everyone shares as he raises his hand up. You got it. Now chaos control. Naruto called out the technique as the group vanished in a flash of green light. Unknown to them, B was hiding behind the entrance to the roof, leaning on the door with his arms crossed, and he had a knowing smile on his face. Inside the seal, Jiki also had a smile as well. Heh. Something tells me that this won't be the last time we see those kids. You bet. B said, looking up at the night sky. Good luck y'all. Meanwhile, Twilight Island. The beach. Sarabi stood on the beach, looking out in the distance with a serious expression on her face, not paying any mind to the strong wind that started to pick up as it moved her hair. It had been 2 weeks since Kia had left her island to join Naruto and Zane on their journey. Since then, they've been rebuilding what they could manage on the island, such as homes, shelters and the likes. Thankfully, they still had food growing in some places, so they weren't really worried about it, including the drinks. Juan has been extremely worried about Kia since she left, but as the village chief of Twilight Island, he had a duty towards his people and community to help rebuild what was lost. Nala was worried herself, but not so much as Quan was, as she had faith in her and the others. Kia's friends were also worried as well, all of them talking about and wondering what Kia and the others might be doing. They were coming up with some wild crazy theories, but all were the same, fighting against strong shinobi, them beating the chaos warriors, and an even crazier theory about them meeting a tailed beast and their Jinchuriki. Sarabi shook her head at the thought, but knew it was probably true. After all, Kia and her friends were at the Ninja Nations, so there's no telling who or what they might run into. She just hopes and prays that they were safe and sound. The old woman slowly opened her eyes as she heard the sound of thunder in the distance. She looked at the sky, noticing the clouds beginning to darken and cover it with flashes of lightning being seen. She immediately knew what this meant. A great and terrifying battle was about to begin. And she knew who would be caught in it. Sarabi put her hands together in a silent prayer and closed her eyes again. Oh great ancestors, please watch over my granddaughter and her friends. She opened her eyes once more and looked up at the darkened sky. Kia, Naruto, Zane. Please, be careful. Land of waves. Tazuna's house. Kushina woke up with a startle. She took deep calming breaths to calm her racing heart. She could hear the wind picking up outside as they were hitting the tiles of the roof. She took a quiet sigh and stood up from her sleeping position. She walked right up to the window and saw the dark clouds covering the sky. She didn't know why, but something about this weather felt unnatural to her. As far as she knows, the weather for this week was supposed to be good to average. There was nothing about a storm happening, which is why it put her on edge. Plus this feeling inside her heart. Her instincts, not just her ninja instincts, but her motherly instincts were screaming at her, telling her that something horrible was happening to her children, to one of them at least, and she knew exactly who it was. Naruto. The Uzumaki matriarch unconsciously reached for her bracelet and held it tightly. She didn't like this. She didn't like this at all. This storm, this feeling in her chest. There's no doubt in her mind that this unexpected storm was an ominous sign. Something big was about to happen, and Naruto and his friends were a part of it. Damn it, just what the hell is happening out there? Kushina whispered, feeling angry about this bizarre situation. She looked up at the sky. Naruto, wherever you are, please be safe. Just outside the house, Hiruzen, Jiraiya and Tsunade were there looking up at the cloud-covered sky, all three having focused expressions. Sensei Jiraiya started to say only for the retired Hokage to nod his head. I know, Jiraiya. I know. Hiruzen told his students softly, his eyes showing worry for a certain someone. Naruto. Hidden Leaf Village. Hokage's mountain. Minato Namikaze stood on top of his stone head, looking up at the darkened clouds, seeing and hearing the sound of lightning cracking in the sky as the wind started to pick up, blowing his spiky hair along for the ride. His eyes narrowed and brows furrowed as he was in deep thinking. Seeing this unexpected weather change had already told him that a huge battle was about to take place. Where exactly, he had no idea. But, unknown to him, he and Kushina had shared the same similar feeling when they both awoke to see this storm. It told him that whatever battle was about to take place, Naruto and his friends were going to take part in it. Minato looked down towards his home, which was near the forest area, and saw the lights were on. His daughters were wide awake, and he knew that they too were starting to worry about their brother. He could even feel them sending chakra to one of his markers. He sighed and looked back at the sky, feeling very anxious about what was about to happen to Naruto and his friends, and silently wondered if they were going against a powerful chaos warrior. Naruto. I don't know where you and your friends are right now, but be safe. He teleports back home to ease his daughters. Land of Demons. In a flash of blue light, Team Chaos appeared. They immediately noticed the darkened sky and strong wind that was picking up, making them cover their faces before it stopped, which made them lower hands. They looked around the area they were in and looked shocked. From the looks of it, they were in a large village, but it looked like it was destroyed during a huge battle. The forest nearby was also caught in the crossfire. The trees were either destroyed or looked like it was burned, the village homes were completely destroyed, there were huge fissures and craters on the ground, and it didn't help that there were dead bodies everywhere, their dried blood staining the dirt. Of course, everyone looked unsettled by seeing the corpses. They didn't want to, but after seeing many of them during their adventure, they were starting to get used to it. Though they did hate the smell of rotting flesh and the flies that were buzzing around the rotting corpses. Ethan shook in fear at seeing this as he grabbed Naruto's pants leg, who gently rubbed his head. Don't worry, pal. Just don't look at them. The guardian said. I'll try. What happened here? Felicia asked, her ears pulled back to her head. Tia narrowed her eyes for a few seconds, and they started to glow pink. She saw a vision of Tyrios attacking this village, killing every single villager and ninja that was there in hiding. Once the vision ended, her eyes returned to their normal color, making her shake her head a little. Tyrios did this. Kia informed her friends, getting their attention as she looked at the destroyed village. This village was where the Kur clan lived. In other words, this is Tyrios' home. Zane said, glancing around. Now the question is, where is he? He's up there. The group looked up to where Naruto was looking and saw a palace across a partly destroyed bridge. Lightning shot out from the sky and struck behind the palace, creating a loud crash and lighting up the sky for a bit, showing what the palace looked like before the light died down. The palace was pretty big, yet it looked so old, though it might be because the palace itself looked like it was attacked as the roof was gone. It also didn't help that there was also blood splattered on the building. There was also a faint purple light coming from inside the palace, telling them it was the last emerald. Naruto looked at his friends and nodded at them, getting nods in return. He turned back around and together everyone ran to the palace. They entered the palace, seeing the interior was even worse than outside, but none of them paid it any mind. They were too focused on one person to even care. Tyrios, come out and show yourself, Naruto calls him out. They heard a chuckle echoing throughout the palace, making them tense as they looked around for him. They also heard the sound of something being opened and looked to see a large door opening up which led into a darkened room. The group went inside just as the door closed behind them, leaving them in the dark. The room was suddenly lit up by rows of candles set on columns, showing what the room looked like. It was more like a huge hall where you would store various objects, only there was nothing in it except for a large arena which they walked into. What's this place? Felicia asked curiously. It looked like they walked into a museum. It looks like an arena or something. Kia commented, noticing there were seats everywhere. That's right. A familiar voice spoke up, making those who were unfamiliar with it jump except for Zane. This is the arena where members of the Kura clan would often fight other shinobi or each other. The group looked up to find Tyrio sitting cross-legged on top of a railing looking down at them with a smirk on his face. In his left hand, he was tossing the purple emerald in the air. And those who lost ended up becoming a sacrifice. A perfect setting for our battle, wouldn't you say, Naruto? Honestly, this is such a cliché setting. Naruto quipped. He watched one too many action movies to know that a final battle would take place in an arena of some kind. HMPH. Tyrio snorted, unamused by the response. His eyes moved towards Kia, who was glaring at him. Well. I see the little princess joined you on your quest along with some new faces. What? Were the Chaos Warriors too much for you that you would need their help? They're my friends and I can always count on them to help me out. Naruto replied, glaring up at him. And we ran into some trouble along the way. Is that so? Tyrios asked, standing up on the railing. He hops off and starts to slowly descend to the arena floor. And you brought them here to our fight, knowing full well that I could easily kill them. You? Kill us? Felicia asked incredulously. To her, it sounded like this kid was trying to make a joke. She fought a lot of strong people before, Darkstalkers, superheroes and supervillains, even a powerful alien, yet she managed to come out alive, sometimes even barely. I thought ninja were taught to never underestimate their opponents. Kia said, still holding her glare. You sound pretty arrogant. Gyrios chuckled at the comment. True. But let's just say I went through changes during my rad extermination. You mean the slaughter of your whole clan? Zane asked with narrowed eyes. Tyrios looked at him for a moment, then turned to Naruto. Oh? So you told them about our meeting? Yeah. I never keep secrets to those I'm close with. I see. In that case, there's no need for me to retell the story. Tyrios stated, shaking his head. After all, it's really bothersome having to tell it more than once. Are you proud of yourself? Kia asked angrily, getting Tyrios' attention. Are you really proud of yourself for all the terrible things you did just to get your revenge? Terrible things, you say? The last Kura clan member asked in a low tone. And what terrible things have I done? Kia growled and clenched her fists. Are you serious? You released order, unleashed the Chaos Warriors, destroyed my island and nearly killed all of my people. Don't you realize how much pain you've brought them because of your actions? What did we ever do to you to deserve this? Gyrios blankly stared at her, bored uninterested eyes meeting cobalt blue eyes of anger. I told you, little girl. You and your people have been living a lovely peaceful life away from the ninja nations, not knowing and caring for the pain or suffering of the people there like Mr. Guardian. His eyes glanced at Naruto, who looked away with a guilty expression before turning back to her. I wanted you happy ignorant fools to get a taste of that feeling that me and everyone else had to go through in the nations, to know of the cycle that has been haunting this world for a very long time and will never end. And what cycle is that? Zane asked. The cycle of hatred, as my master called it. Tyrio said, bringing confused looks on the group's faces. He sighed in annoyance at the looks. He did not want to give a long explanation on it like his master did, so he gave them a simple version. Take me in order, for example. I hated my father and clan for what they did to me and my mother. Order hated the very people he loved after they feared and attacked him for what that old woman did to him first. He looked up towards the ceiling, a blank look on his face. As a result, we both grew to hate this world and everyone in it. It was this same hatred that's what bonded us together in the first place. Gyrios looked down at the group, his eyes taking a dark tint. Do you see? Hatred is born after we lose something very precious from us, and it's only natural for us to get revenge after we lose that precious something. Me for my mother, Order for being betrayed by those who once loved him, he looked at Kia. And you for what happened on your island. Kia narrowed her eyes at that, not even bothering to say anything. It's just the way things are in this world. It always has been and always will, even when we die. Tyrio said with a shrug of his shoulders. Why do you think the nations are at constant war with each other? Because the ninja villages profit from it. Wealth, power, to expand their nations. There are plenty of reasons why wars start, some even being started from behind the scenes by one person. It shows how deep we are in this cruel vicious cycle that plagues this world. The cycle of hatred that rules the shinobi world. The group had nothing to say about that. Naruto and Kia were once again being reminded of the Knuckles clan's heinous actions in their respective attempt of getting the emeralds and suffered greatly from Chaos's rage. Zane was reminded that Omega absolutely hated his creator with a passion for abandoning him. Felicia was once again being reminded of the Darkstalker's situation with humans and her interactions with some of them in this world. Amachao and Ethan remained quiet, though Ethan had no idea what the older teen was talking about. After all, to him it was just grown-up stuff. So what happens now? Naruto asked. You may have gotten your revenge, but you still have to pay for what you did back on Kia's island. Everyone nodded in agreement. Tyrios blankly stared at Naruto before he started to chuckle. The chuckle then evolved into hysterical laughter which unsettled everyone except for Naruto, who remained glaring at him. Do you really think I'm done with my revenge after killing my clan? Tyrios asked rhetorically. Oh no. I'm just getting started. What the hell are you talking about? Kia asked. Right now as we speak, my master and the organization he created are planning to bring peace to this world. Tyrios confessed, surprising the group. However, in order to do it, they intend to gather up all of the 9-tailed beasts from their Jinchuriki, for what I don't know. Team Chaos, except for Ethan who was frightened at the mention of the tailed beasts, looked shocked from the revelation that was dropped. There was an actual organization out there that was planning to capture the Jinchuriki and get their tailed beasts. But to be perfectly honest, I didn't really go along with it. Tyrios said with a disgusted growl escaping his lips. Bringing peace by using the tailed beasts. Come on, there will never be any peace, as long as this stupid world exists. Purple electricity danced off of his body to show his rising anger as they slammed on the arena floor. I hate it, I hate this twisted world with every inch of my body and soul, but I have the powers of a god, now I can do whatever I want with it. The last Kura glared directly at Naruto who returned the glare, his eyes glowing a sinister neon purple. Pay for what I did to her island. Please, that stupid girl should be thankful that you showed up when you did, otherwise I would have wiped that stupid island off the face of the earth and make her watch. That was the wrong thing to say as he felt multiple killing intentions all aimed at him. Kia's eyes widened in rage at the reminder of what he was about to do as they glowed in intense flame-like blue. Zane glared in cold anger as his eyes closed a slightly red hue. Felicia hissed, growled like an angry cat as she let her claws out. Amachao was growling at Tyrios and, just like before with Gayan, Ethan had a blank look on his face with his pupils shrunk slightly. Naruto's eyes glowed an electric neon green as he snarled at Tyrios. The 7 Chaos Emeralds have been gathered. Now there's just one thing that's standing in the way of my goal. Tyrios said, staring at Naruto before repeating what the oracle told him. One will win to decide the fate of this world while the other shall fall. Me, the destroyer, versus you, the guardian. Once I kill you, Naruto, and have the power of the 7 emeralds, I'm going to use them to destroy this world. You're crazy, Naruto immediately yelled. Not a chance. Team Chaos immediately charged at Tyrios, with Naruto taking the lead and getting further ahead of them. Just when Naruto was about ready to hit Tyrios with a large water fist, he vanished and ended up destroying the wall. Seeing this made the others stop and search for Tyrios. You coward, Kia yelled as she activated her chaos boost. Get out here and face us. How about you 4 play with my friends instead? Out of Kia's shadow, a black puddle started to appear. A giant hand came out and grabbed her, holding her in place. She struggled to get out of its grip but she couldn't budge. The same thing happened to Zane, Felicia, Ethan and Amachao as they too had hands grabbing them and struggled to get them off. Naruto ran over to help them but got kicked by Tyrios, who appeared in front of him and slid backwards. He glared at him angrily as he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The black puddles began to rise up and take shape in different sizes, all the while keeping their hold on Naruto's friends. Naruto meanwhile gave a startled gasp as the black puddles took on the shape of Order, but in different forms that looked eerily familiar to him. The one holding Kia looked exactly like Order in his regular form. The next one that was holding Zane looked like Chaos 2. The third one holding Felicia was Chaos 1. Lastly, the one holding both Ethan and Amachao looked like Chaos 4, but with legs. Each of these forms looked quite demonic as they had glowing reptilian eyes, glowing sharp teeth, and were even making growling noises. To finish, they even have reptilian-like scales all over their bodies. Oh no, Amachao cried out. What the heck, Felicia asked in surprise as she was lifted up. What are these things? Zane asked as he struggled to get out of the monster's strong grip. Tia looked at the one grabbing her, then turned to the others with shock. She couldn't believe what she was seeing with her own eyes. It was like she was looking at some sort of sick, twisted, ugly mirror. Just when she was about to struggle again, the shadow versions of Order turned around and threw everyone out of the room. They sunk into the ground and instantly charged at them just as the doors closed, leaving Naruto and Tyrios alone. Now, it's just you and me. Tyrios said as he fully transformed into his Order form, revealing a whole new appearance. Unlike the similar body he shared with Naruto, his form now had reptilian-esque skin and scales, his eyes had black slits, and he had violet-colored fangs. Naruto growled at him, taking a quick glance at the door then back to him. Fine by me, he transformed in a burst of water. Let's go. The two charged at each other, fists pulled back. Once they connected with each other, a great force erupted from them as it shook the room they were in and almost blew the candles out. In the next second, they were on the move again, both of them not holding back. The final battle between them has officially begun. Chaos 11. The final round, a super showdown. Chapter cover. Naruto had his eyes closed and arms out with the Chaos Emeralds and water circling around him as Chaos's spirit overlapped him. Below him, his friends were looking on in awe. In the background were Tirio's glowing dark violet eyes glaring at the readers. In the background was a silhouette of a giant roaring monster. Insert fighting music. For True Story Remix Sonic Generations. While Naruto and Tirio's were busy with their fight in the arena, the rest of Team Chaos were busy fighting their own separate versions of Order in the large room. Kia was jumping from pillar to avoid the energy blasts from the Order she was fighting. Zane was in his E-123 armor and was firing energy bullets at Order 2 as it avoided them. Felicia was swiping her claws at Order 1, but it was blocking her attacks with its large hand. Order 4 was walking chasing after Ethan, who kept jumping back away from it. These things are annoying, Kia said, grinding her teeth as she slid on the floor. She flinched in surprise when the demonic Order appeared in front of her, its large claws getting ready to swipe her face off. She quickly moved to the side and avoided it. She sent a combo attack of punches towards it and pushed it back with a roundhouse kick. Once the clone got its bearings, it looked up in time as Kia spun towards it and sent a powerful kick to its head, sending it crashing into a wall. But much to her annoyance, it didn't disperse and it immediately charged at her. "Yeah, I've been trying to attack this thing's brain, but it keeps blocking me," Felicia exclaimed, backing away from Order monsters she was fighting as spikes erupted from its arm. Once the spikes disappeared, she rolled into a ball and charged at it, knocking it into a wall that had a spike on it. The catgirl grinned at her accomplishment, but then pouted as she realized the spike missed the target. Order 1 turned into black liquid to get off the spike and reformed itself. It gave a roar and charged at Felicia, making her hiss and do the same. "It's definitely different from when we fought Anai's clones or Gayan's monsters," Zane said, blocking the claw fingers from the massive Order 2. He went in for a devastating punch when he saw an opening and sent it towards a pillar. "They must have a different kind of weakness. Whatever it is, we better find it quick and help Naruto," Amachao said, watching as Ethan continued to avoid Order 4's attacks. The youngest member of the group then jumps on Order 4's now outstretched limbs and leaps towards, kicking it across the head, sending it crashing into a pillar. He immediately followed after it and got ready to punch it using his demon arm. Order 4 quickly turned into a puddle and avoided it, not caring that Ethan destroyed one of the pillars. Order 4 reformed behind Ethan and got ready to strike him. Thankfully, Amachao came charging in, performing a spin attack and comically knocked its head forward, giving Ethan the chance to uppercut Order 4, knocking it away as a burst of chakra erupted from his demonic-like arm. Kia took a quick glance at Ethan, seeing that just like yesterday, he was too focused on taking down his enemy, which meant that he was aware yet at the same time, unaware that he knew what he was doing when it came to fighting. Orochimaru may have trained the poor boy, but she knew that whatever was going on with Ethan, the way he was fighting and how always went for the kill, told her that the damn snake didn't just train Ethan out of the goodness of his heart. He was training Ethan to be a weapon for him. Gritting her teeth in anger at that, Kia turned just in time to see Order pouncing at her with chaos energy coating its hands. Still in her anger, she punched it in the face, stopping it before landing more blows on it while it remained floating in the air. She then grabbed it by the wrists, using the momentum to roll backwards and kicked it away from her, standing on her feet in the process. She immediately raised a hand up towards it, her glowing blue eyes getting fiercer. Heaven's lightning. Blue bolts of lightning crashed down on the demonic Order, making it screech out in pain and also stunning it. Its eyes widened as a foot kicked it in the face, making it fly back and hit the wall. Kia leaped the moment it bounced off the wall, and Axe kicked it towards the floor. She smirked as she heard the thing cry out in pain. Frowning a little, she looked back to the door to the arena. She couldn't hear what was going on inside, but judging from the crazy chaos energy she felt, she knew that a crazy fight was happening inside. "Good luck, Naruto." Cling cling cling. That was the sound of two weapons clashing against each other. Naruto with perfect zero. Trident mode in hand facing off against Tirio's own katana. "And not bad, Naruto." Tirio's grins in satisfaction. "I see that you've definitely gotten stronger now that you're whole, and that weapon of yours is pretty impressive." "Yeah? Well, I got more surprises for you," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes turning an electric blue as he turned into his Zenan form, along with perfect zero changing into static charge. The burst of electricity Naruto unleashed pushed the stunned Tirio's back. Looking on with a surprised expression, Tirio's examined Naruto's current form that somewhat bore a resemblance to Zenan. It would seem that after Naruto beat the Chaos Warriors and absorbed them, he may have also inherited their unique elemental forms and their weapons. A low chuckle escaped his lips before it turned into a full-blown laughter. Naruto narrowed his eyes on the Kura air. "What's so funny?" This Tirio's continued laughing, emphasizing Naruto's current form. "I wasn't expecting you to change into different forms after absorbing the Chaos Warriors. You really are something special, aren't you?" Not the first one who said that. Naruto thought to himself, remembering that Kia's grandma said that about him. "Good. That's very good," Tirio said. "So I guess that means I can stop holding back." His eyes glowed an intense violet purple as he let out a yell and unleashed a powerful aura of negative chaos energy. The aura caused a strong gust of wind to blow in the room as the hanging lanterns were moving wildly. There was also lightning coming out of the aura and was striking every time it landed on something. But Naruto didn't deter in the slightest. His eyes glowed an intense electric blue as he let loose his own aura, this one full of positive chaos energy in the form of blue lightning. The aura of both positive and negative energies clashed against one another, one trying to dominate the other. The intensity of these auras clashing were so great and powerful that it made the whole entire vibrate. The two vanished into thin air and clashed their weapons against each other once again, their auras spreading out in the whole room, determined eyes glaring directly into crazed eyes. But the two of them no longer holding back, it became an all-out battle. The arena they were in was getting destroyed as they attacked one another. Most of the pillars were getting scratched or destroyed, and the walls were getting blasted by the energy attacks they were unleashing at each other. As the two battled while crossing their weapons against each other, Tyrios was taking his time observing Naruto. To him, Naruto has truly gotten stronger now that he absorbed his remaining power. While they were fighting, he kept on changing between elemental forms and weaponry on the fly as he kept his combos going. Naruto was truly dead set on wanting to take him down, but sadly for him he won't let that happen. He will win. Naruto, now in his frost form, narrowed his eyes when Tyrios backed away and took a stance with his sword gathering an eerie violet chaos energy. He was about to charge in but stopped in shock when clones of demonic-like orders suddenly came out. More of those things. The order clones quickly charged at Naruto, who already got over his surprise and got ready. One of the clones tried to swipe him with its claw, but he jumped over it and stabbed it, turning it into purple smoke. He turns to the other coming clones and twirls his scythe as he sliced right through them, turning them all into purple smoke. Feeling as though he gathered enough chaos energy to his katana, and thanks to his clones distracting Naruto, Tyrios began his attack. Dark Torrent he swiped his sword to the side and created a giant wave of energy that destroyed the pillars. Naruto turned his head to see the giant wave of energy coming at him with widened eyes. Shitty immediately changed into his Gaia form, transforming Rising Terra into a shield and held it out in front of him. Once the energy wave makes contact with the shield, a large green energy shield is seen covering Rising Terra. The Guardian himself stood strong and took the force of the attack, even though it was pushing him back a little bit. Naruto let out a roar as he pushed his shield upwards and sent the spinning energy wave crashing through the roof, making a large hole as it flew towards the sky and disappeared. The Guardian of Angel Island looked up at the giant hole to see the clouds had darkened and that it's pouring down rain. Feeling something behind him, he quickly turned around and used his shield to block Tyrios' sword. He backed away from Tyrios, but his counterpart continued to strike him relentlessly, while Naruto still kept using his shield to block the strikes. As Tyrios continued to strike Naruto, he saw his form flashing back to his chaos form, and it made him grin. He knew that Naruto's other forms had to have a time limit, and it looks like he was right. His time is starting to run out. Now, the last member of the Kura clan lands a heavy attack on Naruto, knocking his shield in the air. The shield disappeared, causing Naruto to return into his chaos form. He gathered purple fire-like energy in his hand and sent an energy ball at him. However, the Guardian kicked the energy ball back at Tyrios, making him avoid it. His eyes widened as a smirking Naruto appeared in front of him, his fist enlarged and glowing. "Atya!" Naruto gave Tyrios a critical uppercut that sent him flying upwards. But he wasn't done as he grabbed his counterpart's legs, spinning around in place. While doing this, his arm stretched out further making Tyrios crash through the pillars and walls, causing him to drop his sword. He then threw him up and out of the hole before using chaos control to warp to where Tyrios was. The moment he appeared behind Tyrios in the sky, the rogue shinobi quickly turned around to face him and both clashed their fists against each other, which ironically caused a lightning bolt to strike the sky and a loud boom to be heard. It wasn't long before the two of them then began to free-fall back to the arena. As this happened, the two of them went into hand-to-hand combat in the air. Both sides landed a few blows against each other, while also avoiding or blocking the other's punches and kicks. The two of them soon grabbed each other and started to spin around in place, trying to slam one another to the arena floor as they entered the hole. Tyrios grit his teeth in annoyance as Naruto grabbed his arm and used his feet on the back of his head to keep him in place. Using his free hand, Tyrios created a flash of light that blinded Naruto for a moment as he cried out in surprise, releasing his hold and covering his eyes. Using it to his advantage, Tyrios grabbed Naruto, who grabbed him, and they gave each other an energy-enhanced punch that sent the two crashing on the arena floor away from each other, making clouds of dirt rise and cover them. Inside the clouds of dirt, glowing lights can be seen, one being blue mixed with green, yellow, red, white and cyan, with the other being violet. Naruto and Tyrios dashed out of the clouds of dirt and jumped in the air, both of their fists coated in energy from the chaos emeralds they had. They both let out roars as their fists clashed against each other, which made a burst of energy erupt as they tried to push one another back. They let out another yell as they began to gather more energy from their emeralds and were surrounded by their colored energies. Music end, boom, the loud explosion erupted from their fists as it pushed the two back, knocking all of the emeralds out of their bodies and knocking both of them into opposite directions. Tyrios ended up going through a wall, and Naruto ended up going through the large doors, knocking them off their hinges and soaring across the room, which caught his friends and the Order clone's attention. He slid across the floor and ended up hitting a pillar, causing him to transform back to normal. Naruto, everyone called out. They quickly knocked away their Order clones and ran to Naruto, not caring that they vanished into purple smoke. They helped him get back up. "Are you okay?" Kia asked worriedly. "I'm cool," Naruto replied, rubbing his head. Ethan, whose eyes returned to normal the moment the threat was defeated, asked worriedly. "What happened?" Me and Tyrios knocked each other out of the Naruto stopped talking as he felt something was wrong. He touched all over his body, ignoring the looks he was receiving and stopped, eyes widened. "No, the Chaos Emeralds." "What?" Naruto quickly got up and ran off to the arena, the others following after him with Kia looking scared. Once they made it, they stopped in shock, all of their eyes widened in shock and slight fear. Tyrios, out of his Order form, was floating in the air, his back turned to everyone with all 7 emeralds circling around him. "Yes," they heard him say. "I have all of the Chaos Emeralds." "Tyrios, stop," Kia demanded, her face filled with fear at what was about to happen. "You don't know what you're doing with those emeralds." "Oh?" Tyrios turned around to face everyone, a grin on his face. "But that's where you're wrong. I do know what I'm doing. I now have the ultimate power to destroy this world." He floated upwards, looking down at them as though they were ants. "Naruto, everyone and everything you know is coming to an end. I hope you and your friends are prepared for it. If not." The Chaos Emeralds began to circle around him really fast as they started glowing in a dark light, which made the hairs on the back of everyone's neck stand, especially Naruto and Kia, both of them looking pale. No, Naruto ran forward to try and stop him, but was sadly too late. Too bad. A massive chaotic blast of energy erupted from Tyrios and blew everyone out of the room. It wasn't long until a large pillar of purple light erupted from within the room, completely destroying the temple's roof and shooting out towards the sky. The power was so great that it caused a devastating earthquake that was felt throughout the planet. The skies were filled to the brim with intense purple lightning and thunder that touched the ground, the oceans were slamming against each other, causing massive waves to occur, the very wind itself blew madly as if a tornado was coming. This incredible yet terrifying power was even felt by every living creature across the planet, waking them all up from their slumber. From humans to the smallest animals, everybody could feel the dark malicious power that could very well be godlike and beyond par, no, be above even the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. Something that even the sealed-tailed beasts themselves can agree to, as they too could feel this mysterious unknown power from within their Jinchuriki. After being blown out of the arena, everyone had just gotten back up on their feet and were looking at the pillar of light with shocked expressions, not even caring for the earthquake that was happening or the strong wind that was still trying to blow them back. "Damn it, god damn it," Naruto said angrily, grinding his teeth together as he blocked his face with his arms to keep the debris from hitting his eyes. "No," Kia said softly, shaking her head and taking several steps back. We were too late." Zane glanced at her for a moment, then back to the pillar and noticed it started to expand itself. His eyes widened as he also saw the pillar was destroying everything in its path. "Shit, everyone, we have to leave here now." The group also noticed the expanding pillar and immediately snapped out of whatever daze they were in and made a run for it, with Naruto grabbing the still stunned Kia's hand. They were now outside of the palace, the dark pillar completely enveloping the palace. But they didn't stop and kept running until they were completely far away from it and into the village. They stopped and looked back to the palace, watching the dark pillar. "What the heck is going on?" Felicia asked fearfully. She could feel her instincts screaming at her, telling her to run away and not stopping until she was far away from the dangerous threat. Zane grit his teeth as he looked up at the pillar. Poor terrified Ethan was hugging Kia, who hugged him in return and looked scared with all his might and was hiding his face within her chest to not see the scary scene in front of him. Amacha looked downright terrified and was sweating bullets, if that was even possible. Naruto just looked at the pillar with so much shock, his pupils shrunk. "Tyrios is transforming." The Guardian answered the Catwoman's question, but it only confused her further. It wasn't long before the pillar had vanished and the earthquake had stopped, but the thunderstorm and rain was still going on. Team Chaos was silent and remained frozen. Each and every one of them were too shocked to try and move. They looked towards the sky and didn't see Tyrios, only the giant hole in the cloud that was caused by the pillar before it ended up being closed. They heard an incredibly loud rumble coming from the temple and felt the earth shake once more. Another rumble was heard, and it made everyone tense up as they slowly looked at the destroyed palace. A very large clawed hand came out of the palace and grabbed onto one of the large rock pillars that was next to the temple. The other hand came out and grabbed onto another large rock pillar. The rest of the body came and revealed a horrifying monster. It was several stories tall, even taller than Shukaku and possibly all other tailed beasts. Its main body was human-shaped, though it only had 2 arms with 2 more smaller arms, and a face that resembled a demonic beast with flaps hanging from its head and 2 large black horns poking out. Its head, main arms, back and sides are covered in dark violet reptilian skin, with glowing black cracks on them, along with sharp dorsal plates that were protruding from the skin. The plates themselves were glowing. The rest of its lower body is black. It possesses a large mouth with glowing purple razor-sharp teeth that faded to black. "Oh my god," Felicia whispered, trembling all the while as she felt a new feeling of fear wash over her. "What is that?" Zane asked, looking at the titanic beast with shock. Michao looked at the giant monster as he shook in fear. He was so scared that he accidentally started to leak some kind of blue liquid from somewhere. Ethan was shaking violently and whimpered as he hugged Kia tighter, not wanting to let her go and not daring to look at the giant scary monster. The island princess herself was holding on to the scared boy just as tight. "Tyrios," Kia said, getting Zane and Felicia's attention. "That monster is Tyrios." "That's Tyrios," Felicia asked in shock. That monster was the same arrogant punk from earlier. Zane felt the same way as he looked back up at the monster. The Chaos Emeralds turned him into that. "Our enriched by the heart," Kia answered, not taking her eyes off the titanic monster. Well, it didn't look like perfect chaos, it still reminded her of it. They listened to Tyrios' heart, a heart that's completely filled with hate and anger, transforming him into that. "No," Naruto said, which earned him confused looks from everyone. He clenched his fist tightly as he glared at the giant monster. "Don't forget it's not just Tyrios." "What do you mean?" Kia trailed her sentence off at the end as realization dawned on her, Zane and Amichao. She slowly looked up at the beast, now knowing full well what Naruto meant. "Order." The giant beast let out a terrifying roar. The roar was so loud and powerful, it made the group cover their ears in agony since they were close to the monster. But unknown to either of them, the roar was also heard throughout the whole continent. "Land of waves." "Mom?" Grandpa Inari cried out as he awoke from his slumber, running down the stairs to find them already awake. Inari Tsunami cried out to her son, who immediately ran into her protective arms as he hugged him tight. "What the hell is making that noise?" Tazuna asked, looking outside the window. Hearing running footsteps made him look back only to see a red blur zoom past him and went outside, leaving the door open. Kushina looked quite frightened by the loud sudden roar that just came out of nowhere. "What is that?" "We don't know," Shizune replied, looking just as scared along with Taunton. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. "Is it a tailed beast?" "No." Hiruzen said, his tone gravely serious and eyes narrowed. "Whatever that is, it's not a tailed beast. It's something else." Hearing that loud echoing roar made him remember the Nine Tails attack all those years ago. He compared the roar from the Nine Tails to the beast that was currently roaring right now. Unlike the Nine Tails, this beast's roar was so very loud, he had a feeling that it was heard throughout the whole ninja nations, and it woke everyone up. Plus this mysterious unknown power he could feel in the air from this unknown beast. It felt darker, malicious and even more powerful than the Nine Tails itself, which is supposed to be the most powerful of the tailed beasts. "And I fear that whatever this creature is, it's even stronger than the Nine Tails itself." Hiruzen added in. Kushina and the women were shocked to hear that there was a beast out there even stronger than the Nine Tails of all creatures. She looked towards Jiraiya, who nodded in agreement from that, sharing the same thoughts as his sensei. The unease she felt from earlier came back, only this time it was even stronger than before, and it made her feel weak in the knees. This alone told her that Naruto and his friends were no doubt facing such a dangerous, powerful creature. "My baby boy," Kushina thought, placing a hand on her mouth as she felt her eyes beginning to water in fear. "Minato, please do something." Hidden Leaf Village. "What the hell was that?" Minato asked, he and his twin daughters, in their pajamas, outside their home as they looked up at the sky. "Was that a tailed beast?" Naruki asked. She grit her teeth in pain and held onto her stomach, feeling her half of the Nine Tails was acting aggressive for some reason. "No," Manami said, her hand on the seal that was placed on her stomach as her half of the fox spirit was doing the same thing. "It's not a tailed beast." Minato looked at his daughters and saw the pain they were in with shock. He could also see the seal was glowing a bright red. This was something that he had never seen before. Whatever it was that was out there making that roar was riling up the Nine Tails to the point it was causing them great pain. But what was it? What sort of creature was out there that was making the Nine Tails act the way it did? Was the same thing that was happening to his daughters is currently happening to the other Jinchuriki? And that energy he had felt earlier, whatever it was definitely not chakra. As a sensor type, he could feel the chakra of everyone and everything around him, so he knew that the energy he felt wasn't chakra. It was powerful, dark, malicious, foreign, and was even more powerful than Nine Tails Fox itself. Yet thankfully it was somewhere far away. Papa Minato and the girls looked back to see Mika standing in front of the doorway, gripping her pajama pants tightly as her scared widened eyes had tears falling from them. Big brother, something terrible is going to happen to big brother Naruto. After she said that, Minato felt his eyes widened and an intense fear entered his heart. As his daughters ran to calm their baby sister down, the Hokage slowly looked up at the sky, his thoughts spiraling out of control by what his youngest child said. What did Mika mean when she said that? What was going to happen to Naruto? Does that explain the strange feeling that woke him up earlier? But wait, what about that roar? Was his only son actually fighting against this unknown monster in some faraway country? He needed to go. He had to go, his son needed him, he has to go save his son. Daddy. Minato snapped out of his thoughts as he looked towards his three daughters and saw they were looking at him, the twins now looking ready to cry as well. He ran to them and hugged them in reassurance, though inwardly he felt completely useless. He hadn't felt this useless since Naruto ran away and disappeared. His son was fighting against a mysterious threat and he had no idea where. No matter how much he wanted to go, no matter how much he wanted to save his son, he just couldn't leave. He's the Hokage, what's more he's also a father. He couldn't leave his daughters and village to go save his son. It was just one of many things he hated when he took the mantle. Minato thought as he hugged his daughters tighter. He closed his eyes once he felt water in the corner of them. Please don't die. Land of Demons. As the titanic beast was finished with its roar, Team Chaos removed their hands from their ears and looked back at the beast, only to see it open its eyes, revealing them to now be reptilian-esque that were colored black and had glowing violet eyes. The eyes moved around as though the beast was taking in its sights for a couple of seconds. Once it got its bearings, it turned its attention on Team Chaos, or more specifically at Naruto, who instantly realized that he was its target. A large sinister grin grew on the beast's mouth as it looked down at Naruto, which to him and his friends made it look unsettling. It let out another roar as the dorsal plates on its body began glowing very brightly before it fired off multiple energy bullets from the plates, which were heading straight towards the shocked Team Chaos. Naruto hurriedly raised his hand up and warped them out of the way just in time. The energy bullets rained down on the area, completely destroying it in a blaze of small explosions. The bridge, the village and the whole land got caught in the attack. The massive beast watched on as the explosions died down and saw that the land had been completely destroyed, with deep craters scattered all over. But it noticed that there were no signs of Naruto and his friends. The beast let out an irritated growl and turned to search for them, or at least tried to sense Naruto's chaos energy to pinpoint their location. Far away from it, Team Chaos was on top of a cliff watching it. Felicia screamed after seeing the damage that attack caused and glad they made it out. That was close, if we had stayed there we would have been dead. That monster is a real menace. It is. Zane agreed. To think Tyrios would become such a monstrous thing after using the emeralds. This is terrible, Amachao said frightfully as he frantically flew around in circles. How can we fight Tyrios when he's like that? What are we going to do, Kia? Ethan asked, trembling fearfully. This was the first time in his life that he ever saw something so incredibly big and scary looking. He looked up at his big sister as she continued to stare at the monster with wide eyes. This was not good. The situation they were in is similar to Perfect Chaos's attack on Station Square all those years ago. The only difference is that they weren't dealing with just a mindless beast, they were dealing with an incredibly smart beast that knew exactly what it wanted to do. It had Tyrios' mind, but the raw destructive power that belonged to order. She truly tried to come up with a plan, tried to think of something that can help them out right now, but nothing came to mind. Honestly, a very small part of her wanted to seal the monstrosity inside the Master Emerald, but immediately went against it as soon as the thought came to her mind. She didn't want to make the same mistake Tycho did all those years ago. But what could they do? What could they possibly do to get out of this? We're not going to give up. What? Tycho's incarnate looked surprised from Naruto's reply. She and the others turned to him and saw him standing on the edge of the cliff, his back facing them as he looked out at the monster, as it was starting to get annoyed that it hadn't found them yet. We're not going to give up. Naruto repeated, his voice and expression serious as he turned to face them. Tyrios. Order. Whatever they are now, is a dangerous threat that nobody else can take on except for us. Not even the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki together can't fight it. An angry roar made the group turn back and saw the monster attacking the land in anger. It fired a ball of energy at a great distance, resulting in a very loud explosion and a bright light. It roared once more as it walked on land to cause more destruction and no doubt look for him. Naruto narrowed his eyes on the rampaging beast. If we let it loose like this, it'll destroy the whole world in just one attack. We need to stop him now before it's too late. But how? Felicia asked. How on earth were they going to beat this thing? The Guardian turned back to his friends with a smile and wink. We're gonna get the Chaos Emeralds back. Everyone looked surprised at Naruto's reply, with Zane raising an eyebrow at him. And by that you mean? Before Naruto could reply, the monster's roar had interrupted him. Everyone looked at the beast and saw all 7 emeralds come out of its body with black electricity coming out of them. The emerald's energy was absorbed by the monster, causing them to become completely colorless before they spread out. One of them actually landed in front of Naruto's feet, making him grin as he picked it up. Sweet. What happened? Ethan asked curiously. What happened is that monster just did us a huge favor. Naruto said, turning around and showing everyone the colorless emerald, stunning them. Oh no, Amachao cries. That monster absorbed all of the emerald's power just like perfect chaos did. Exactly, Naruto said, still keeping his grin. Think about it, that monster's heart is filled with anger and hate just like perfect chaos, remember? That means that just like perfect chaos, it only absorbed the negative power of the emeralds. Felicia, Ethan and Zane still looked a bit confused by what Naruto was saying. It was understandable as they had no idea what he was talking about. Zane only knows what the ancients put in his head, as even they didn't know the full story of chaos, nor the chaos emeralds. The only ones who were able to understand were Kia and Amachao as the realization hit them across the face. Oh now I get it, Amachao said happily, earning looks from everyone present. Since that monster absorbed all of the negative energy of the emeralds and has no need for them, all we have to do is just gather them up and recharge them. That way, Naruto will be able to use the emerald's real power. Kia finished. Yup, Naruto replied. That's not a bad idea. Zane said with Felicia nodding in agreement. But are you sure it can work? It will work. Naruto said with determined conviction. He grins in a confident manner as he pounded his fist against his heart. I know it can. Yeah, let's teach that big dumb monster a lesson, Felicia said. Ethan looked at everyone's smiling face with surprise. His big brothers and sisters were all looking really hopeful and ready to take that monster down for good. The utter despair he felt earlier when that monster appeared filled his heart with absolute fear. But now that everyone here was looking very hopeful, it made him feel hopeful as well. He looked at the giant monster continuing on its rampage. Ethan spoke up, getting everyone's attention. Do you really think we can win, Naruto? Naruto smirks at Ethan and gives him a wink. You bet I do. But I'm gonna need all of your help. He tossed a powerless emerald to Kia along with a bag of rings. Kia, Felicia, Ethan, Omo, you guys go on ahead and find the rest of the emeralds. Zane and I will distract that monster and buy you guys some time, especially since it's me that thing wants. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly at the end. Zane nodded. Understood. Alright. Then Naruto was about to move on, but stopped when he felt a soft hand grab his own. He turned his head slightly and saw it was Kia, her hair shadowing her eyes as she looked down. Naruto. The island princess was struggling to get the words out, though Naruto believed it was because she was feeling worried and anxious. Truthfully, he was feeling anxious as well. After all, this wasn't a tailed beast they were fighting, it was a godlike monster on par with perfect chaos. But despite this, he just knew that things were gonna work out fine. The reason why he thinks this is because he thought about Sonic. Sonic fought many dangerous threats that even the ninja of this world couldn't handle, and he won against them in the end. The reason why he always wins against those threats is because he had his friends by his side and believed in himself along with them. That's why Naruto looked up to Sonic and became his inspiration. It was his heroic free spirit, strong will and attitude that he admired about the little blue guy. No matter how dark things always get, Sonic would never give up. He would keep on fighting the good fight until his last breath. It's also why Naruto believed that they would win this battle. In a way, it was like the journey was preparing them for this. Kia. Using his other hand, Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder, getting her to look at his reassuring smile. Don't worry, everything will be alright. I know, Kia said, looking away from him slightly. It's just she ran forward and wrapped her arms around his neck, surprising him. Be careful. As Naruto gaped at her, everyone else joined in. Felicia came and hugged his side, rubbing her cheeks against his, Ethan hugged his legs, Amachao hugged his head, and Zane joined his other side, arms wrapped around everyone. Now even more surprised by this, Naruto looked at all of them, his lips trembling slightly with his eyes watering. He closed his eyes for a second and opened them, a determined grin on his face. I will, Naruto said, his friend smiling at him as they released the group hug. He then transformed into his chaos mode and summoned Perfect Zero. Trident mode. Now then. Let's finish this battle once and for all, so we can head back home and celebrate. You got it, everyone cheered. They've done it. They have now reached their perfect form just like Chaos had done. They were no longer Tyrios. But they weren't Order. Both their hearts and minds are completely one. Deep inside Tyrio's heart and soul, Order's deep hatred towards Chaos allowed it to keep on existing despite Tyrio's absorbing him. This whole time, Order has been keeping watch on the events that's been going on, just letting his vessel do whatever he pleases as he gets his revenge against those who wronged him. When his vessel's revenge is complete, it would then be Order's turn to get his revenge against Chaos and Twilight Island. That was the deal. But now, instead of just getting his revenge against Chaos, it would be better if he just joined Tyrio's idea of simply destroying the whole world. Yes. That idea sounded way better. Now that they've absorbed all the energies of the Chaos Emeralds, nothing in this world will stop them. No shinobi, no Jinchuriki, no tailed beast. Nothing. Except for one person, Chaos's reincarnation, Naruto. They must find him and kill him. Only then will they, Absolute Order, shall reign supreme. Chaos Wind, Missile Barrage. Absolute Order didn't even feel the attacks that hit its back, but it did hear the voices that called them out. A devilish grin formed on its face as it glanced back, seeing Naruto and Zenan, both in their Veu and E104 forms respectively, floating there. "Hey, stupid monster," Naruto called out. "You want me that badly? Then come and get me." Insert battle music. Supporting me Sonic Adventure 2. The grin on Absolute Order's face widened at the challenge as it let out a low growl. It swiped its hand in an attempt to send them flying, but they avoided it by flying upwards. The two then dashed towards Absolute Order's head, where they could see a glowing organic brain inside a fin. "They're trying to attack the brain," Naruto exclaimed. "Affirmative," Zenan acknowledged. Naruto threw Sonic Cyclone at Absolute Order, which caused a gust of wind to surround it and form a mini tornado, with Zenan settling in with firing missiles. A purple energy barrier appeared around Absolute Order, deflecting Sonic Cyclone and making the missiles explode upon impact. The perfect monster snorts at them before roaring and firing energy shots. The duo split off and avoided them all before charging in to attack once more. Once the attacks landed, even though they knew it wouldn't do them any good, they flew away making the monster chase after them. While Absolute Order's attention was focused on Naruto and Zenan, the others were busy looking for the emeralds in the destroyed land, with Amachao leading them from the front. Thanks to his new upgraded body, Amachao was able to pinpoint the exact locations of where the emeralds landed and were on their way to them. Amachao let out a yell, surprising everyone. "I see them." Everyone looked on and saw one of the emeralds in a small crater. Looking ahead, they saw 4 more craters a few feet away from each other. Yes, Kia cheered as she ran to the closest crater and picked up an emerald. "Hurry," grabbed the others. They went to the other craters, each of them picking an emerald. They regrouped and put the emeralds on the ground, counting them. "Let's see, 1, 2, hooray," Felicia bounced in excitement. "We got 6 of the emeralds. We just need 1 more." Ethan said with a big smile. "Amachao, where's the last emerald?" Kia asked the Robochow, who was currently scanning the area for the last emerald, but then stopped and looked at a direction. "It's Brian." Everyone became shocked when they heard what sounded like a loud smack and a loud whistle heading their way. They even jumped when they heard something crash near them. They looked at the object that crashed and were horrified. It was Zenan, whose armor vanished, showing his beaten form. He had blood over his head and was coughing them out. Half of his shirt was ripped and showed a new large scar on his left chest. He tried to get up but couldn't due to how much pain he was in. "Zenan," Kia cried out as she and the others ran to him. "Zenan, are you okay?" Felicia asked in concern as she and Kia picked him up slightly. Zenan opened his eyes weakly. "I live. Where are the emeralds?" "We're about to get the last one now," Kia told him. She was about to say something, but got interrupted by Absolute Order's roar. She and the others looked back to see a charged up Naruto aggressively attacking the monster, no doubt because of what happened to Zenan. What's more, Kia could sense that Naruto was using an unlimited supply of chaos energy to try and buy them more time, but in doing so will drain him of his stamina. She grit her teeth and turned back to the Robochow. "Amachao, hurry and take me to that emerald, the rest of you stay here with Zenan, we'll be back." "Oh okay." Amachao nervously nodded his head, hurriedly taking lead towards the emerald with Kia following after him. Big brother Naruto Ethan trembled fearfully as he watched a battle between him and the monster. "Don't worry Ethan. Naruto will be fine," Felicia said as she too watched the battle going on. She gently sat Zena's head down on her lap and put her hands together in silent prayer. "You're gonna pay for that," Naruto roared as he ran along Absolute Order's arm in order to reach his brain. Earlier, things were going smoothly for him and Zenan. They were basically just avoiding Absolute Order's attacks while also giving the giant monster their own attacks towards its brain. But no matter what they did, Absolute Order would knock the attacks away or create an energy barrier around itself. It was only by luck that one of Zena's homing missiles landed on the brain, making the monster screech out in pain. Absolute Order then glared angrily at Zenan before smacking him so hard he got sent flying somewhere. After seeing that happen, Naruto unleashed his full power just like he did during his battle with Gaara. He knew that it wouldn't be enough, but he still has to stall for time so the others can find the emerald. He just hopes Zenan landed somewhere safe. Now back in his chaos form, Naruto was swiping his sword, sending waves after waves of energy towards the tentacles that were heading his way. He jumped off the arm when Absolute Order fired more energy bullets at him and saw they were following him. The Guardian held his sword and blocked them, knocking them away before avoiding the others. He then noticed his chaotic aura started to fade with him about to return to his normal form. "Damn, not now," the Guardian cursed at the worst possible timing as he started to fall down, but then got hit back up into the air by a glowing sharp tentacle. His eyes widened as he howled in agonizing pain, feeling his back burning. The next thing he knew, he was getting assaulted by multiple glowing razor-sharp tentacles over his whole body. The sharp tentacles actually made blood come out of his body, as each cut showed his human form with blood leaking out from the cuts. Throughout the assault, Naruto continued to howl in pain. This reminded him too much of when he got jumped by the Chaos Warriors back on Twilight Island almost 2 weeks ago, only this time it was worse. He couldn't even liquefy himself to avoid them. The pain was starting to become too much for him, and he ended up getting returned to his normal form. Absolute Order finally stopped its assault on Naruto, seeing he had returned to normal and was falling. However, it used a tentacle to grab Naruto's wrist and brought him in front of its face. The giant monstrosity watched in sadistic glee as it observed Naruto's battered trembling form, feeling satisfied for what it did to him at each cut and stab wound it landed on him. It began to laugh evilly as its dorsal plate started to glow brightly. Down below, the rest of Team Chaos looked on with horrified expressions. Kia had just gotten back after finding the last emerald and heard Naruto's agonized screams of pain. She and the others watched as the giant beast basically tortured Naruto while holding him in midair before stopping. Their eyes widened in terror as they saw its dorsal plate start glowing and its mouth open up, all of them realizing what the monster was about to do. "No," Kia whispered, her eyes trembling. "Please no." Naruto weakly opened his eyes when he felt a bright light enter his closed vision. He moved his head and saw a bright glowing purple light. The light was getting brighter and brighter until the kaiju-like beast released a deadly high-focused energy beam. Music end. Team Chaos watched with horrified shock as the monster released a beam of energy, which to them completely consumed their friend. Kia was so stricken with terror and despair, she cried out his name, her echoing voice filled with anguish. Naruto. Absolute Order stopped its attack and watched with satisfaction as Naruto's lifeless widened eyes stared directly back at it. The beast grinned maliciously as it released its grip, allowing the corpse to fall. It made a deep growling-like noise that almost sounded like laughter. The laughter grew louder and louder before it turned into a roar of victory. While Absolute Order was busy celebrating its victory, it didn't see a ring portal open in front of the falling Naruto. He fell through and was caught by Kia, who slid on the ground after catching him and laid him on the ground. Naruto. Kia cried out his name once again before covering her mouth in shock and horror. Ethan, Amachao, Felicia and Zane, who was being carried over by the shoulder by the Catwoman, circled around Naruto. They looked at his state and shared Kia's reaction. His wild waist-length hair was gone, looking as though it got burned off, and now went past his neck. His shirt was obliterated, showing his body covered in cuts and stab wounds, and his pants were ripped up quite badly. But the most horrifying thing they saw on Naruto's body was the large hole in his chest, the light in his eyes completely dead. "Hey Kia, can't you heal him?" Amachao asked, worriedly. Kia's mouth opened up and down, but no sound came out. She stared at the hole in Naruto's chest, her whole body shaking violently, before she stared deeply into Naruto's eyes and saw not a spark of life within them. I can't," she admitted as tears fell from her eyes and landed on Naruto's face. I've never healed an injury like this before." Everyone looked horrified by what she said. But that couldn't be. They saw her heal people plenty of times during their journey. They all looked towards Naruto, each of their eyes water and glistening at the startling realization of the situation they now found themselves in. If she couldn't heal an injury as severe as this, then does that mean Naruto was dead? "No, you can't die here," Kia told Naruto desperately, hoping he could hear her. She raised her hands to him and summoned a pink energy field around Naruto, trying her hardest to heal him. "You said it yourself, we were gonna win and go back home to celebrate, remember?" That's right." Amachao choked out a sob as real tears started falling. "What about Angel Island? Our family? You can't leave us, not like this." Zane stared at Naruto with widened eyes, not believing what he was seeing or hearing. He bit his lips and closed his eyes, thinking back on the day they met. "Naruto. On that day when we met, you and Kia became my very first friends. You opened your heart to me, told me that even with memories of my past gone, I can still start a new life and make new memories." He clenched his fists tightly. "I still want to make those memories, but I want to do it with all of you there with me." "And Naruto?" Ethan sobbed, his face filled with tears and a running nose. "Why, you and everyone saved me back in the desert. And when you found out about me, you wanted me to be a part of your family. Why, you became my big brother, and I don't want you to die." Felicia nodded in agreement, her tears falling frantically. "Naruto. You saved my life back in the land of snow, and when I showed you my true form back in lightning, you weren't scared of me. You wanted to know more about me. You accepted me for both who and what I am. And I want to know more about you and go on some more adventures. Wake up, you big jerk, or I'll scratch you." Kia gave a teary smile at the encouraging words everyone was saying to Naruto. She stopped trying to heal him and instead hugged his head close to her chest, his hair shadowing his eyes. "You see, Naruto? We're all here waiting for you. Ever since you came into our lives, you became our ray of light. You saved us, brought us together on this incredible adventure, and we formed such amazing bonds with lots of people along the way. The island princess thought back on the two of them meeting on Twilight Island and officially greeting each other along. She then began to have flashbacks of them meeting Zane and the adventure they had as they met new people and made friends along the way. We can still do all those things together, but not without you, Kia cried, her tears falling and landing on Naruto's face as she hugged his head closer. So please, come back to us. Angel Island and the Master Emerald need you, the world needs you, we need you, we know you can win, we believe in you. Since everyone was so focused on Naruto, they didn't see the Chaos Emeralds glowing and regaining their color once more. The spark of life that was gone just moments ago had now returned, all thanks to the emotions of everyone's hearts in regards to Naruto. In fact, if they had paid any closer attention they would have seen that Naruto's finger twitched. Naruto, Kia said softly as she moved close to his ear and whispered softly, even though the others could still hear her. We love you. The moment those words were said to him, the spark of life returned to Naruto's eyes as the Chaos Emeralds came together spinning really fast and entered his body, stunning everyone who saw it. A golden light erupted from Naruto, making them cover their eyes due to how close they were to. The kaiju-like monster, who was leaving at this point, stopped as it saw the gold light and felt its warmth hit its back. Its eyes widened in shocked realization as it looked back, staring directly into the gold light. Team Chaos meanwhile had kept their eyes closed because of the golden light. Not only that, they could also feel an amazing energy literally wash over them as though they were in a shower of shorts. The energy felt bright and warm like the sun, yet at the same time gentle and strong like water. It also gave Team Chaos a new powerful feeling inside. It was hope. Hope of a bright future that's waiting for them. Seconds later, the gold light resided and vanished, letting everyone open their eyes to see Naruto, who was alive and well, standing a few feet away from them and looked completely different. His ocean blue hair is now a bright shade of golden yellow like the sun in the sky and was floating upwards. His skin has gained a slightly golden hue, his facial features looked more aggressive with his eyes more sterner and defined. He was surrounded by a smooth gold aura displayed with faint sparkles. Naruto opened his eyes, revealing them to now be a beautiful ruby red as he glared at Absolute Order, who looked shocked to see he came back to life and was in a whole new form. Kia, still stunned at seeing Naruto, stood up from her spot. She walked towards him, reaching her hand out to touch him. And Naruto? Naruto didn't say anything to acknowledge that he heard her. He raised his hand backwards, aiming it towards Zane, and he released sparkles of energy at him. The sparkles surrounded Zane as the injuries he sustained healed in an instant, shocking everyone present. Zane removed himself from Felicia and examined himself to see there was not even a scar left on his body and he wasn't feeling any pain. He and the others looked back at Naruto, only to see him looking back at them with that big smile on his face, his features softened up a little bit. The action alone made them all smile, with Kia having her eyes watered, his expression full of joy and relief that it was still him. She nodded at him, making him smirk as he nodded back. He then flew upwards and glared at the still shocked Absolute Order. What happened to Naruto? Ethan asked, his mind trying to catch up what he just saw. Hooray! Amachao cheered happily as he did a victory dance. Naruto transformed into Super Naruto. Eh? Felicia cries out in surprise. Super Naruto? Her surprise was justified as she wasn't expecting something as incredible as this to happen. Amazing. Zane whispered, staring at Super Naruto's form with widened eyes. Is this really the power of the Chaos Emeralds? But how did they get their power back? It's because of us. Kia answered happily, looking up at Super Naruto while wiping her eyes. Us? Felicia asked. That's right, Amachao replied happily. The Chaos Emeralds responded to our feelings towards Naruto and were able to regain their power. He looked back at Super Naruto, feeling a sense of nostalgia hit him. Unlike that monster, Naruto's heart is filled with something even more powerful. As something more powerful? Ethan asked curiously. What is it? It's love. Kia replied. Love, kindness, caring, compassion, hope. Naruto's heart is so full of these powerful emotions that are even stronger than hatred, that it created a brand new form of power, Super Naruto. Zane's eyes widened at the answer as he looked up at Super Naruto in a whole new light as a smile forms on his face. Chaos Emeralds. They truly are worthy of being called gems of miracles. Kia and Amachao nodded in agreement while Ethan looked at Super Naruto with a starry-eyed gaze. Felicia stared at Super Naruto, her eyes sparkling in amazement. Love. So that's how Naruto managed to get that form. The love that Naruto has for those precious to him, his drive and will to protect them. The Chaos Emeralds responded to those positive emotions and gave Naruto such a powerful yet beautiful form. Matter of fact, the Catwoman had to rub her eyes as she could have sworn that she saw golden transparent angel wings appear behind Super Naruto before they disappeared. She immediately began to blush as her tail moved back and forth before taking a heart shape. Love. An angry roar made the group recoil as they looked up in time to see Absolute Order, looking quite angry that its nemesis was still alive. It was so angry that it fired a large energy blast at Super Naruto from its mouth. The Super Guardian kept his eyes focused on the beast, not even caring about the incoming energy attack. When it got close enough, he raised his right hand and smacked it away, as though it was a housefly, and it exploded in the sky. The action stunned everyone, even the monster, who looked at its super counterpart with disbelief before it snarled at him, a deep menacing growl escaping its mouth. Super Naruto lowered his hand down, cracking the bones in his neck and fingers. "Let's finish this," he told the monster, showing his voice has gotten deeper. Insert song. Open your heart. Crush 40 vs Circuit Frekar MX Sonic Generations. Absolute Order released a roar just as Super Naruto charged at it in a burst of speed. Seeing his counterpart charging at it, it projects its shield around itself again, but it is smashed by Super Naruto, shocking the beast. Super Naruto appeared in front of it and punched it across the face, shocking everyone as the power behind it actually knocked its head to the side. Absolute Order's shocked expression turns into rage as it tries to smash Super Naruto with its hands, but is stopped by a giant pair of three-fingered hands, made of water created by the Super Guardian. Super Naruto pushed the hands back and used his giant water hands to give Absolute Order a double uppercut to the chin, making it stumble backwards before grabbing its face with one hand and punching it with the other. He then proceeded to deliver a Spartan-style kick to the chest, using an enlarged water foot, knocking it further back. The giant beast gave out a loud angered roar as it fired multiple energy bullets from its dorsal plates, all of them aimed at Super Naruto, who remained undeterred even as they combined to form a bigger energy bullet. He caught the energy bullet and changed its shape to that of a yellow lightning bolt with a blue layer of energy surrounding it. Super Naruto threw the lightning bolt, reaching breakneck speed at Absolute Order's brain. The monster tried to create a barrier to try and block it, but it was too fast for it and it landed a direct hit on its brain. Brah! Absolute Order gave out a screech of pain as it moved its hands towards its head. It glared hatefully at Super Naruto before moving its eyes towards his friends. It opened its mouth to let loose a roar, only this time it fired a stronger beam that was heading towards the others, who looked scared with Kia preparing to create an energy barrier around them. Thankfully, Super Naruto appears in front of the laser beam and stops it using his forearms, causing a strong gust of wind to blow past the group as they use their arms to shield their eyes from it. Eyes narrowed, Super Naruto uncrossed his arms and destroyed the beam, remaining unharmed, but he did look pissed at the attack towards his friends. Leave them alone. Absolute Order released another vicious roar as multiple glowing tentacles came out from the back of its body. The tentacles turned themselves into drills and were launched at Super Naruto, who turned himself into a water torpedo that completely shattered the drill-like tentacles. He stopped what he was doing and looked at Absolute Order, only to see a giant fist heading his way. It made contact with him, making a strong force to erupt from it. The giant monster grinned at this, thinking that it got him. But then it looked shocked as Super Naruto had stopped its fist with his bare hand. The beast growled and tried to put more power into his fist, but Super Naruto didn't move an inch. The Super Guardian meanwhile stared at the titanic monster before a small smirk made its way on his lips. HMPH. A millisecond, Absolute Order's hand got sliced off by a giant buzzsaw made of water that came out of its body. The giant beast cried out whether in anger or pain, it wasn't known. While this happened, Super Naruto tossed the torn hand away. Amazingly, instead of landing on the ground as expected, it glowed a golden light before vanishing into golden dust. Nearby, Team Chaos were gaping in comical surprise. They had no idea Naruto was capable of doing something like that. Then again, this is the first time they've seen his super form in action, so of course they don't know what else it's capable of. That was so cool. Felicia commented with everyone nodding in agreement. Absolute Order snarled heavily at the uncaring Super Naruto, its hand already regenerated and clenched into a fist. It was going to attack him again, but realized it couldn't move its arms. It looked down in confusion as it saw giant hands made of water had its wrists in a tight grip. It turned to Super Naruto and saw he wasn't there. Before it began its search for the Super Guardian, it felt multiple blows attack its face in a rapid session. It couldn't see what kept attacking it, but it could make out that it was a golden streak that was moving too fast for it to see. Super Naruto stopped his attack on Absolute Order, seeing it was slightly dazed. He charged straight towards it, pulling his fist back as he summoned a water construct of a giant fist. Once the fist grew large enough, he gave out a yell and landed a direct hit to the face, sending the giant monster sliding back as the water hands disperse. After shaking off its dizziness thanks to Super Naruto's blow, Absolute Order glared in murderous fury at its superpowered counterpart. It let out a ferocious angry roar as its dorsal plates began to glow even more brightly and intensely than ever as it opened its now glowing mouth. Super Naruto can sense the chaos energy the monster was starting to gather and he knew that the next attack will destroy the whole planet. He had to end this now. Closing his eyes and raising a hand in the air, he created a ball of swirling water which contained yellow energy in it. Somewhere nearby, the colored crystals in Naruto's pendant started glowing and then they disappeared except for the blue one. The crystals appeared behind Super Naruto and they took on the glowing forms of the fallen Chaos Warriors, all of their hands on his back. "No way are you guys seeing this?" Amachao asked, rubbing his eyes to make sure what he saw was real. Next to him, Ethan nodded, eyes widened. "I see it," Felicia said, eyes widened in comical surprise as she stared at the spirits of those monsters they fought. "The Chaos Warriors," Ain said, looking puzzled at seeing them again. "I don't believe it," Kia said to herself, an awe look on her face. They came to help him. The Super Guardian could not only feel their presence behind him, but also their chaos energies entering his body, causing the ball of water to gain their elemental energies as it grew larger and glowed a multitude of colors. He smiled gratefully for their help as he felt them disappear. "Thank you." Super Naruto opened his eyes, his smile turning into a grin filled with determination. "Get ready, the ultimate technique that will end it." Absolute Order fired a massive laser beam. A Senbakov spiral blast. Super Naruto yelled as he fired his ultimate attack, a pure golden beam of energy that was surrounded by a maelstrom of elemental chaos energies. The two beams clashed against each other, creating a powerful gust of wind. It was for a couple of seconds as both beams tried to push the other back. Nearby, everyone was awestruck by seeing these two powerful attacks collide, with one trying to overpower the other. They even had to block their faces from the powerful wind currents that were heading their way. The group eventually peeked their eyes out to see what was happening, and what they saw brought joy to their hearts as they saw Super Naruto's attack was winning the struggle. Absolute Order's eyes widened from seeing this as it tried to use its full power against it, but it proved futile. Music end. Its eyes widened again as its life began to flash before its eyes, as both Tyrios and Order. But then something bizarre happened. It suddenly began to have visions of Naruto's early childhood days all the way up to this point. Deep inside a part of the beast's heart, a large green light is seen traveling through the dark. The light stayed there before it split off into two separate lights, one yellow and the other blue. The two lights went in different directions. In one part, Order was all alone crouching in a very dark abyss, looking quite angry and sad that it was all alone. Was this really how this was going to end? Him being all alone with no one by his side. Order soon perked up when he saw a blue light begin to shine down in the black abyss. The dark chaos looked up at the bright light and saw a silhouette of something heading his way. He then looked shocked when he realized that silhouette was the original Chaos. Chaos raised his hand towards Order, who looked at it for a brief moment, then turned away as if it was saying no. "Just leave me here." The original Guardian looked saddened by this, but then beams at him. He tapped Order's shoulder, getting his attention once again. Chaos pointed behind him and saw the Chaos Warriors were there with them, in their original blue color before Order corrupted them, once more bringing shame to Order. The Chaos Warriors surrounded the dark chaos and made several hand gestures saying, "It's okay, we forgive you." Order looked at them with a sad, confused look on his face. The Chaos Warriors, understanding their brother's confusion, beamed at him. They raised their hand towards Chaos and returned his missing pieces, returning them back into their Chao forms. "Tao Chao Chao," one of them said, rubbing Order's head softly. "Tao," another one said happily. "Tao Chao," the third said, rubbing his shoulder. All of the Chao soon flew away into the light with Chaos staying behind. He beams happily at Order and once again holds his hand out towards him. Order looked like he was about to cry tears of happiness. He beamed happily at Chaos and grabbed his hand. The moment he did, he returned back to his original form before his corruption and then into his Chao form. "Tao," the little Chao said happily as both he and Chaos left the darkness of the abyss and into the light to join their family. The younger Tyrios stood all alone in the dark abyss, silent and waiting. He closed his eyes as he felt someone appear behind him. "So, this is how it ends, huh?" Tyrios asked. "I ended up losing the fight and this cursed world will keep on going. It doesn't have to be a cursed world forever." A younger Naruto said, facing the other way. "What are you talking about?" Tyrios asked with a scoff. "The day when the Sage of Six Paths gave all living creatures chakra was the day this world was doomed to be cursed, forever filled with hatred, no matter how many centuries pass. I was just doing the world a favor. By destroying it. Yes, and creating a new world." Tyrios said, looking up at the dark abyss. "A world without hatred. A world without wars and violence. A world without shinobi. That's what you were trying to do?" Naruto asked incredulously. "Destroy one world just to create another? Why not? The moment shinobi were brought up, there's been nothing but wars that affect all the lands around them. Hatred breeds more hatred no matter what reasons for it, be it culture, lands, religion, races or anything else. All of that is more than enough to start a war." Tyrios explained. "Losing someone or something very important to you is the cause of pain and the start of hate. Revenge is the product of that hatred and death follows through, only for more and more death to follow. That is the cycle we have lived in for a very long time. Naruto remained silent, thinking back on seeing Perfect Chaos's attacks on the Knuckles clan and at Station Square, before finally being calmed down by Super Sonic. You're right. Furios was a little off guard by that. What? I said you're right about this cycle of hatred thing. Naruto admitted, head down low. Humans, animals, gods, hatred exists in all living creatures. That's just something we're just going to have to accept. Furios clenched his fists tightly from hearing that. So then why the hell? But destroying the world isn't going to fix that. Naruto interrupted Tyrios. No matter what world we live in or try to create, there's always gonna be hatred and all kinds of negative feelings. We can't just fight hatred with hatred. It already caused too many problems in this world and it hasn't nor will ever solve one. DCH Tyrios grit his teeth in anger as he turned to face the back of the current Naruto, who had blonde hair. The moment he turned around, he returned to his current appearance. And what about you Naruto Namikaze, former son of the 4th Hokage? Are you going to tell me that you don't hate your family and village for what they did to you? All because you didn't have chakra. I did hate them Naruto yelled out, turning around to face Tyrios with a glare. I really did. I hated that family and everyone in the village with all my heart, why the hell wouldn't I after what they put me through? When I ran away from the Leaf Village I wanted to hate them for the rest of my life and get revenge on them for the pain they caused me. Tyrios remained silent as Naruto calmed down. The Guardian himself looked down at the black empty space. But I didn't and it's all thanks to Chaos. It's because of him that not only did I find a new home, I also found a new family with the creatures from his world and I gained the power needed to protect them. Naruto said, placing a hand on his chest. Despite that, deep down inside me, I still felt hatred towards everyone in the Leaf Village and I was scared. I was scared because I might have ended up in the same position Chaos found himself in all those years ago. I was even close to falling into it because of it. Tyrios knew what he was talking about. After all, he saw it himself. The day when that monster came and attacked the island, Naruto lost himself to hate when he saw it attack his family and took on a form that was different from the one he was more familiar with. A form that was similar to a rampaging beast. So, in order to free myself from that hate Naruto looked up to face Tyrios. I did to myself what Sonic did to Chaos. And what's that? Tyrios asked after a moment of silence. Naruto grins happily as he pounded his chest with his fist before pointing at it with his thumb. I opened my heart. What? Tyrios asked, looking at the blonde as though he said something very stupid. I opened my heart Naruto repeated before explaining. In order to move on and regain the future, we have to release the past, discarding those chains of memories and freeing our hearts from it. To open your heart is to free yourself from hatred and move on to a brighter tomorrow. He scratched his head and smiled sheepishly while chuckling. At least that's what I believe. Tyrios gave Naruto the biggest deadpan expression on his face. That's the most childish thing I've ever heard. Naruto glared at him. How can someone open their heart to free themselves from hatred? Just face it, the ninja world has too much hatred, the nations hate each other so much that they want to destroy each other until one remains supreme, you just need to accept this fact of life, the better you have a chance at surviving this world. Naruto glares at him as what he said reminded him of what Zabuza told him and Kia. No. I refuse to accept it. He thought about his friends and the people he met. I met a lot of people during this adventure, some of them were friends and some of them I fought against. Intentional and unintentional, they opened their hearts to me and I got to learn more about them as a person. He stared hard at Tyrios' eyes. I won't deny what you said about the ninja world. It's plainly obvious that all of the nations hate each other, but there are good people out there who just want to live peaceful lives. And after meeting Felicia, she opened my eyes and showed me that the world is a much bigger place than just being ruled by shinobi. Naruto placed his arms behind his head and had a sheepish smile on his face. I still have a lot to learn about this big world of ours and it may take a while, but someday soon, I know that everyone will come to understand each other. Even though their hearts are trapped in the deepest darkness, I believe that as long as they open their hearts, the light of hope will always shine there. He smiled at Tyrios. After all, you've already opened your heart to me. Tyrios' eyes widened at what Naruto said and the confidence he spoke with it. He immediately began to notice that darkness around them began to brighten up by the rays of a rising sun. He looked back at Naruto and saw he was still wearing that stupid smirk on his face before it turned into a happy smile. He couldn't believe it. This no chakra fool actually managed to get him off all people to open his heart and now look. His heart that was once shrouded in darkness is now starting to see the light. This guy he closed his eyes and gained a small smile. He didn't know why but for some reason he starts to imagine him and Naruto meeting in their younger years hanging out and having fun together. Absolute Order stared at the beam as it got closer. It moved its eyes towards Super Naruto and saw the gentle look on his face. Its eyes softened slightly at seeing that expression before they closed in acceptance. It suddenly had a vision of a younger Naruto and Tyrios meeting each other, along with a vision of Order and the others playing with Chaos and Tycho. If we had met back then maybe I would have walked a different path. The Titan didn't bother to let out a roar as it got hit by Naruto's attack. Beams of light came out of its body before it exploded as the powerful energy beam enveloped its body. The beam vanished in a couple of seconds along with absolute order and sparkles of light. Super Naruto moved his hand down the moment the attack ended and floated down, his feet touching the ground. As he did, the barren, destroyed land had grass and flowers growing around before it spread all over. The Super Guardian looked around at the green open field with a satisfied look on his face. He closed his eyes and reverted back to his normal form, releasing a breath of air before looking at his open hands curiously. So that's what it felt like to use a super transformation. It was the first time he ever used the emeralds to transform, yet despite that, he felt like he already knew how to use and control it, even though he's inexperienced with it. It was pretty awesome. Naruto. Before he could ponder more on the thought, Naruto looked behind him, only to let out a surprised yell as he was tackled to the ground. Amachao was hugging his face, Kia and Felicia had their arms around his neck, Ethan hugged his waist, and Zane just stood there looking quite amused yet also relieved. That was awesome. Naruto. Felicia cheered in excitement as she kissed his cheeks multiple times. But in her excitement, she also licked. Yeah Naruto, how did you do that? Amachao asked, equally excited. You won, you did it, Ethan said happily. Whoa guys, take it easy. Naruto tried to calm them down, though he blushed hotly when Felicia kissed his cheek and then gave it a sudden lick. He sat up, making everyone let go of him with Kia being the only exception. If anything she hugged him tighter as though he was going to vanish once she let him go. You idiot. Kia whispered as she trembled against his form. He heard her sniffle and felt wetness on his exposed chest. Don't you ever scare us like that again. I thought we lost you. Naruto's eyes widened slightly, not just from the tears that he felt but the plea in her voice. He immediately felt like a jackass for making her and the others scared like that. He scratched his head, a guilty expression on his face for but a minute before he slowly wrapped his arms around her frame. He hesitated for a moment but instantly threw it away and hugged her back, a smile so soft yet also very happy appearing on his face. I'm sorry. After holding him for a couple of seconds, Kia released him from her hug, wiping the tears away and smiling at him, which he returned in the form of his signature goofy smile. She stood and held her hand out to him, signaling him to grab, which he did and got pulled up. They turned to the others and saw them smiling happily at the scene before them. Zane smiled from that for a brief moment before turning serious. Naruto. He got his attention. What happened to Tyrios? Instead of answering, Naruto immediately turned around and walked ahead, making everyone follow after him. They found Tyrios lying down on the ground, but they saw wisps of gold light rising from his body. He was also staring up at the now cloudless sky. Congratulations, you won. Tyrios said. It's over for me. Kia looked surprised by what he said and she turned towards Naruto, who didn't look so surprised. He nods at the unasked question. She looked down, her expression conflicted with emotions. Hey. The island princess looked at Tyrios, his eyes closed. If you have something to say then you better hurry up and say it. Kia's expression turned blank from what he said. I have a lot of things I want to say and a lot of things I want to do. You have no idea the kind of pain your actions have caused to so many of my people in your pursuit of revenge. Her body was trembling as the memories of that day were coming back. She grit her teeth. I hate you so much, I just want to end you right here and now. Her friends looked at her with worried expressions, with Naruto reaching out and placing his hand on her shoulder to calm her down. She immediately stopped and uncurled her fists, glancing at him for a second to see him smiling gently at her. She took a deep breath and calmed down as she recalled a certain memory during Naruto's 2-day sleep. She returned the smile and looked back down at Tyrios, her face turning neutral. But I promised my grandmother that I will not fall into hatred and let it consume me. She sensed it happened to you and you were suffering from it. Even though I still hate you for what you've done, it will not bring back those who died. So I'm going to let it go and keep moving forward. Everyone smiled at her response, while Tyrios' expression still remained the same. Is that so? Tyrios asked. In that case, I know it won't mean much, but I'll say it anyway. He looked her in the eye. I'm sorry. Kia had to do a double take as she looked at Tyrios with surprise, as she hadn't expected him to apologize to her and by extension her people. She looked at the others and saw they were just as surprised, except for Naruto, who was smiling at Tyrios with respect. It would seem that during that power struggle from moments ago, he and Tyrios must have secretly had a heart-to-heart. Looking back at Tyrios, she gasped as she saw he was beginning to fade away. As of today, the Kura clan are extinct. Tyrios continued. I spent my whole life wanting to get revenge against them for what they did to me and my mother. Now that it's done, there's nothing left for me in this world. Tyrios. Naruto said softly, watching as Tyrios' fading body was now to his waist area. Naruto. Tyrio said, turning his head to look at him, his face deadly serious. The organization I was talking about earlier, you better watch out for them. Those guys, they're crazy powerful, especially my master, the leader. Like I said, I don't know what their plan is with the tailed beasts, but once they find out about you and the emeralds, they'll try to take you and them as an added bonus. With the exception of Ethan, the rest of the group looked at each other with serious expressions on their faces. They could already guess what this organization's plan for the tailed beasts is, despite how unbelievable it is. They nodded their heads at one another and looked back at Tyrio's. This organization, who are they and how do we find them? Naruto asked. Tyrio scoffed in amusement. Not even showing an ounce of fear, the kids got guts. They're called the Akatsuki. They wear black coats with red clouds on them. For a moment, the group looked surprised as they remembered bumping into two people who wore the matching outfits that fit the description, the Sasuke look-alike and the Shark Man. Got it? Naruto said, getting over the surprise. We'll keep our eyes peeled and ears open. HMPH Tyrio said as he looked back up at the sky, a peaceful expression on his face. Before he could close his eyes, he blinked when he saw his mother appear in front of his gaze, looking at him with that beautiful smile he missed so very much, all the while rubbing his head. His eyes became teary from seeing her again as the happy memories they shared together flashed through his mind. Mother, I'm his mother shook her head at him and still looked at him with that gentle smile. Tears fell from his eyes and he nodded at her as he wore a big smile on his face. Yes. Let's go. Chow chow. Tyrios looked next to him and saw Order, back in his original Chow form, happily chirping at the two of them. He and his mother looked at another before laughing together as they disappeared. Everyone watched as Tyrios faded away, making them look up at the glowing golden lights as they disappeared into the sky where they could see the rising sun. They bowed their heads, all of them giving out silent prayers for him. Even though he was the cause of an island massacre, he was still a child who was suffering from his own hatred. But now that his hatred is gone, his heart is finally at peace. Kia, due to her powers, was able to see both the spirits of Tyrio's mother and Order from when he was a Chow. She wiped a tear from her eye and smiled at the interaction between the three of them. Tyrio's may have been alone in this world, but in the afterlife, her mother will be with him along with Order. Before they vanished, Tyrio's mother looked their way, staring directly at her with her smile growing. Thank you. Whether or not she was thanking them for stopping Tyrio's or forgiving him, she didn't know. But she still felt happy that it was all over. A couple of minutes later, the group were standing on top of a cliff, overlooking the former destroyed area which now became a beautiful place filled with nothing but grass and flowers. In front of them was Tyrio's katana stabbed into the ground to act as a tombstone for him. Naruto walked towards the sword and placed a flower on it, then turned towards the rising sun. Looks like it's finally over. Zane said. Yeah, we totally saved the world, Felicia cheered. Hooray for us, Ethan and Amachao cheered, giving each other high fives. While everyone was busy celebrating their victory, Kia was looking at them with an amused smile, letting out a giggle when she saw Amachao dancing. But she noticed a certain someone wasn't joining in. Looking back at him, she saw his back was still facing them and he was still staring out into the rising sun. It was obvious that he was in deep thought, but what exactly was he thinking about? She walked to him, stopping till she was next to him and leaned forward so that she could see his smiling face, which only fueled her curiosity on what was on his mind. Hey Naruto. Kia called him, getting his attention as he glanced at her. What are you thinking about? I was thinking about the talk I had with Tyrio's. Naruto answered, making Kia blink. It happened when our attacks clashed against each other. He was telling me how there was too much hatred in the shinobi world and how he was going to destroy it to create a new one. Blinking, Naruto and Kia looked back to see the others looking at them, surprised by what was said with Amachao yelling out in shock. Create a new world. He was really going to do that? Zane asked. Yeah. Naruto nodded in response. I told him that it won't fix the problem. No matter what world we destroy or try to create, hatred will always exist in some shape or form. Right? Felicia said, agreeing with what he was saying. All living creatures have to feel some kind of hatred at someone or something. It's just a part of our nature. Yeah, it is. Kia said solemnly. But there's a way for us to fight against it. Naruto said, turning around to face everyone, getting their attention by what he said. Really? How? Ethan asked. We have to open our hearts. Naruto answered, earning looks of confusion. Open our hearts. Zane repeated, tilting his head to the side with a raised brow. What does that mean? Ethan asked, mirroring the cyborg's action. It's like I told Tyrio's. Naruto said. In order for us to fight hatred and the darkness that grows from it, we have to open our hearts and free ourselves from it. You can't fight hate with hate, just like how you can't fight darkness with darkness. It'll keep on increasing until it consumes you and you lose yourself to it. He looked down, his smile turning more somber as he thought about his childhood. I know, because I was close to falling to it as well. Kia looked concerned for him. She couldn't blame him. Even now she can sense that Naruto still felt so many negative emotions towards his former family and village, but he's still moving forward with his head held high. But then I met Chaos. Naruto said, smiling fondly as he thought about his first true friend and brother. If he hadn't saved me that day when I fell into the ocean, I either would have been dead or survived, but be trapped in my own hatred and become a different person. I probably wouldn't have met all of you if that were to happen. That's why I'm forever grateful to him for saving me from that dark place and for meeting all of you. Now it's my turn to do the same thing. What do you mean? Amachao asked. Remember back on the roof in the Cloud Village when I wanted to tell you guys something really important? Naruto asked, earning nods in return. Continuing what I was saying, there are innocent people who are suffering right now because of the circumstances they're in, either being treated as outcasts for being different or something else. Just like how Chaos became my light of hope, I want to become their light of hope as well. So I made a decision. A decision? What is it? Kia asked curiously. Naruto showed them his signature smile. A smile that showed eagerness, happiness, reassurance and any other positive feeling someone gets whenever they see it. I'm gonna turn Angel Island into a nation. Everyone's eyes widened at the declaration he made, none more so than Kia and Amachao, with an exclamation mark appearing above his head. Really? Amachao asked. Naya? A nation? Felicia asked, her expression like that of a curious cat. Naruto, are you sure about this? Zane asked, his tone very serious. If you do this, then the island will be in danger from those who seek the Master Emerald. I am. Naruto turned completely serious. I know I'm risking the exposure of the Master Emerald, but at this point, I don't care. Haku, Zabuza, Gaara, Tyrios, the reason why they became the way they were was because of the environment they were living in, which is happening all over the shinobi nations. But Angel Island is different. The Guardian smiles as he remembers the amazing times he had on the island. From the exciting and fun zones to the most calm and peaceful ones, even some of the more dangerous zones. It can be a place for everybody who just wants to live a peaceful, happy life without having to worry about wars or being discriminated against and persecuted just for being different. It can be the kind of place where everyone can be themselves and follow their hearts. It's to show that there's still hope for this world. Hope that we need to keep alive, no matter how dark and gritty it gets. Everyone looked mesmerized by Naruto's passionate speech. It also didn't help that the sun behind him made him look more majestic. With his waist-length hair he looked like a boy that grew up in the wild. But with his hair now going past his neck, he looked like a beautiful young prince from a foreign kingdom. Just seeing him like that made Kia and Felicia blush hotly at him, Ethan looked awestruck, Zane settled with a satisfied smile, and Amachao looked quite happy. Naruto? Kia thought as her eyes slowly widened in delight with a proud smile forming on her face. Oh, that's right. Naruto said, looking as though he just realized something. Kia, are you okay with it? Seeing her raise an eyebrow it made him continue. I mean technically speaking Angel Island is also your home, and I just wanted to know if you're okay with it being a he stopped when Kia placed her finger on his lips. Of course I'm okay with it. Kia said, removing her finger from his lips and inwardly giggling at the dumbfounded blush he had on his face. Really? Naruto asked, a little caught off guard by Kia's action and by what she said. He didn't know why, but he thought she would be against it, but now he felt silly thinking such thoughts. Kia nods her head. It's like you said, there is too much hatred, violence and death in this world. It may be peaceful now, but it won't be long until someone starts a fourth great ninja war and that will only lead to the destruction of the ninja nations. She frowned as she thought about Tycho and the first Hokage. There may have been those who tried to bring peace, but they took the quickest path, a shortcut, in order to achieve it. If we want to have peace, we have to do it the right way with everyone involved so that we can all be happy. She smiled in determination as she grabbed his hand and placed hers on top of it. So yeah, I support your decision 100%. Naruto looked stunned for a moment before he saw a metallic hand on top of Kia's. He looked up at Zane and saw him smiling. I support it as well. We'll help you protect the Master Emerald and the island from anything that will harm them. Me too. Amachao grinned from atop Ethan's head, who ran up to them and placed his hand on top of theirs. Why yeah. I want to help out too, the youngest member said happily. And you already know my answer, Felicia stated, placing her hand in the middle. I don't really like fighting, but if it's to protect my precious loved ones, then I'll teach the bad guys a lesson they'll never forget. Kia giggled at that and turned back to the still stunned Naruto. Naruto. She got his attention and she smiled beautifully at him. You're not alone anymore. Naruto looked at her, the hands on top of his, and then everyone's smiling faces. He trembled slightly before bowing his head and used his other hand to block his eyes from them, not even seeing the soft looks they gave him. This was it. They all supported him and are willing to stick by him to help him. The tears he's been holding back since the group hug came back and were let loose. He felt truly blessed to have such incredible friends like them. While he did love the creatures of his island-like family, he always yearned to become friends with people one day, as he never had back when he lived in the Leaf Village. He and Zane were his first human friends, and they ended up making more friends along the way. "You guys," the Guardian quickly wiped the tears from his eyes. He looked at them with the biggest and brightest smile he ever made. "You're the greatest friends ever." Everyone looked happy at his reply, and they shared his smile. Suddenly out of nowhere a bright green light erupted from Naruto's chest, making everyone look at it in confusion. Before anyone could comment on it, a bright flash of green light covered the group and they vanished a second later. Unknown to them, a figure came out of hiding from the trees. It was the same hooded figure that has been watching the group since the start of their adventure. The rays of the sun hit the hooded figure's face, only showing his mouth which had an amused smile present. "Well, what do you know? He's exactly like you, Mizukami." He turned and walked away, vanishing into thin air. Now the real fun begins. Meanwhile, in the Shinobi nations, word had already spread throughout the whole continent that all of the Chaos Warriors had been destroyed. The daimyo of the great nations were all extremely grateful and excited to hear the news, and each of them wanted to know the brave heroes who finally got rid of them. Rumors said it was due to the efforts of 3 children, not even Zenan, with incredible yet also foreign powers. It first started off when they made their first appearance in the land of Wave, where the fire demon went to not only protect the famous bridge builder from Gato and his hired ninja, but to also fight against the fire demon itself and were victorious, freeing the country from both it and Gato. After that, they traveled throughout various parts of the great nations to take care of this threat, including the minor nation Land of Snow. There was even word going around that the leader of this group, a boy with hair in a rare beautiful shade of blue, fought against the Hidden Sands Jinchuriki in his tailed beast form and managed to beat it. This shocked not only the ninja villages, but also the other Jinchuriki who heard about it as well. The final straw then came when the last 2 of these elemental demons appeared in the Land of Lightning, where they combined into an even more powerful demon. The 3 kids along with the Hidden Clouds Jinchuriki banded together to take down this threat once and for all, ending the reign of the elemental demons. Of course, after hearing this, many Cage and Hidden Village leaders, who haven't met these children, wanted to have them join their shinobi ranks. Shinobi love nothing more than unknown power added to their ranks in order to increase the value of their village, in order to get more missions. In the Land of Waves, the Naruto retrieval team were still wide awake and were looking at the rising sun. The earlier looks they had from before when that mysterious storm appeared had all but vanished and were more relaxed. Right before the storm ended, the group felt a sudden sense of despair enter their hearts for some reason. But Kushina was affected by it more than them. Something inside her told her something terrible had happened to Naruto. Then she and the others felt a new kind of power rise up and overcome the dark malicious power that was in the air. This new power filled her up with hope, joy and relief. The Uzumaki matriarch immediately realized that this new power that gave her these feelings was definitely her little boy. Next thing everyone knew, the storm was gone and the rising sun was seen. It made Kushina feel correct in her assumption. Whatever happened was over now and Naruto was safe. Now they just gotta prepare themselves for tomorrow. Today will be the last day for the bridge to be complete and tomorrow will be the official grand opening party. In the Land of Wind, after the great battle with Shukaku, Gaara had been all but restless. He was still thinking about that battle and kept asking himself how it was possible for him to lose. He'd never lose against anyone, he relied on nobody but himself and he was invincible, so why? How was it even possible to lose against someone who relied on and fought for their friends? The youngest child of the 4th Kazekage could do nothing but be in fit of rage at that. He would snap and attack just about anyone who would come near him. The Sand Shinobi, his sister, brother and even his own father, who was surprised by the behavior of his youngest. Gaara would also get minor headaches as he keeps seeing the image of the mysterious dragon-like beast that he saw behind Naruto. If that wasn't bad enough, he also saw images of a younger Naruto being alone before he was surrounded by his friends. The younger Naruto even held his hand out towards him, as if he wanted him to join him. The headaches were so painful for him that he even ignored the dark power that everyone in the village felt, and Shukaku itself went on a rampage in his mind because of said power that it felt. But there was one thing he didn't ignore, and this was something that made him feel angry and confused about. It was the feeling of hope, something he always seems to feel whenever he thinks about Naruto chaos. The Sand Jinchuriki swore to himself that if he ever got the chance to see Naruto again, he would face him again to see how he was able to get so powerful and learn what that vision meant. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Minato had just left the house after bidding his daughters goodbye. He looked up at the sun, giving it a soft smile in relief. The feeling of despair he had felt in his heart vanished just as soon as it appeared, and seeing the sun shining down on him had told him that his son was safe. His smile was then replaced with a frown as he thought about what happened earlier. Whatever that mysterious dark power was, it made the both halves of the 9 tails go berserk inside the seal, causing the girls great amounts of pain. But then after feeling a whole new form of power awakened, the two halves calmed down a little bit and his youngest child had the brightest smile on her face, in contrast to the scared teary-eyed expression she had earlier. When he asked her why she was smiling, this was her reply. It's big brother is okay, he feels warm. Hearing his youngest say such a thing out of nowhere made him and the twins stare dumbfounded at her, more than likely surprised over her sudden change. It also told him something else which confirmed his suspicion. Naruto was indeed fighting something and whatever happened made him awaken this new power that he and no doubt the village felt. He trusts Mika's words. After all, she's a special sensory type that comes once every generation. Her sensory skills are so great that she can find just about anybody she's searching for in the Leaf Village, no matter how much they try to hide their chakra signature. It was amazing yet also very terrifying at how amazing his children are, that also includes Naruto. Still, in regards to Naruto, how did she know it was even him in the first place? Was it some bizarre feeling her heart was telling her? So many questions ringing through his mind. But the most important thing to him right now is that Naruto is safe and it's over. Now, as much as he hated to do it, he had to prepare himself just in case Kushina and the others needed his help. Back at the house, Mika was now sleeping soundly in her bedroom, her floor filled to the brim with drawings of Naruto and his chaos form. Naruki herself had decided to go and hit the shack too. Manami was still wide awake as she just sat on the couch, looking through the photo albums of the family, when Naruto was still with them, before he slowly faded into the background and then disappeared. She sighed sadly and closed the book, looking at the desk on the other side of the living room, where she put the picture of Naruto and his friends in a frame next to the picture of their graduation from the academy. The eldest Namikaze gave the photo a sad longing smile as she stared at her little brother's beautiful smiling face before looking outside towards the sun. She didn't know why, but something told her that the ninja world is going to change a great deal. And she doesn't even know why. Angel Island Altar of the Emeralds. In a flash of green light, Team Chaos appeared in front of the Master Emerald, all of them still in the same position they were in. What the heck? Naruto asked, looking quite dumbfounded by what happened. Huh? Where are we now? Felicia asked curiously, looking around in slight surprise, but then yelled in comical surprise when she saw the Master Emerald. Naya. That's one big Chaos Emerald, she comically circled around it. Is this that Master Emerald thing you guys were talking about? Amichao replied. This is the emerald that keeps Angel Island floating and what controls the power of the Chaos Emeralds. Oh how cool, Felicia said as she touched it with both hands before her whole body went stiff including her tail. She can feel the raw power that this emerald was radiating and it was amazing. What's more, after touching it, she could almost feel its warm light pulsing in her hands, almost as if it was alive. Ethan looked awestruck at seeing the giant diamond also as he joined Felicia in touching it and enjoying its warmth. So pretty. We're home. Naruto said, looking confused. What just happened? Why were they back on the island when he didn't even initiate chaos control? Didn't you bring us here? Zane asked, receiving a shake of the head. No. It just happened all on its own. He's right. Naruto and Zane looked at Kia, seeing she was looking at the Master Emerald with a concentrated look on her face. The Master Emerald brought us here. I think something is about to happen. Everyone turned to the Master Emerald with Ethan and Felicia backing away from it when they saw it was glowing. The Chaos Emeralds came out of Naruto's body and circled above the Master Emerald. They suddenly shot a beam of light at Naruto's chest, making his eyes glow a soft green color with his expression turning neutral. He floated towards the Master Emerald till he landed on its surface. Before the others could even call him out, the damaged chaos drives he collected from the Sea Warriors came out of his pocket and were glowing. All the weapons that he collected from the Chaos Warriors, including his own, appeared as glowing crystal-like particles. Naturally, everyone's eyes widened at seeing this bizarre phenomenon. Then Naruto? Ethan asked, feeling a little nervous about what was going on. What's happening? Zane asked. I don't know. Amichao answered, his thoughts trying to come up with what was happening but couldn't. It's amazing, Naya. Felicia commented. It's another miracle. Kia said. Ending main theme. We're a miracle by Christina Aguilera. The weapons vanished, leaving only behind the crystals as they came together to form a big rainbow crystal. The ball of light shot up into the sky and exploded, causing a multicolored ring of light that rained down meteors all over the island, including the mystic ruins. Some of those colored meteors ended up getting absorbed by the sleeping Chow, making some of them wake up as they saw what was happening, even those who were awake. The meteors even hit the 6 mysterious Chow eggs that appeared all over the island. Everyone's eyes widened in awe at seeing such an amazing display which reminded them of fireworks. They turned back to Naruto, who had already transformed into his chaos mode, and saw the Master Emerald's energy covering him before it took shape as a diamond. The Master Emerald then shot out a pillar of green light that shot through the heavens and blocked everyone's view of the diamond in case Naruto, while the emeralds shot out pillars of their own, which surrounded the green one. The pillar of lights caught the attention of the now woke Chao, wisps and critters who were around the area. Kia and the group had to block their eyes since they were close to it. "Hey, what's going on now, Kia?" Felicia asked. "I don't know, but get ready," Kia told everyone. "Something is about to happen." Just like the Chaos Emeralds, the Master Emerald glowed a bright white light. A white void suddenly erupts from the emeralds, covering everyone standing near it before it covers the whole entire island. The white void expanded further and even covered the mystic ruins. Naruto blinked in confusion. He took a look at his surroundings and saw he was in a green space. "What am I doing here?" He couldn't remember what happened. 1 second he was at the altar with his friends watching the emeralds do their light show, next thing he knew the emeralds shot beams of light in his chest and all he saw was white. He didn't even pay attention to the fact that he was back to his 7-year-old self again before his union with chaos. Before he could comment on this weird space, he felt a familiar 3-fingered hand touch his shoulder. His eyes immediately widened as he turned around. Much to his absolute shock, he saw Chaos smiling happily at him. The shock of seeing his hero quickly left him with tears flowing down his eyes once again. "Chaos!" Naruto cried out happily as he turned around to hug his old friend, which Chaos returned. He released him and grabbed his shoulders, looking very enthusiastic. "It's really you I don't understand. How are you, Chao?" Naruto released Chaos and looked behind him to see 5 Chao glowing in different colors, beaming at him as they waved towards him. He immediately knew who they were and was happy to see them as well. The Nifrost Gayan Zenan. All the Chao who he called out responded in kind. Before Naruto could say more, the green space suddenly changed into the Shrine of the Emeralds. But Naruto noticed this wasn't the current shrine he was familiar with. No, it was the past version of the shrine from before the Knuckles clan's assault. The Master Emerald was also there as they were in front of it. "Is this?" Naruto was about to ask, but then Chaos quickly grabbed his attention. The mutated Chao pointed at the 5 Chao then to himself. Naruto immediately understood what he said. "I get it. Because they held your pieces, you were incomplete when we first met. But now that they've returned, you're whole again." Chaos beams at him and nods in reply. Naruto smiled at him in kind, but then looked sad. "I guess you wanted to see me again before you finally go, huh?" Chaos looked sad about that as well but nodded. Even the Chao were sad. Naruto's lips trembled slightly as he looked down, eyes closed tightly to keep the tears from falling again. "I have so much I want to tell you." He placed his hand where his heart was and clenched it. So many things happened. Some were bad and others were good and I know I won't have time to tell you everything. So I'll just say this even though I said it too many times. Chaos stared at Naruto with a questionable expression. "Thank you for saving my life." Naruto continued. "Thank you for bringing me to Angel Island. Thank you for letting me be a part of your family." He looked up at Chaos and smiled gratefully at him with tears still in his eyes as he gave him a big hug. "Thank you for everything." Chaos's eyes widened from that before they softened and trembled. He returned the hug, feeling just as happy as he was. The two released each other as Chaos grabbed Naruto's hand, turning it over so his palm was facing upwards. The water god placed his other hand on the open palm. Naruto looked confused by this, and it grew bigger when he saw a white-gloved hand appear on top of Chaos's own. He looked up to meet the individual of this hand, and his eyes widened at who he saw. Tycho. Tycho smiles at Naruto's delighted expression from seeing her. They were both happy because they finally got the chance to finally meet each other. Naruto then felt another presence appear next to him and saw a familiar hand on top of Tycho's. He and the others looked next to him. Kia. Kia was here with them, she too had aged down considerably. She was the exact same age she was back when she met Tycho. The now 7-year-old island princess looked his way with a smile before turning towards Tycho, Chaos and the Chao. She herself was delighted to finally meet Chaos and was also happy to see Tycho. She stopped for a moment because she felt her voice choke up. This will truly be the final time she will see either of them, so she has to make this count, but she just didn't know what to say to her. Chaos. "You and Chaos, you don't have to worry anymore. Naruto and I are together. The two of us, along with our friends, will keep the island and emeralds safe." "Right. Most definitely," Naruto agreed wholeheartedly. Tycho smiles warmly at them as she nods her head in acknowledgement. She turned her head to Chaos, who looked back at her with a happy-eyed expression, same with the Chao as they happily cheered. "Kia. Naruto. Thank you very much," Tycho said with the two nodding at her. She started to glow a pink light while Chaos began to glow a blue light. The Chao versions of the Chaos Warriors said happily as they began to glow as well. The two children teared up as they knew what this meant. Chaos and Tycho began to turn transparent, making Kia's hand fall on top of Naruto's, and they began to float away. Naruto reached out to try and say something to them, but stopped himself. He shook his head and moved back. There was nothing more to be said. It's time for them to move on. The children shared a sad smile despite the understanding look on their faces. They looked back at the others and nodded at them, making Chaos and Tycho do the same as they, and the Chow began to vanish. Take care. Take care. Once they left, Kia turned to Naruto and ran into his arms, her cries muffled by his shirt while he held her and cried as well. The two beings who changed their lives for the better, who helped make them become who they are today, were now gone. Feeling a bright warm light from behind them, the two turned to the Master Emerald and saw it was glowing once again. The two released themselves from each other and wiped the tears from their eyes before looking back at the giant emerald. Naruto turned to Kia and reached his hand out to her with a happy grin. She smiled back at him and grabbed his hand, both walking to the Master Emerald just as they aged up and turned into their current selves, both of them looking forward to the future that awaits them. While this happened, they were being watched from afar by a man. He wore a white full-length kimono and had purple eyes that had ripple patterns in them. The man was sitting crossed-legged in the air, away from the altar, smiling warmly from the scene that just happened. He watched as the light of the Master Emerald obscured his vision of the children, but that didn't stop his smile from widening. Chaos and Tycho may have passed on from this world, but they would forever live on inside the hearts of those two children. For they carried on their wills and will continue their legacy. At the altar, Team Chaos still had their eyes blocked by their arms before removing it once they saw the white light was gone. "Is it over?" Ethan asked nervously, peeking out through the gaps of his fingers. "I think so." Amacho said, though he looked uncertain. "What was all that about?" Felicia asked curiously, looking around in confusion. "It was chaos control." Kia replied, a dazed look in her eyes as the memories of meeting Tycho, Chaos and the Chaos Warriors in that weird world flashed through her mind. She shook her head and looked around, seeing no sign of Naruto, and the Chaos Emeralds were gone. "Wait, where's Naruto?" Hearing that question made the others stop and search for him. It wasn't until Zane looked up at the sky and saw something white coming down towards them. "Up there," Zane said, pointing upwards. Everyone looked up to where he pointed and saw a glowing white sphere was falling down towards them until it landed softly in front of the Master Emerald. The sphere slowly began to fade away and everyone saw Naruto standing still with his eyes closed and a gentle smile present on his face. He was still in his chaos mode, but it had gone through another evolution. The form now has spiral markings on his arms and legs with a bigger one on his chest. His facial features are now the same as his human form compared to the more feral expression it had before. He also wore some sort of armor on his wrists and ankles. The armor is a deep dark shade of blue that had a unique gold design on them and neon blue lines. His body is also giving off a beautiful glow for a couple of seconds before it dies down. Naruto slowly opened his glowing emerald green eyes, which continued for several seconds before it died down, showing everyone the green sclera with dark green pupils that stared back at them. He blinked several times as he looked at everyone and saw they were staring at him, jaws dropped. He tilted his head to the side. "What? Arc 1. Rise of the Chaos Warriors Thin image. Team Chaos are at the shrine of the Master Emerald, all of them looking happy as they were looking out into the distance. They were surrounded by the Chow, wisps and critters. The spirits of Chaos and Tycho were hovering above them, both of them smiling down on their incarnates and their friends. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.